in Australia. The parallels, consistencies, it was the comparison of the two was like, let's take a look. Yeah, look at one Gina cave painting UFO.
I just don't know, and if it's a thing. So let's say is it from another planet, or is it more complicated than that?
I think it's more complicated than that.
Yeah, well, that's John Valet's.
See that?
Yes, yeah, very bizarre.
Right? I mean, look at that one right there with the dark eyes.
Bizarre. Look at the three of them. And the one in the center, Jamie. Yeah, that one. Look how weird that is, man. That's so fucking weird.
Look at the one with the dark black eyes
look
right
how
there.
Pale they are too.
It's like,
yeah, it's very weird.
And then there's that one with the big dark eyes right down. Just go straight down. Look down. Yeah, right. Go to the right. Right there. Look at that.
It's very weird. Very weird.
Isn't that?
And it's also very weird how this is 4,000 years old. And Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the 1970s.
4,000 years old, and I'm telling you, I could. One of the witnesses.
Very weird.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal.
Listen, man, thank you for everything.
Hey,
thanks for what you do.
Thank you so much for having me on.
My pleasure. I mean, your fucking dogged determination to get this stuff out there. It's very important.
You promise you'll watch the program?
I will 100% watch it. Definitely. I will. Thanks, sir.
Awesome, brother.
Appreciate you, James. Thank you very much.
So much, Joe. Thank you.
It's on Amazon, the program. And then Moment of Contact is probably
out of the blue.
Okay.
50 years of denial. Oh my God, it goes back.
Yeah, you've been deep in this rabbit hole for a long time, sir. Thanks, James.
Thanks, Roger.
All right. Bye, buddy.
October 12th in Wichita, Kansas at the Orpheum. 13th, Omaha, Nebraska. The Holiday.
But I do know that my own life makes it a lot more motivating every day. So I just try to focus on finding meaning in my own life.
Chess.
Maybe it was more so when I was younger. It was easier to just feel like I'm going to prove as a.
I'm just adjusting my computer.
And now it's more different than that, and I think to once again find what that, northern star is. Basically, I need to have a why for why I'm doing something. I feel like I could do very hard.
What role does love play in the human condition? Alex and Andrea.
I'll let Andrea start with this.
And yeah, just my answer to the last one. I also kind of, life is meaningless, but I like this. Live to revolt to death. That's very good. Second question.
The revolt against the feminist.
Yeah, exactly. It was what does.
Yeah.
Where I did. Love is a reason you want to share experiences with other people. So I see it like the people you really love, you share the thing. Yeah, exactly. That's my simple truth.
On it is that part of it is to be human is to be somebody who feels things emotionally, and love is one of the most intense feelings you can have. Obviously, there's the opposite of that, and it's like hate. But I think the love you feel for like a parent or your friend, the romantic love in that moment is much more intense than in other situations. And I think it's also just very unique to humans.
Maybe that's what the soul is searching for. Andrea, Alex, thank you so much for this. And thank you for an amazing conversation. Thank you for creating, keep creating, and thank you for putting knowledge and love up there.
Thank you for having me. We're both big fans of your podcast.
Alexandra and Andrea, support this podcast. Now, let me leave you with something. Just is love. Thank you for listening.
Well, the source of energy, the origin of practice, the reaction between carbon dioxide. And amazingly, which these reactions are excellent actually. If you have hydrogen and CO2, and you put them together in a Vulcan tube and you warm it up to say 50 degrees centigrade and put in a couple of catalysts and you shake it, nothing can happen. But if you don't have hydrogen, that is less stable. It's stable themselves. What should happen is get cells. Why doesn't it happen is because of the barriers, because that's where you need to go.
The following is a conversation with a biochemist, University College author, some of my favorite books on the biology side ever written, including his two most recent, Transformer, the Chemistry of Weapons, and the vital question, why does the podcast is supported, restricted our sponsors, and now, dear friends, let's start with perhaps the most mysterious, most interesting question that we little humans can ask ourselves. How did life originate on Earth?
You could ask anybody working on the subject, and you'll get an answer. They will be pretty passionate opinions, and but they're still really at this point. That all we can ever do is get a kind of a small slice of it, and it's the context. So I can give you my answer. My biology. That has been missing from the equation for decades, which is, well, what? This way, why is it made of cells? Why is it made of carbon? Why is it powered by electrical charges in membranes? There's all these interesting questions about cells. But if you then look to see, well, is there an environment earlier, years ago, that kind of matches the requirements of cells? Well, there is one very often basically created by whenever you have a wet, rocky planet, you get these hydrothermal vents, which generate hydrogen gas, bucket loads, and electrical charges on cell-like cores that can drive the kind of chemistry that lies done. So it seems so beautiful and so obvious that I've spent the last 10 years or more trying to do experiments. It turns out to be difficult, of course, everything how it's going to be. But it looks, I'd say, more true rather than less true over a 10-year career. I think I have to take a step back every now and then and think, hang on, where's this going? I've had this going sensibly. And I think then you have these other dilemmas. I think you would be too focused on my channel, too kind of narrow-minded and even I'm talking about carbon, I'm talking about cells. You or plenty of people can say to me, yeah, but life could be anything like that. And maybe they're right, but unless we can say why life here is this way, and those reasons are
sort of just trivial reasons. Yeah, we can't answer that question. But I think they're fundamental.
Yeah, there might be some deep truth to the puzzle here that would resonate with other elsewhere. But, to this, that when hydrogen wet, so chemically, what is the function?
Yeah. Matters or not. But it matters most to the origin of life being as I see it, we have this. Life is made of carbon, basically, primary organic molecules, carbon bonds. And the building block, the Lego brick, take out of the air or take out of the oceans is carbon dioxide. And carbon dioxide is what we need to stop on hydrogen. And so we need to know this is basically what it's doing. It's hydrogenating carbon dioxide. It's taking the hydrogen and bubbles out of the earth with these hydrocarbons and sticks it on CO2. And it's kind of really as simple as that. And actually, thermodynamically, the thing that I find most troubling is that you experience in the lab, the molecules you get are exactly the molecules that we see with the heart.
Is there something to be said about the earliest origins of that little potion, that chemical process? What really is the spark?
There isn't a spark. There is a continuous chemical reaction. And there is kind of a spark, but it's a continuous electrical charge which helps drive that reaction.
So literally.
The charge, basically, yes. I mean, a spark in that sense is. We tend to think in terms of fractions. We tend to think in terms of electricity, and one moment you zap something, it comes alive. And what does that really mean? It's come alive, and now what's sustaining it? Well, we are sustained by oxygen, by this continuous chemical reaction. And if you put a plastic before, it's all over.
There's some way of being able to leverage the source of energy.
Well, the source of energy are base energy. If you have hydrogen and CO2, and you put them together in a pulping, put in a couple of catalysts and you shake it. But thermodynamically, it's less stable. Two gas and hydrogen and CO2 is less stable themselves. What should happen is you get and so why doesn't that happen is because genetic barriers, because that's where you need spark.
So that life originated multiple times.
There's a lot of these first bits of say molecular machines like ribosomes.
Is that the first life? If I introduced you to the two of you that it's a living thing.
I would say as soon as we introduce genes, information into systems that are growing anyway, so I would think about growing. As soon as we introduce even random bits of information into there, RNA molecules, for example, it doesn't have to have any information. It can be a completely random sequence. But if it's introduced into a system which is in any case growing and building, then any changes in that sequence are now selected by perfectly informed selection.
But system
So that's when it becomes alive to me.
that's encompassed into like an object keeps information and evolves that information over time. Changes that information over time in response to the.
So it's always part of a cell system.
So is your sense that it started only once because it's difficult, or is it possible?
Started multiple
Pardon me.
ways. There's two provisos to that. Oxygen makes it impossible. start. So as soon as we got oxygen in the atmosphere, then hydrogen stopped. So I often get asked by people, why can't we have life starting? It's so easy. Why can't we expect now? The answer is, if you want hydrogen to react with CO2 and oxygen, hydrogen reacts with oxygen instead. It's just explosive reaction, rocket fuel. So there's no way to happen. But the origin of that, earlier than that, all we know is that there's a single common ancestor. There could be multiple origins, and between bacteria, which look just the same as bacteria, and they're quite diverse. They are very different in their higher and that makes me think.
Describe the difference between what person.
Well, they're different in their membranes primarily. They're different in things like DNA. So they use completely different enzymes and the genes behind it for what creates DNA.
So they both have membranes, both have DNA
Yes.
process like that.
The code is identical, in which it's transcribed into RNA, copy, and the way that that's the protein. That's all basically the same. So they clearly share the complex system. It's just that they're different. Well, what kind of processes could drive that divergence very early on? I can think about it in terms of the brains and terms of brains. And it's that makes it. There are probably many unsuccessful things.
Can you explain why that divergence makes you think there's one common ancestor? Okay, can you describe that intuition? I'm a little bit after the point. Why did that work? Like from the divergence, I mean, like the divergence mentioned at that time.
If, as I imagine it, kind of a common ancestor. Let's say there are billions of events and billions of living in events, but only one of them makes it out first. Then you can imagine that itself kind of take over and wipe out everything else. So what you see would be single common ancestor form of life. But with lots of different vent systems all vying to create the first life. We're always talking about population. These are
But so like one single cell, right? Or they're together, but they're alone together.
yeah.
There's a machinery in each one individual component that if left by itself, it's still
Selection operates over generation, so it changes over the cells, the unit of selection in the sense that unless it's a population, don't change.
right. But there was one Chuck Norris, it's an American reference. Right? Or like the first one.
So imagine then that one cell gets out and it takes over the world.
It gets out in the water, it's floating around.
We're deep in the ocean.
Yeah.
But actually, two cells got out. They appear to have got out from the same event because they both share the same code and everything else. So unless all the, we've got a million different ancestors in all these different events. So either they all have the same code, and two cells spontaneously emerge from different places, or two different cells, fundamentally different cells, came from the same place. So either way, what are the constraints that say not just one came out, well not 500,000 came out, but two came out? That's kind of a bit strange. So how did they come out? Well, they come out because what you're doing inside a vent is you're relying on the electrical charges down there to power this reaction between hydrogen and CO2 to make yourself grow. And when you leave the vent, you've got to do that yourself. You've got to power up your own membrane. And so the question is, well, how do you power up your own membrane? And the answer is, well, you need to pump. You need to pump irons to give an electrical charge on them. So what do the pumps look like? Well, the pumps look different in these two groups. It's as if they both emerge from a common ancestor. As soon as you've got that ancestor, things move very quickly and divergently. Why does the DNA replication look different? Well, it's joined to the membrane. Membranes are different. The DNA replication is different because it's joined to a different kind of membrane. So there's interesting, this is detail, you may say, but it's also fundamental because it's about the two big divergent groups of life on Earth that seem to diverge really early on.
It all started with one organism, and then that organism just started replicating the heck out of itself with some mutation of the DNA. So like there's a competition for the process of evolution. They're not like trying to beat each other up. They're just trying to live.
They're just replicators.
Yeah. Well, let's not minimize it. Relax up in there's no sense of trying to survive. They're replicating.
I mean, there's no sense to do that. They're just outgrowths within Earth.
Primitive life. It's just ants that are hairless, mostly hairless. Ants. Okay. What do you think about that? I mean, the theory that like not a obviously or the basic ingredient magic dimension.
I don't find them helpful. I don't say they're wrong. So pseudo-transphobia, the idea that the amino acids, the nucleotides, well, we know that happens. It's unequivocal. It's comments and so on. So what do they do next? That's to me the question. What do they do with this kind of soup? They presumably land in a pond or in an ocean, wherever they are. And then you end up with a best possible case scenario is you end up with a soup of amino acids, and then you have to say, so now what happens? I don't believe in what we have in a vet is conversion of continuous growth. Putting molecules into one cell. You've got you never have that.
Isn't the entire universe the organisms in the universe? Isn't it just? Isn't it also?
Almost by definition.
But soup is a collection of ingredients that are like randomly.
Yeah, but they're random. They're not, I mean, we have chemistry going on. We have membranes
Direction for process, like directed
there are
process.
directions to processes. Starting with CO2, and you've got two reactive fluids being brought together, and they react with the good way. Carboxylic acid, which include the fatty acids, and they form directly into by their membrane. They form like soap bubbles. Spontaneous organization caused by the nature of the body. Who were in effect being selected even before their own genes. So we have a lot of order. And that order is coming from thermodynamics. But if you have oil and water and separating water, which is the universe, even though you've got some water and not this. Next question about panspermia properly. Question somewhere else. What are the principles? It's an assumption. And it's an assumption that it started a thermal vent, or it started tested a sequence of events that lead from one to the other one, and then test it and see if there's any truth in it. That's where you can't do it.
Experiment. Do we have? Is the vents enough? It is oxygen and had whatever the heck else we want, and some sort of well, of course you would. But there could be aliens that are now chuckling at that idea. Maybe you need some special sauce. Your sense is we have everything.
I mean, this is precisely the question. So I like to, when I'm talking in schools, I like to start out with you. We go back 4 billion years. How we go? Talk about we go to see how we've done the event, we go to and we find some slime that looks tested. Maybe it's these cells, but it's the stepping stone on into life or not. How do we know? Unless we've got an intellectual framework that says this is a stepping stone. That the environment to go to what to look for, how to say this. So all we can ever hope is to have an intellectual framework. Explain step by step how we go from sterile inorganic matter to living cells as we know them. And in that framework, every time we have a choice, is that way. There's lots of possible forks down that road. Did it have to be that way? Could it have been the other way? Life with different properties. And so if you come up with a or pre-life chemistry all the way through to genes and molecular machines, which these things happen. Which is not a bad thing because it means that you have to go out and do some experiments and try and demonstrate that it's possible or not.
So freaking amazing. Feel like there's a difference. Can you try to answer from a framework? What is order? Yet, it's not perfectly boring. It's not boring. It still feels like the processes have a different through the selection mechanism. These two things.
That's a perception.
That's our romanticization. Things are always
The world from the point of view of bacteria. Bacteria are the first things to emerge from whatever environment they think, and they dominated the planet very, very quickly. And they haven't really changed. 4 billion years later, they look exactly the same.
but 4 billion bacteria is out of nothing happened for a while.
Nothing happened for 2 billion years. And after 2 billion years, we see another single event origin, like of our own time. Inside. Another single origin that happened once in the history of life on Earth. At least take it seriously. That there's something that stops bacteria from becoming more complex. Because they didn't. That's the fact. They emerged 4 billion years ago, and something happened 2 billion years ago, but the bacteria themselves didn't change. They remain bacteria. So there is no trajectory necessary towards great complexity in human beings. It's very easy to imagine without photosynthesis arising or without eukaryotes arising that the planet could be full of bacteria and nothing else.
But we'll get to that because that's a brilliant invention. And there's a few brilliant inventions along the way. But what is life? If you were to take that time machine, you said, ask him some questions. This, I think, is telling about his life. As you step along, when you see the early bacteria, how would you know it's life? And then this is the important question when you go to other planets and look for life. Like, what is the framework of telling the difference between a rock and a bacteria?
I mean, the question kind of both impossible to answer and trivial at the same time, and I don't like to answer it because I don't think there is an answer. I think we're trying to describe the process.
There's no answer.
No, there is not. I mean, there's lots of at least 40 or 50 different definitions of life out there, and most of them are, well, obviously bad in one way or another. I mean, there's three. I can never remember the exact words that people use, but there's a NASA working definition, which more or less says a system which is capable of self-sustaining system capable of evolution, or something like that. And I immediately have a problem with the word self-sustained because it's sustained by the environment. Yeah, I know what they're getting at, I know what they're trying to say, but I pick a hole in that. And there's always wags who say that by that definition, a rabbit is not alive, only a pair of rabbits would be alive, because you see the rabbit is incapable of feeding itself. There's all kinds of pedantic, silly hypotheses. They will. Most biologists do not agree in that outcome. So then what about a jump to as you can see from a virus, but it's capable of converting its environment into activity. And that's how it's placed. It's not a definition, it's a kind of a description of that. Is that it's able to parasitize the environment, bacteria and viruses, to make a relatively exact copy of themselves.
But to create something that's interesting. Like the way so it is really powerful process. Copy yourself, but sometimes mess up a little bit. It seems to mess up big, and that's what they call it.
It's more like a monster. You can actually. This is due to re-emergence. This amazing from Michael Levin. If you haven't interviewed him, you should interview him.
Yeah.
That's about, yeah.
Talking.
Okay.
So I mentioned that.
Yeah.
If I name it, community. So this was me huge years really fortunate.
Michael is doing amazing work, basically about the way electrical fields control development. And he's done some work with works. Minimum, but basically you can have a new head. And if you knock out this one phrase, you can change the electrical circuitry just a little bit. You can come up with a different head. Be a head emerged 150 million years ago, or it can be a head which no one's ever seen before, a different kind of head. And now that is really, you might say, a hopeful monster. This is a kind of leap into a direction. The only question for natural selection is, does it work? Is the change itself feasible as a single change? And the answer is yes, it's change. Does it work? And if it works, for it to be a CCH, to continue, for it to give time to be shift, that change in that one gene has to work well enough that it is selected and it goes on.
And copy time. Yeah.
Yeah, that we can have.
What about this idea that kind of trying to mathematize development?
I like that view, because I think in a sense that's not really what the hypothesis needs to do for the origin of life, you need to start. Here's each step, and here's the experiment to do for each step. The idea that we can do it in the lab, some people say, oh, create a life within 5 years. Years ago, these vent systems across the entire surface of the planet. We have millions of years if we want that. Everything that we're not talking about. Millions of nanoseconds or picoseconds. We're talking about chemistry, which is happening. But we still need to constrain those steps. But we've got a planet doing similar chemistry. You asked about a trajectory. The trajectory is the planetary trajectory. The planet. It's got more oxidized on the outside part of the crystal, and partly because the heat of volcanoes puts out oxidized gases. So the planet is a giant battery. And we have a flow of electrons going from inside to outside. That's the same ecology as I said. That's established naturally. So there is a trajectory. There's an inevitability for certain types of chemicals. And there's an inevitability in what happens in water with chemicals. It's called the water. Just water water very well. And it's another big question. What kind of structure do we want to induce in this water? Because the last thing it's likely to be is just bulk water.
How fundamental is water into life, would you say?
I would say pretty. I wouldn't like to say it's impossible for life to start any other way. But water is everywhere. Water is extremely good at what it does. Carbon works in water especially well. So those things, carbon. So those things together make me think probabilistically if we found 1,000 negatives, 95 would be carbon-based.
Now, the reverse question: if you found a puddle of water, what's it called? No, just a puddle of water. Is a puddle of water pretty damn good? It either exists here or has once existed here. So it doesn't work the other way.
I think you need a living planet. You need a planet which is capable of turning over its surface. It needs to be a planet with water. It needs to be capable of being those electrons the outside. It needs to turn over its surface. It needs to break down the hydrogen. So I think you need a living planet.
It may be studied as life from an academic perspective.
So if you were to run Earth over 1 million times up to this point, maybe beyond the end, just wanted to the end. What is it? Here's where I do, but kind of spoke to the trajectory. The environment dictates, like chemically, I don't know which other way, spiritually, like dictates kind of the direction of this giant machine that seems chaotic because that order moves steps taken. How often will life, how often will bacteria emerge? How often will something like human rocket?
I think at the level of bacteria, not much would. I think we would get. I will say at least a few 100,000 bacteria again.
Oh wow!
Because I think there's some level of inevitability that wet rock planet will give rise through the same processes to something very important. I think this is not a few years ago, but I was working with a PhD student in high school about genetic code. We've just been publishing on that. There are patterns that you can discern in the code, or you must discern that if you think about them in terms of, we start with CO2 and hydrogen, these are the first steps of chemistry, you come up with a code which is very similar. So it wouldn't surprise me any longer if we don't have one else and have a genetic code which is not very different to the genetic code. Without it just being transferred across this some inevitability about the whole.
That's really promising because if the basic chemistry is tightly linked to the genetic code, that means we can interact with other life forms. That's really exciting. That's amazing. But then bacteria.
We've got bacteria. How easy is photosynthesis?
Let's actually go there. Let's go to the inventions.
Yeah.
What is photosynthesis? And why is it?
Well, there are different forms. I mean, basically, you're taking hydrogen and you're taking it powered by the sun. That's where you take the hydrogen. And in photosynthesis, that we know in plants, it's coming from water. So you're using the power of the sun to get water and take out the hydrogen, stick it onto CO2. And the oxygen is a waste product. So it's the single greatest planetary pollution event in the whole history of the Earth.
The pollutant being us.
Yes. Yeah. It also made possible animals. You can't have large active animals without oxygen. That's not in the sense that we know.
That's a really big invention.
Huge invention. And it happened once. There's a few things that happen once on Earth, and you're always stuck with this problem. Once it happened, it becomes so good so quickly that it precluded the same thing happening ever again. Or are there other reasons? We really have to look at each one in turn. Why did it only happen once? In this case, it's really difficult to split water. It requires a lot of power, and that power, you're effectively separating the charge across the membrane. And the way in which you do it, it doesn't all rush back and kind of cause an explosion right on the side. It requires really careful wiring. And that wiring, it can't be easy to get it right because, the plants that we see around us, they have chloroplasts. Those chloroplasts are cyanobacteria. Those cyanobacteria are the only group of bacteria that can do that type of photosynthesis. So there's plenty of opportunity.
Not even many bacteria. So who invented photosynthesis? That is
cyanobacteria, or their
and there's not many.
No other bacteria can do what's called oxygenic photosynthesis. Lots of other bacteria can split. I mean, you can take your hydrogen from somewhere else. You can take it from covering out your hydrogen. Hydrogens, sulfate. You can take from iron. You can take electrons. So all the oceans are probably full of that. You can take an electron from ferrous iron, so iron plus, and make it iron 3 plus, which now precipitates. And you take a proton from the acidic of the ocean, stick it there, now you get hydrogen. Stick it there, you've just done the trick. The trouble is, you bury yourself. And with sulfur, you can bury yourself in sulfur. One of the reasons oxygenic photosynthesis is so much better is that the waste product is oxygen, which just bubbles away.
That seems like extremely unlikely, and it's extremely essential for the evolution of complex organisms because of all the oxygen.
Yeah, and that didn't accumulate quickly.
So it's converting, what is it? It's converting energy from the sun and the resource of water into the resource needed for animals.
Those resources needed for animals, we need to eat, we need to burn the food, and we're eating plants, sort of getting their energy from the sun, and burning their waste product, which is the oxygen. So there's a lot of kind of circularity. Without an oxygenated planet, you couldn't really have predation. You can have animals, but you can't really have animals that go around and eat each other. You can't have ecosystems as we know them.
Well, let's actually step back. What about eukaryotic versus prokaryotic? How big? What are each?
I got the single biggest invention in the whole history.
Exactly. So what are they?
Yeah, so I mentioned bacteria and archaea, these are both prokaryotes. They're basically small cells that don't have a nucleus. If you look at them under a microscope, you don't see them. You look at them under a super resolution microscope, and they're fantastic microscopes. In terms of their molecular machinery, they're amazing. In terms of their morphological appearance under a microscope, they're really small and really simple. The earliest life that we can physically see on the planet are stromatolites, which are things like cyanobacteria. They're large superstructures, effectively biofilms placed on top of each other, and you end up with quite large structures that you can see in the bottom background. But they never came up with animals. They never came up with plants. They came up with multicellular things, filamentous cyanobacteria, for example. They just found strings of cells. But the origin of eukaryotic seems to have been what's called an endosymbiosis, so one cell gets inside another cell. And I think that transformed the possibility. So what we end up with is a kind of supercharged cell, which can have a much larger nucleus with many more genes, all supported. If you think about it, you can think about it as multibacterial on the other hand. So you've got a cell and it's with bacteria living in it. Those bacteria are providing you with the energy currency in these. But each bacterium has a genome of its own, which costs a fair amount of energy to express, to kind of turn over and convert into proteins and so on. What the mitochondria did with these power packs in our own cells,
Is that your guy?
once, and they threw away bush genes.
Chondria.
He looked pretty cool.
Is the bacteria that got inside us. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
In our own case, but there's a small one. Compared down. So you. That means that you can support a much larger. So we've gone up in the number of genes, but also the amount of power you have to those genes.
Bingo, bango, bongo. Oh. Does it tell you when you die what kind of weapon with which they killed you? Okay. But you can kind of tell by just knowing what the weapons look like? Like, exactly. How did he, with what weapon did he kill you?
So you all the cells in the organs have like DNA. Switch.
What weapon do you feel you get, with what weapon do you feel you get killed the most? No, not yours. When an opponent kills you, with what weapon do they usually kill you? Gotcha. Not like, not grenades.
Why is this?
I think so. Yeah.
Cell has a small genome. I have 4,000 genes, but a single codon has access to that potential. It's got a kind of metagenome. It's a variation. They've got more genes. E. coli.
Skill issue B.
Is larger than human genome. Yeah. They've had 4 billion years of evolution to work out, do, and what contact do with this metagenome. This new stuff, it's still bacteria. These sequence specs far more thoroughly than the ever did because they have twice as long at least, and they become much larger populations. And they never got around this problem. So why can't they? It's because they can't solve it within. the problem is structure. If cells, the very first cells need a charge on the grow. And in bacteria, it's the outer membrane that surrounds the cell, which is electrically charged. You try and scale that up, and you've got a fundamental design thing, engineering. And there are examples of this, and what we see in all these cases is extreme polytrophy, which is to say they have tens of thousands of copies of the gene, which is energetically hugely expensive. You end up with a large bacteria with no further development. What you need is to incorporate these electrically charged power units inside with their control units intact. And for the not to conflict so much with the host cell that it all goes wrong. Perhaps it goes wrong more often. And then you the topology of the cell. You don't have any more DNA than a giant bacterium on this tree polyploid. What you've got is an asymmetry. You have a giant nucleus which is surrounded by lots of subsidiary energetic units that do all the control units that are doing
the power back.
it's a kind of step change in the possibilities. It doesn't have like multiple generations. It could take, it could take years. This is another thing I would like to put the number of steps and try and work out what's required of each step. Sex. You can't have a very large gene unless you have sex. So what are the changes to go from bacterial recombination to recurrent? What do you need to do? Why do we go from passing around bits of DNA as this change to fusing cells together, reaching back cells, and then going through 2 rounds of cell division to produce your gametes? All you carrots do it that way. So yeah, why switch? What are the drivers here? So there's a lot of time, a lot of evolution. But as soon as you've got cells living inside the cell, what you've got is a new design. You've got new potential.
The cell living inside another cell, that design allows for better storage of information, better use of energy, more delegation, control of the movement, and then somehow that leads.
Hierarchy. Information storage. And that allows multi-study life, yes, because it's a funny thing to have a man. Stunning, where 50% switch. Development, which says, okay, you guys switch those genes, switch on those genes, you guys do that. But all the genes are there. That means you've got to have a lot of genes in one cell, and you've got to get containment. The problem with bacteria is they both have enough genes in one cell. So they would, if you were to try and make a multicellular organism from bacteria, you'd bring different types of bacteria together and hope that they don't.
That's really, really tough to do.
Yeah, we know they don't because it doesn't exist.
As far as we know. I'm sure there's a few. I'd love to know some of the most fun things about it.
I can do some pretty fun things. This is broad brushstroke.
Yes, generally speaking. So how was another fun invention? Us humans seem to utilize it more. Early on is sex. Asking for a fight. Was it invented? How hard was it invented? As you were saying, why was it? Why? How hard was it?
I have a PhD student.
There's biology. The biology, genetics, sex, yeah.
The job.
Yeah. It's a beautiful way to put it. Okay, so when was it invented?
eukaryotes about 2 billion. All eukaryotes share the same together, so gametes like cell and the sperm. They're not necessarily even different in size and shape. So there's the simplest eukaryotes produce. But for motile gametes, they're all like sperm, and they all sort of find each other fused together. They don't have much going on there beyond that. And then and the gametes. So when they fuse, become diploid again, which is to say you now have 2 copies of your genome. And what you do is you align them all up, and then you double everything. So now we have 4 copies of the complete genome. And then we crisscross through all these things. So we take a bit from it. And then we go through 2 rounds of cell division. So divide in half, so 2 copies, divide in half again. So that means something which is one single gene.
Yes, sir.
Sex. And it happens at the level of single-celled organisms. And it's not found in any bacteria. They switch things around using the same machinery. They take a bit of DNA from the environment. They take molecular machinery they use.
What about the each other? It's kind of imperative. Like
Well, you've got a few cells. So the bottom line on all of this is simple. When you need
Is he a good teammate?
And in effect, like,
I know. When you play with him, is he a good teammate?
I want to have 20,000 and I maintain my dream for it. So, I know I can't grow, and all my regulation systems are saying. If you've got a small genome, the chance of you picking up the right bit of DNA from the environment is much higher than a genome of 20,000 genes. To do that, you've effectively got to be picking up DNA all the time, all day long, and nothing else, and you're still going to get the wrong DNA. You've got to pick up large chunks, and in the end, you've got to align. You're forced to sex.
So there is a kind of
mutating to nothing. That will happen with bacteria. This is another reason why bacteria can't have a but it allows them to genome maintain its quality. You've got to stop it just mutating away.
what about sexual selection? So the finding, I don't like this one. I don't like this one. Right? Like, what's the eukaryote?
So cells you by the time
You don't hang out with your eukaryotes.
well, I do all the time, but
You can't communicate with them. Yeah.
a peacock or something. The kind of standard, this is not quite what I want to stand as, is that it's female make choice. She is looking for genes. And if you can have a tail that's like this, still survive, still be alive, taken down by the nearest predator, then you must have got pretty good genes because despite this handicap, you're able to survive. So
those are like human interpretable things like with a peacock, but I wonder, I'm sure echoes of the same thing are there with more primitive organisms. Basically, your PR, like how you advertise yourself that you're worthy.
yeah, absolutely.
So one big advertisement is the fact that you survived it all.
Let me give you one point. And this can be a sign of bacteria. This can be bacteria. So if suddenly you pump nitrate or phosphate or something into the ocean, and everything goes green. You end up with all this algae growing there. A viral infection or something like that can kill the entire bloom overnight. And it's not that the virus takes out everything overnight. It's that most of the cells in that bloom kill themselves before the virus can get out. And it's through a form of cell death called programmed cell death. And we do the same things. It's how we count the different the gaps between our fingers and so on. Is how we craft synapses in the brain. It's fundamental again to cellular life. They have the same machine in these algal blooms. How do they know who dies? The answer is they will often put out a toxin. And that toxin is a kind of a challenge to you. Either you can cope with the toxin or you can't. If you can cope with it, you form a spore and you will go on to become the next generation. You form a kind of a resistant spore. You sink down a little bit, you get out of the way, you're you can't be attacked by a virus if you're a spore or diseases. Whereas if you can't deal with that toxin, you pull the plug and you trigger your death apparatus and you kill yourself.
Causes truly life and death.
Yeah. So it's a challenge. This is a bit like sexual selection. It's not so. They're all pretty much genetically identical, but they've had different life histories. So have you had a tough day? Did you happen to get infected by this virus, or did you run out of iron, or did you get a bit too much sun? Whatever it may be, if extra stress of the toxin just pushes you over the edge.
Living the dream. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Exactly.
I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend.
What about if you can step back in?
What am I doing? Streaming. I'm watching my friend here, Sir Smokelot, play a game, and I am watching Lex Friedman interview on his podcast. How about you? What are you up to? I don't celebrate Christmas. Because I'm Jewish. We don't celebrate Christmas. It's not a Jewish holiday. We don't celebrate Christmas. It's not a Jewish holiday. Tonight is Hanukkah, so I'll light a menorah and perhaps communicate with some friends. Just enjoy the time off. Yeah. If you take them off. Most places in the United States. Well, take care.
I suspect is probably not. But getting through an RNA, how do you there's multiple different types of RNA. How do you distinguish? This is something where I actively think. How do you distinguish between a random population of RNA? Some of them go on to become messenger RNA. This is the transcript of the code, the gene that you want to make. Some of them become transfer RNA, which is the kind of unit that holds the amino acid that's going to be formed. Some of them become ribosomal RNA, which is the machine which is joining them all up together. How do they discriminate themselves? And some kind of phase transition going on there? I don't know. It's a difficult question. And we're now in the region of biology where information is coming in. But the thing about RNA is very, very good at what it does. But the largest genomes supported by RNA are RNA viruses, like HIV, for example. They're pretty small. And so there's a limit to how complex life could be unless we come up with DNA, which chemically is a really small change. But how easy it is to make that change, I don't really know. As soon as you've got DNA, then you've got an amazingly stable molecule for information storage. And you can do absolutely anything. How likely that transition from RNA to DNA?
How much possibility is there for variety in ways of transformation? Because it seems to be very specific characteristics about the programming language of DNA.
Yeah, there's a lot of work going on what's called Xeno DNA. RNA? Can we replace the bases themselves, the letters, if you like, in RNA? Can we replace the backbone? Can we replace, for example, phosphate with arsenate? Can we replace the sugar ribose with deoxy with a different sugar? And the answer is yes, we can. Within limits, there's not infinite space there. Arsenate does really work in bonds and
Do you find that camouflage helps in this game?
The question to me is,
There you go.
what kind of channels that crazy. You out there.
Interesting question. If you look at in computer science, is written super quick. It, like surely this is terrible. Easy to write crap code.
Right. Wait, is there a Modern Warfare 4? Is there a Modern Warfare 4?
Becomes super fast with a different. Initially correct the right logo, and then the question is always try to JavaScript. Like browser is looks thick or anything else because it was first.
Yeah.
That. I suppose in the lab, the program for biology would probably small. Try to.
I mean, in a way, with is we'll talk about the option code, and there's some
Baller.
suggestion for that. Imagine, and this would be one of the best ones. To model it based on the effect of the mutations we have. So there's other possibilities too.
I mean, there does seem to be a resilience. It's hard to. The way you mess it up often is likely to produce. It's
biology is underpinned by this kind of mess as well. If you look at the human genome, it's full of stuff that is really either broken or dysfunctional, or was a virus once, whatever it may be, and somehow it works. So what's it just mess? We know that some functional genes are taken from this mess.
well, you mentioned predatory behavior.
Yeah.
Talk about sex, violence, predator, rape. And predator relationship. Is it a beautiful dance or is it a violent atrocity?
Well, I guess both. I mean, when does it start? It starts in bacteria. You see these amazing predators. Gallavibrio is one that Marvelous used to talk about a lot. It's got a kind of a drill piece that drills through the wall and the membrane of the bacterium, and then it actually eats the bacterium from just inside the periplasmic space and makes copies of itself that way. So that's straight predation. There are predators among bacteria.
So predation in that, sorry to interrupt, means you murder somebody and use their body as a resource in some way.
Yeah.
But it's not parasitic in that you need them to be still alive.
No. I mean, predation is you kill them already. Parasite is
Okay. So, but it seems the predator is really popular.
So what we see if we go back 60, 70 million, there is what sometimes they call vendo.
There you go, big dog.
It's not obvious that they're animals.
Yeah, but they kicked me out, so fuck them.
Fractal branching patterns on them. And
They
the thing is that they're found.
did not like that I slept in there.
Geologists can figure out the environment that they were in and say,
Right.
And they're filter feeders on their own. Feeding animals. Carbon that come their way.
No, I'm good. I don't want you to do anything wrong on my behalf.
So no predation. It feels like there's not a lot going on. Something changes. Oxygen definitely changes during this period. Other things may have changed as well. But the next thing you really see in the fossil is the Cambrian explosion. What do we see there?
No, it absolutely is. I know. I recognize that some people don't like me and they don't want me in there. Hey, perhaps.
Which again is something that in some ways maybe we could get to make an argument as a mechanism to get people to eat. But you've got to eat. The cheetahs are going to run and that's because zebra is capable of escaping. So it leads to greater feats of evolution than ever have been possible. To a much more beautiful. And so it's not all bad by any means. But the thing is, you can't have this if you don't have a partnership.
That's cool.
And if you don't have you can get about. And if you've got an oxygenated plant, you can get about 40%. To trophy levels, you can have things and so on. You come to a level of ecological waste, which is completely impossible in this question.
This reminds me of our conflict with every instance of beauty, many souls. In this struggle. How is it? Got something.
Fittest.
Headshot.
Now, what's fit, what's weak, but the thing is, evolution only happens because of that.
One way to die is the constraints, the scarcity of the resources of the environment. But that seems to be not nearly as good a mechanism than other creatures on their about. Environment like a static environment. Then there's the dynamic.
forces you to come up with a solution to your offensive and is new and hasn't been done. It forces change, literally evolution, on populations. They have to become different.
And it's interesting that humans have changed like that into more. I mean, I guess what humans are doing is inventing more productive and safe ways of doing that. Morality, multitudes of things. I think they ultimately lead to competition versus violence. So I think violence can be cold, brutal, inefficient aspect to it. But if you channel that into more controlled competition with basic ideas, basic approaches to life, maybe be even more productive than ever. So that was very like the amount of murder required to really, genetically speaking, that's a lot. Yeah.
Base society and the way that evolution works.
That's an adventure.
But actually, it is something we do. This is how science have to get better, otherwise they die. It's the way that society works. In ancient Greece, we had the Athens and Sparta and city states. We have the Renaissance and nation states. Universities compete with each other. Tremendous amounts of companies compete with each other. It drives innovation. And if we want to do it without all of the debt, we have to have some kind of societal level control. Well, hit the saloon guys and the it's going to be, and society as a whole has this debt here. So you come, who makes up these rules and how do we have avoiding the death of evolution? So, innovation, richness.
We always said it, that like murder is illegal, except when it's done inside of truckers and at a large scale. So we still have wars. But we are struggling with this idea of like murder is bad. It's very interesting. The evolutionary imperative. So, trying to that makes evolution creative.
I think we naturally do. We help ourselves. The form is basically about competition and differential rewards. But we have, I keep using this word moral obligation, but we cannot operate as a society if we go that way. It's interesting that our problems are achieving balance. So, for example, in the financial crash in 2009, do you let banks go to the wall? This question. In evolution, certainly you can go to the wall, and in that sense, you don't need the regulation because they just are. Whereas if we, as a society, think about what's required for society as a whole, then you don't have to. In which case, you then have to impose some kind of regulation that banks themselves will, in a manner, exploit.
Yeah, we've been struggling with this kind of idea of capitalism, the cold brutality of capitalism that seems to create so much beautiful things in this world, and then the ideals of communism that seem to create so much destruction in history. We struggle with ideas of, well, maybe we didn't do it right. How can we do things better? And then the ideas are the things we're playing with as opposed to people. If a PhD student has a bad idea, we shoot the PhD student. We just criticize their idea. And
we have a very humane life.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys do it. The way I run things, it's always life and death. Okay, so it is interesting about humans that there is an inner sense of morality, which begs the question of how did Homo sapiens evolve? If we think about the early invention of sex, early invention of predation, what was the thing invented to make humans? What would you say?
I mean, I suppose a couple of things I say. Number one is you don't have to wind the clock back very far, 5-6 million years or so, and let it run forwards again, and the chances of humans as we know them is not necessarily that high. You know, imagine as an alien you find planet Earth and it's got everything involving humans on it. It's an amazing, wonderful, marvelous planet, but nothing that we would recognise as extremely intelligent life, spacefaring civilization. So when you think about aliens, we're kind of after something like a spacefaring civilization. We're not after zebras and giraffes, lions, amazing that they are. But the additional kind of evolutionary steps to go from large, complex monkeys, let's say, to humans, strike me. The distance is all about the brain. And where's the brain and morality coming from? It seems to me to be all about groups, human groups, and interactions between groups. Yes. And there's a called Mark Thomas who's done a lot of beautiful work on this kind of questions. I talk to him every now and then, so he's influenced by him. Depending on the more interactions you have going on between different groups, the more transfer of information, like groups, of people moving from one group to another group, almost like lateral regions. The more expertise you are able to maintain, the more culturally complex your society become. And groups that have become detached, Easter Island, for example, very often degenerates in terms of the complexity of their civilization.
Is that true for complex organisms in general?
Really much. But in human terms, I don't know what the actual factors were that were driving a large brain, but you know, you can talk about fire, you can talk about tool use, correlate especially with the actual known trajectory of human evolution in terms of cave art. That seems to work much better just with population density, number of between all of which.
But population density is the number of interaction, then there must have been forced by that number of interactions that actually led to humans. So Richard Wrangham talks about it's basically the beta males have to beat up the alpha male. So that's what collaboration looks like. Is when they're living together, they don't like our early ancestors don't like the dictatorial aspect of a single individual at the top of the tribe. So they learn to collaborate on basically democracy of sorts that prevents, minimizes, or lessens the amount of violence, which essentially gives strength to the tribe and make the war between tribes.
It's argued to the intended viewport
I think one of the
while its basis is JVA contains a strong admixture of JVA and Ta elements, as well as including many loanwords from both Persian and Akkadian.
It's really just two aspects.
Smoking. One composed in JPA of the 3rd, 4th century CE. Later date, Tai was transmitted in an oral or written form to babies. Loni. 3 the JVA elements in Tai do not derive from the original composition, but are rather the result of a later Babylonian updating of the narrative and the elimination of the JPA elements. Or after the original Palestinian composition received its JVA form, it was brought back to its LJLA. Linguistic analysis of the vocabulary of Tai. The arguments in Smolik's article are based on several morphological features in the Aramaic Tai text. Indeed, it's startling to conclude that the text originated in Palestine was transmitted to Babylonia, where it underwent a partial transformation and then was returned to Palestine, where further morphology was complicated, at least insupportable in light of the linguistic evidence, has placed an inordinately on morphological occurring in one manuscript following Ginsberg's incorrect philological also on supposed JPA lexical features. In the fall, flowing analysis deal with the morphology. Miller Kessler, the earliest evidence for Targum Onkelos from Babylonia, and the question of its dialect and origin. Bible 3. 181. Stephen A. Pseudo Jonathan and the late Jewish literary Rama. I see in studies in Bible and exegesis, EDSM Barash A.L. Ramat Gan, Bar Ilan University. Press, 1993 in Hebrew. 3 to 82. 16 C. Smolik, Aramaic dialect, 69 to 73. Takallah. Try in order to show that it is permeated and that it is extremely improbable to do yet. Else except in Jewish Babylonia, as to the time of its composition. No morpho and the presence of morpho logical elements from top point to its having been composed sometime before the Genic period, while the present writer cannot give a plausible explanation at present for the occurrence of occasional JPA morphologic. One manuscript of 7Y, 18 it is his opinion that they cannot refute the overwhelmed evidence of JPA morphology, vocabulary, and syntax in Titus opposing original Palestinian provenance for this composition. One morphology 19. Tai is overwhelmingly that of JDA with an admixture of ta. 1.1 verbal forms. 1.1.1 synthetic participial forms 20. JDA 1 SG. LOA 189:27 X for JD 190:2. Sound 1 190:8 XJD. Jerza 192:7 2 SG. Grower 192:6 LPL 229:2 Fair 3 FF 186:21 2M.PL ERRNX 195:14 21 bird asterisk K29:18 ENNG was 189:5 1.1.2 infinitive forms of derived conjugations. 8.22 XNNXB 194:21 XNNX1 190:1 XPSXB 190:7 XRFRXXB 3:11 PKBA 23 1
Yes.
1.1.3 AF Avix JBA 24 MRNX 191:2 1:26 25 1.1.413 ERSN W-2/1 prefix 26 JBA 3M.SB DW asterisk 1 191:2 191:3 3M.PL RWB 191:5 1.1.5 perfect kidney forms top 27 here I asterisk 191:20 195:16 page 29:21 1.6 M.PL participle of your wide verbs Top 28. EXIAN 194:21. 17 note also that the only direct citation of a targeted text in Thai is from Onkelos RVNNX carat. X3 carat by GDT 2123, C195:12. 18 in essence, the only distinct JPA morphological form which actually occurs is the 3M.PL. PF verb with 3M.SG. Sub. And which occurs in this. 1 point. This manuscript is just as characteristically JBA as the example. The following sections are represented. PS, GBA, 30 FM. Everyone this form was incorrectly analyzed by Smollett, Aramaic dialect, 50. Phrase reads, no PRRNXDK if you come to 22C Dalman, PA, 81. 23 CEPS, GBA, 49. 24 this is a typical GBA, GBA, 100. W link. JPA employs either NX or NRC. ADFX. 25 but once in IPK, G336:4, the top form downman, GJPA, 358. 26 the statement of Smollett occurs in JPA to express volitional modality is completely incorrect.
That
27C Dalman, GJPA, 260. 28C Dalman, GJPA, 350.
So
Faith and provenance of the Aramaic polygon is 1.1.7/verbal stems, in addition to the retention of T as in Ta and JPA. There are many more examples. /TSNNK 191 TIP G336LL BW assimilation of T29 2:5 MNSX 193:26 NNSX 194:10 G336:16 NMP and .PLA recovery and top JPA 30 PNXN 194 NN 194:18 from 195:16 1.1.92 and.SG infer
and our
BBTX JBA 31W 196:2 G336:10 January. Forms have the classical V ending found in Ta and often 32 186:9 IROS 186:11 1.2 nominal forms 33 1.2.1 M. Forms. The dominant morpheme is in JBA, while only a few examples of ABS and X, DET, as in Ta and JPA occur. AW.P Ta, JPA, 86:11, now 189:9, BW.JBA, PG. 190:23, Z3ND, 190:26, OIBJ, 1
We do it on
9, M, 191:10, if 1 Z, 192:11, YB,
keep someone
193. 89:27, XUNN, 192:30, XRO, 196:3, 1.3 pronominal forms, 1.3.13 M. ROP VNGY 188:26, over VN 80, MGN 1 and R 86:20, 1.3. SS sub. Indian stock, JPA 35. 191:22. JDA 36. 3F.PL. Surat MVO 190:37. 1.3.33 M.SG. ACC sub. Ending FOL 3M.PF. Several types occur in type. MINX 188:21, RN carat DP 188:27, Vox G337:3, Utah 39, and 1 MP carat N 187:22, Mamma EFS 188:14. 431. Graph G337:14. VN Ropi M 5B5. CJPA 40 MJ. Geo 336. G330. 14. Engineers. G2. 29 CEPS. GVA. DFF. 30 in JVA. There is no final end. 31 CBJ. All F is retained in both TUT and JPA. C Dalman. GJPA 300. DJPA 43. 32 C Dalman. GJPA 254. 33. It may be noted here that the form ENMA 191:14 does not have a PNS. As correctly understood by Deutsch in his edition. Added an correct LN in C Dalman. GJPA 204. 35 C Dalman. GJPA 204. GBA 30. 1. 387. Agree that all of the examples occur in this G. Michael Sokolov 1.3.43 SG/PLACC skip ending FOL3M.PM top JPA 41 DRVNY E3N asterisk MS G336AF 1.3.53 ACC sub ending FOL3M.DF3 verb JBA Torrent 192:18 42 MM 194:6 5 7 2 plus participle 43 asterisk YMDKP 186:13 29 22 MVPP 192:192:29 2.2 kettle LE syndrome JBA 44 NNKBPV KND 1 20.
That's how it's done, baby.
Indeterminate forms
But
are
those questions are really
always
important
employed. Syntactic usages.
Revolution is us
190:17. New York TF to apply asterisk 2. 191:12. 2.4 position of site. DAVs are always placed before
wires and
the
biology.
noun. 45 e.g. Kaiwai IPN. 191:13. 2.5 use of ACC marker IT. This symptom is used in TUT and JPA. And 5:18 equals Mazitno.
Excellent.
But
BWPRON
we
sub.
come really with this to
Pen asterisk IRIC.
consciousness.
193:5. And W. 193:8. K caret KV. 193:11. And W. 193:12. And WPPO asterisk. 194:10. PRW 195:1. MMPROV asterisk. 195:5. Here asterisk Y0K. 195:13. MPMTTN. 195:15. And WWK. 195:18. And W2. 195:22. RRRR Woken. K29:22. MMN. 335B5.
Specifically consciousness.
2.6 Use of ACC marker B. This usage is common in all of the Middle Aramaic dialects. A alone. KGIASA PNRV ISO. G336L. MMB twin KJK. 192:7. Kip Carrico. And WK asterisk UMB. 197:8. Etc. BW Prolepis PRON. KJRAN PNRV MMX. 186:14. IFF1. THK. 191:26. NYM. LOM. 192:14. KYTT and WB and POK. G337B3. Etc. 2.7 Use of independent clause. PRO and BL and me. Both forms are employed in the texts. The former is used in TUT and the latter in JDA and JTA 47. 3. Vocabulary. The following analysis of the vocabulary of TUT shows that most words which are peculiar to a particular Ma dialect are found either in JDA or another Maya dialect. 48 A large number of additional words are known specifically from TUT. The following are the examples. 41 C Dalman, GJPA, 385. 42 in JPA, DN, isn't dash, e.g. NMN, Dalman, DJPA. 43 C DJPA, 976. 44 SEC DJBA, 6/2. 45 CGJPA, 368. 46 Malik, Aramaic dialect, 54, incorrectly states that Thai does not use this independent form. 47 CDJBA, 327, DJPA, 145. 48 Malik, Aramaic dialect, 60, suggests that K3 is borrowed from Syriac Re-N. This is entirely unlikely. The passage reads, KB13BP /BRKJHPT, K29:25, where it is a clear corruption. Date and provenance of the Aramaic Talaga issue. 19. 3.1 JBA vocabulary. 1 XDWLTT2 to grasp in a towel/garment. 194:6. Similarly, Semdim. IB and Saprox PRAPX text reads. Snan XD vitamin N Antopi. LJ 147:24. This phrase is exactly like the phrase XDTTWN 9 Echoes NDNPN 49. 2B and NXV. To hold back, retain. 191:24, 29. The text reads, XD573HX, NM not NDXVD3X and VNB1 X Tim. There are among the Jewish people those who retain a fetus in the mother's womb for 12 months. This means king of VNNXVE is known elsewhere only from Syriac. 50. 3TFJX someone, person, 191:2. This form is characteristic of Maya, 51. Occurring in JBA and MOP, 52. 4 minus 3 and X to contain, have. The text reads, X10 XTV3 and X, 191:23. This is a JBA usage. 53. 5x31x and asterisk, x great God, K29:26, 335b6. The phrase is known from JBA. 54. 6xdxy, 192:2. This word occurs only in JBA, while JPA has HDB. 7x-DNNX to recite an incantation, G336:15, 193:23, while Isidio. Attic phrase is documented in both JPA 55 and JBA 56 is used here with the ABS. Form X-D may point to an MWA origin. 8xNYTTXNM at that time, 194:12. In contrast to Smollett, 57 this adverbial expression does not reflect LJLA, but is perfectly good JBA and occurs often. In text, 58. 9xNXNNX places, 191:8. This is the JBA part of the noun x and nx, occur. Ring also in the other Maya dialects, 59 as opposed to the pot. EMX in the MWA dialects, 60. 10 arms, NNDDM1B3 they prayed to the Lord of Prayers, 191:10. This is a thoroughly JBA expression composed of two idiomatic expressions. From 10. The examples given in DJBA 385 are in square brackets and also indicate that this word is a corruption. 49 CDJBA 1126. Ginsberg's attempt in GS1 337 and to 1.1 to understand this word as a Cox crest should be completely rejected. Besides the fact that the parallel quoted here from ProPX supports the known meaning of this word, DJBA 1126. His attempt to connect this word semantically with Aramaic X and bro is far-fetched to say the least. 50 CF he held the messenger back for 3 days, all veget. Gregorii Bar Hebraei Chronicum Syriacum, Paris, Maisonneau, 1890, 390:21. SL 25 MNG 3 51. It occurs also in Mati MYMD 353 52 CDJBA 119. Contrary to Smollett, Aramaic dialect 44. This is not a phonetic change from TTRX, but probably reflects official Aramaic CTX which later disappeared. JPA only has one WK. 53 CDJPA 127 MNG. C. 54 CDJPA 133. 55 CDJPA 305 MNG. 3B. 56 CDJPA 669 MNG. 5. 57 C Smollett, Aramaic dialect, 60. 58 CDJBA, 1168. 59 CDJBA, 179. 60 CDJPA, 81. 20. Michael Sokolov. Both the word DM prayer as well as the phrase DMX3 Read to pray are well.
So what is
Attested in JBA 61 and are also found in Mach 62 as to the expression DNRRND. Ginsburg pointed to the Hebrew expression DDM and BJN merciful one occur. Rain once in Mishneh Hebrew in Leviticus Rabbah and contended that it is an Aramaic copy of this phrase instead of the more common Aramaic XJDM 63 Vim. Hebrew phrase there reads in its entirety, and Velin SDMODM and BJDPX. Merciful one does not smite the souls first, Lepar 17:4, and Margiles, B. 378:2. While this is clearly is an epithet of God, it is also certain that it's literal. Meaning from the context is Lord of mercy. However, in view of the first part of the Aramaic phrase in 7y, it is clear that this cannot be its meaning in this text, where it should rather be translated as Master of Prayers. To the best of my knowledge, this Aramaic phrase is unattested anywhere in JBA. However, its Hebrew equivalent is known from a Babylonian Salihat prayer from the Judaic period. DDM and BJN ID1. Mamad Nano DMC and DD may the ones who bring in prayers bring in our prayers before the Master of Prayers. 64 i.e. the angels are implored to be intercessors in bringing the congregation's prayers before God, who is the Master of Prayers. 65 Moreover, we should also note that this exact phrase actually occurs in Mach, another Maya dialect, KLKDXXDMAXNXDX, XNXTTA, O Lord of Prayers, O Lord of Petitions, Lichvarsky, ML 188:1. 66. 11 MM owner of the garden, 186:10. 67. The form known from JBA is nearly always extra. 68. Although NXTT is also attested, note that the variant form XM 193:24 is found also in JPA and in SWAT. 69. 12 asterisk OSO 187:29 188:12, a typical JBA word that is not found in MWA. 70 DSY form PN 189:10 71 is employed once. 13 TTRX those people 194:30. This is a typical JBA phrase. 72. 14 ISNPA. It so transform, be transformed. The texts read TSMJ Roy. X13X my XMRXC Wrath when God transformed that fetus into a stone. 191:18. XMM no pi MMAVDD MMXMWs in Snexy that fetus which was in his 61 the MWA dialects only have the meaning mercy for this word. DJPA 521. 62 CDJBA 1069 MNG 3. 63 CGSJ 329 and to 1.12. He is followed in this interpretation by Smolik, Aramaic dialects. 68. For the use of WOM as an appellation of God in JBA, CDJBA 1069. 64 C Israel Davidson ETAL, EDS, Siddur Arsaji Jayon, Jerusalem, Reuben Mass, 1970 in Hebrew, 357:21, Daniel Goldschmidt, and Ritzitron and Vipi XTRV Aruahim Rubental. Jerusalem, Mosat Harapu, 1965, 1616. 65 Note that in the following line God is called, and asterisk, ENYMFF. 66 CMD, 251. 67 The original meaning is gardener. 68 CDJBA, 281. 69 SEDJPA, 133, SL, 249. 70 CDJBA, 382. 71 CSL, 342. The form PN occurs also in JPA, CDJPA 165,
and I will
where
also
it is a
leave to
defective
them the
spell.
definition of love.
Ing
What
prepared.
is what
This is
happens to
unlikely here
human
since Thai
beings
employs
when
clean
there's
orthography.
magic that just
72
grabs them,
CDJBA
like nothing else matters
388.
and somehow you can
Note,
search for this
however,
feeling, this
that the more classical Aramaic form
that
P1,
feeling.
well known also
The
from
philosophers
Ta,
can have a lot of
occurs
fun
in the
with that one.
CONF-lated
And
phrases
also
P
saying
or
that's just
195:13
biological
and
explanations are all
Caratex
kind of
NA
self-made.
186:24.
Actually, Ayn Rand will
Date
say
and
it's all
provenance of
selfish.
the Aramaic
There's a lot of
Talmud
different
issue.
interpretations. I'll leave it to the
21.
philosophers. The point is the
Daughter's
feeling.
womb was transformed into a
Sure, how it
stone.
feels good.
191:13.
My toaster
This meaning is at
makes me feel
tested in JBA
like it's the only
73
toaster.
but not in JPA.
And when I
The
leave,
TX and TTN
and
now 195:17. This word occurs only in JBA. 74. 1610.
Get a better version of me.
To encircle 195:1.
That sure is
191:13. This root appears occasion. Ally Enginic JBA with A75. The morphology of the form with assimilation of T as well as its meaning agree well with the attested form in JBA. 17. To place iron monocles upon SS 193:6. G336L. This specialized meaning of XV and D is found in male only in JBA 76 and in SY 77. Meaning of it to place upon SO is documented for JBA 78. 18. Everyone 189:10. This is a ubiquitous term in JBA 79.9. Found in JPA which uses KDY top. 80. 19. BTBBD anything, whatever. 190:2. This is a common phrase in JBA. 81. 20. KDVDT kid start of the cabbage. 194:982. G337B483. In spite of the congruous small size of this plant, this reading, which occurs twice in the Aramaic text as well as in the later Hebrew tradition of Thai, should not be amended. To law as was done by Smollett. 84. The text here brings to mind the tradition concerning Haman who was hanged on a thorn bush. 85. Something which is es. Especially relevant in light of the comparisons in the Midrashic literature between Haman and Jesus. 21. NW1. This form of the pronoun is ubiquitous in JBA 86 both alone. 189:23. And WFOL noun. E.g. smocks and what kind of healing. K29:12. 87. 22. XNNXD Lords. Of XNA 186:24. This form used in JBA 88 as opposed to the class. Found in JPA 89. 73. CDJBA 388 FF. 74. CDJBA 391. 75. CDJBA 363. This has no connection with JPA which employs NTN. 76. CDJBA 930. MNG 3. Formation. 77. CSL 1235. MNG 2.C.L 78. CKU Gazabi BOMJYT QID 73A 21 DJBA 511 DD MNG2 79 CDJBA 560 ADC DJPA 410 81 CDJBA 560 82. This is the correct reading of the text. C. Horbury 120 and not KTFBM as read by Gaines.
Come on in, big dog.
And followed incorrectly by Smollett. Aramaic dialect. 68. 83. Incorrectly cited by Smollett. Kibit. As Zanahit. 84. C. Smollett. Kibit. 68. There is only one suggested interchange of this type in JBA. Is KDYO. CDJBA. 9, and an
What up, Big Ben?
explanation on that basis in light of the strong textual tradition of tarot is extremely unlikely.
Are you ready?
A Hebrew version of Thai preserves the tradition. Found here, BHYMC, and Anabi.
I played Zoot and
21. 85 C Esther Rabbi 9:2, 14b.
I played Riser. Apologies. Yeah, and Caspian Sea. I don't know. I mean, it was last night. All right, I'll be there in just a second. What did you get? How'd you do that? That's bother as fuck. Nope. That's bother as fuck. Did they also teach you how to join the game? Well, they should have. That's... Oh, fuck. That's some horse shit. Look, man. What are you doing? What are you doing with this craziness? What is this bullshit? That's some wild shit, man. How about this move? Dude, quit with that bullshit. Let's see what you've got here. Get in your way. Well, you better start charging it. Camouflaged. All right, I could take a risk, and I'm going to. Oh, my risk may have paid off. It may not have. What are you going to do, big dog? Knock my ball in. Thank you, sir. Boom. Hold 2. 1-1. I'm going to beat you 5 times here, and then we're going to play that non-skill, that skill and fortune-based game, chance-based game, known as Ocho. No, I did not. I was encouraged to do it around the year 2016, but no, it's not something that I had in mind as a child. I was very dedicated to going to synagogue every day and every Shabbat, and I just never missed. And people admired those qualities. Additionally, I was just taking classes on like Tuesdays and Thursdays, studying Torah and Talmud, and people around the year 2018 or so really started to tell me that they would want to learn from someone like me, and that if I found the time, that I should seriously consider becoming a rabbi. So I continued to take classes, and I always felt that I needed to improve my Hebrew because it's not my first language. And while my biblical Hebrew is okay, my secular Hebrew needed some improvement, I felt. So I started taking more Hebrew classes, and then started studying under rabbis, and joined another synagogue. So I was a member of two synagogues at the same time. And then started working with a rabbi in Beverly Hills. And then he moved to Israel, and I continued to work with him through that move. And then I was finishing the process when the pandemic hit, and one of my rabbis set me up with one of my rabbinical colleagues set me up with one of his um, rabbinical colleagues, and so I finished up my learning under Rabbi Oppenheimer, and that was when he had just moved to Israel, and that was in 2020. Make this. Oh, I know where it is now. Well, I don't think it's that tree. You could try to hit it. I don't know about that. Go, 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 go. There we go. That's perfect. I've built a little wall. I don't know if you're going to be able to get it. Oh, no way. One of the best shots in my entire life. One of the best shots I've ever seen in my entire One of the best shots I have ever seen in my entire life. That was maybe the best shot. One of like the top three best shots I've ever seen. Dog, do you know how good that shot was? I've got it recorded. Get there. I can't believe the shot that you just had. Well, in that last hole. You ready for this? Are you ready for this? It's an easy shot. Oh, we never play this one. I don't like. What are you talking? I never play this hole. Hit my ball in the black. Oh, you don't think that was a good shot? I'm gonna fuck you over, man. Oh, fuck you, dude. Wow. That was absolute garbage. Dog, you fucked me. I mean, right there? Yeah. That was amazing. Are you gonna take your shot? Come on, man, tie it up. That's what I'm talking about. Excellent, man. Here we go. Big shot. Right, because I cleared the way. You're gonna bounce it off that thing, though. Oh, you did not. Black. Oh no. Perfect. Make it. I want to see you make it. No way. I retake the lead. I love this hole. Oh no. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Perfect. Perfect shot. Oh no. I know. I chose not to take the risk. Come on, baby. Oh, that was bullshit. No, we do. Well, it's arguable that there are a lot that are equivalent. Um, so there's blasphemy, which is bad, idolatry, which is bad, drinking blood of a living animal is bad, murder is bad, incest is bad. Um, Yeah, I mean, there are different reasons why you might have to consider that. If it's to save your own life, then you can do it. But I would probably say, well, there's um, inappropriate sexual relations. But probably, I mean, like the worst thing you could do is kill every Jew on earth, I guess. Um, so most likely anything that can't be reversed, like something like murder, something like that. Um, and I would also say though that what some people consider murder, other people might not. If you have to do it for self-defense or to preserve your own life, then those types of things can be taken into account. And also, um, if you are in war, it's not as severe because the argument can be made that you're preserving your own life. There, it's more the idea of like Satan, and we consider that to be like a prosecutor in a courtroom. So essentially, it's not the oh nice almost made. It's not the opposite of God, but it would almost be like God was the judge and Satan would be the prosecuting attorney against a defense attorney. Oh, your ball is not going to continue to roll, is it? All right. Which way would you go, left or right? Probably left because it seemingly has a better opportunity to go in. But I think right is better because of where the arrows are pointing. Nope, not what you wanted. Watch this move, though. That just made it. There you go, big dog. Oh, hit the thing. Oh, no. What's going to happen? That actually might turn out to be a really good shot. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's better going in the water. What is that? All right, you ready for this shot? Oh. No way. That's going in the water. It didn't. I've got a perfect game going, Zoot. How does that make you feel? Well, that's like asking. I'll tell you, but I mean that's a very broad question. I know some of my rabbinical colleagues feel that we all feel that Christians are not practicing the correct faith. There are some who feel that they practice idolatry due to having like statues or perhaps polytheism due to the belief in the Trinity. It so there are some I know who are more tolerant, especially when it comes to interfaith dialogue. So, like when we have to interact with Christians, um, frankly, Jews have more in common with Muslims in many ways. That was a great shot. Than we do Christians. Like, for instance, if there's no synagogue available, it is allowed for us to pray in a mosque, but not in a church. So I would. Did you say why? There's an issue that arises. We're monotheistic, and most Christians believe in the Trinity, and so that idea of it being like um, you've got the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost is three in one, which is polytheistic, and also the fact that like there are crosses. Uh, Generally, we refrain from having any kind of anything that could be considered an idol, and we avoid those types of things, like statues, that kind of stuff. Oh, that was a bad shot. Let's see what you've got, Zoot. Well, for sure. I mean, there are some there are some rabbis who will spit on Christians. There are some fanatical people who will spit on churches. It depends on how fanatical you get. But that's not generally the mainstream, and most people don't treat other people that way, but it does happen. That is a common belief. Oh, that fucking cow got in the way, leaving you with a shot that you can make. Put it in the water. Just made a giant, giant mistake. Mm, I mean, it depends what I define as a person. I don't I don't see them as having the same belief systems. Do I think they're Homo sapiens? Yeah, really. But do I think that they have the same rights as Jews? No. There are differences in how the law is interpreted. Oh, what a great shot. And when determining what a person has to do, they aren't forced to or commanded to uphold the law. So there is some differences between them and Jews. So scientifically, do I think that that we're all the same? I actually think that differs a little bit. Um, Scientifically, we have matrilineal mitochondrial DNA where we can generally trace our ancestors back to the Bible, and a lot of other people cannot do that, and thus we're like a we're like a family amongst a larger nation. Great shots. And I do think that we are creating a breakaway civilization, and in doing so, will no longer be Homo sapiens, will be something else, something that perhaps doesn't die. And so, right now, perhaps we are of the, oh, give me it, baby. We are of the same DNA, but that doesn't necessarily mean will be in the future. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. What happened? Did it cause any damage? Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Could have been worse. Oh man, did I fuck? Many were forced, especially during the Spanish Inquisition, during the pogroms. Generally, Christianity is an easier religion. You don't really have to do anything on a daily basis. Like, you don't have to don tefillin, you don't have to keep kosher, you don't have to necessarily keep some of the marital requirements or family planning steps. So it's easier. And also, Christianity really became popular because of the Roman Empire and the the subsequent civilizations that followed, like the Holy Roman Empire and the Spanish Kingdom, and moving into the Germanic kingdoms, and then eventually you have then the Eastern Orthodoxy, and you had then the pressures of the Muslim, the spread of Islam, And then eventually in England, there were a lot of other options than just Judaism or Gnosticism or Zoroastrianism that 2,000 years ago, which, like 2,500 years ago, were not available. You ready for Uno? All right, here we go. That's correct. Wow, what a close win. 1-0. Hey, word dog. Do I think there's intelligent life? Absolutely. Generally, we would need faster than light communication, which is possible. Perhaps. It breaks the laws of physics, but it may be possible. Yeah, I mean, using wormholes and bending space time. Oh, for sure. I played with Caspian and Riser yesterday, like earlier today, and when you play with multiple people, it's a lot different. Like the skips and the reversing, like the way we play is pretty simple, but when you add all that other stuff, it's pretty wild. Well, I think we were seated here, so that's. I think that there are much more intelligent extraterrestrial biological entities, and that basically that we're like their zoo. Like they basically seeded the earth like we seed an ant farm, and then they just watched us develop and made adjustments depending on how they wanted us to accelerate our evolution. 2-0, something like that. Now, hold on a second. I see special cards. Do you want me to turn on special cards? Right now, we play no special cards. I don't know what special cards means, but we'll try it. So just be on the lookout. We have special cards in here. Okay, I have a special card. I don't know what it does. What did that do? What is that card I just played? You played a shield. Oh, so maybe that blocks you. No, but you had already put down a thing to make me go draw 2. What is that? What's dead red? Well, I don't necessarily see it that way. I think that extraterrestrial biological entities could have perhaps used the planet for. I mean, if you go to the science of it, or look at like abductees, they like our glands, like our adrenal gland, and they like animal glands. So it could have perhaps been like a farm where they farm us. Okay. Okay. 3-0, big dog. What are you doing over here? Are you trying to win? All right. One player each drew 2 cards for dead red. I don't know what that does. I have a lot of cards. Okay, one player each drew 2 cards. Zoot drew a card. I guess I have to draw a card then. Me, you fucked me. I have so many different color cards right now. I agree. What in the fuck is this card, dude? X-ray. What does that do? So is it? What's the X-ray do? Oh, did it? You can only see one of my cards? Oh, fuck you, dude. Okay, 3-1. So the special cards are Shield, X-Ray, Dead Red, and Boo Blue. All right. I think it blocks you from someone like fucking you over. One player each drew 2 cards. One player. Oh, fuck. You're gonna fuck me. What the fuck was that? I see you have a green 2. Go, go to the bathroom.
and SYAP, 182 to 83. 86 CDJBA, 634. 87 CDJBA, 635, MNG. D. 88 CA/A4,707. 89 CDJPA, 329. 22. Michael Sokolov. 23 KTTVY Worldly Life, 192:4. This expression occurs several times. In JBA. 90. 24 BPJB4 in 194:9, G337:4. This usage is well attested in JBA. 91. 25 KK, JNM Baptizer, 186:4, 186:9, 189:3, 189:21, 92. The root is often found in JPA, JBA, and MH in the sense of to div, die, but never in the sense of to immerse oneself, for which or one BK are usually employed. As the present writer has pointed out, 93. The word under discussion is well known in MWA from CPA as an appellation of John the Baptist. 94. Smolik has additionally noted that Tio XKB occurs in Ma in the same usage. 95. Since a borrowing in Thai of a word from CPA is extremely unlikely, its occurrence in Thai probably implies that it was borrowed from Ma, with an adaptation to the classical orthog rabbi. The existence of another Ma specialized expression in Thai in addition to the previously discussed NB shows that this is not an isolated phenomenon. 26 HB, KTIB my/R master, the use of HD before a PN, CFWHD. 195:10, is common in most of the A dialects. The form here is either JPA or Ta. Since JBA uses ID, the form KHD, 195:3, 17, is an archaic form 96 and is known elsewhere from Genic JBA. 97. 27 and Chi fetus, embryo, 191:19, this word is known only from MH and from JBA. 98. 28 KD1D. This word occurs in two meanings in Thai, one edge of knife/sword, in the phrase *x div PMXNN, 186:23, this meaning occurs in MA in both JBA 99 and SY, 102. Opening in phrase XMYDIXD1D, 193:23, this meaning is found only in Aramaic in JBA 101 and CPA 102. 29 div PE. To be in a state, ready, 193:12 equals G336:5, the text reads, XM1, M*XD*DXP the crucifix pole is ready to crucify him. 103 This specialized meaning of the root used with inanimate objects is only attested in JBA. 104. 90 CDJBA, 867, MNG. 2. 91 CDJBA, 1026, MNG. Il.A. Ginsburg's statement, at LOC, that the verbal form here is a PF is entirely incorrect. 92 This is rendered in the Hebrew translation by the same Aramaic root yaks, 185:27, 186:15, 193:8. 93 Sipo Yarin, a revised version, 250, and to 1.2. 94 CLSP, 166. SY always employs RCSL, 802. 95 Like Ma Kajadic 1 River MD, 187. This word seems to be one of the Ma words which originated in the West. 96 Note also MB, 186:21. 97 CDJBA, 707. 98 CDJBA, 846. 99 C Rums Pimiran DJBA, 890. 100 COARSL, 1165. It also occurs in CPA, LSP, 159, in the form 101 CDJBA, 890. 102 CLSP, 158. 103 Smolik, Aramaic dialect, 59, incorrectly translates the impaler, sick, was standing. 104 CDJBA, 1003, MNG. 7b. Date and provenance of the Aramaic Taladat Yeshub. 23. 30 WHDDP to behead, 188:21. This phrase is found also in SY, where it is used there only in connection with plants. 105. 31 BTPE. To attach, cords, threads, etc. This root occurs in the phrase RRJTD2XB2T\XIN, 195:21, and this specific meaning of this verbal root is odd, or wise, found only in JBA. 106. 32 Kern STKBFF, the ineffable name, G336:12. This phrase occurs in MH as TTMSNNDP 107 and in the Jewish Aramaic dialects as KBHDDKD1P. 108 Note, however, that the word Kens occurs in mod in the phrase K carat is XTTNXD phylactery. Against sorcery. 109. 33 NM top to send for SO. 191:31, while the root tip PA occurs in many Aramaic dialects, its use together with INA is limited only to JBA. 110. 34 PBFF names, of XBFF, 186:31, the JPA plural is always JNDFF, 111, while the JBA plural is nearly always PFF, 112. 35 Kevin Rooster, 194:4. The form of this word without gimel occurs specifically in JBA. 113. 36 numerals, nearly all of the numerals occurring in the text are in JBA. 114. 3.2 Ta vocabulary. 1 mixed letters, 190:2b, 115. All of the Aramaic dialects employ the f.pl form. XMRX except for Ta, where the pi is perks TJ is 39:1. 2bx asterisk, dvrrx plus inf, to be able. This specific expression is found in Ta, e.g. PNNXYRRXTYXV and dipstop RVNB to DT 1416 and in JPA. 116. 3xBT xPTT Ekra water trough, 196:1. The term is found elsewhere only in Ta, e.g. to Gen 24:20. 4x50 truly, indeed, 195:6, 117. This phrase occurs often in Ta, e.g. to Gen 17:19, x2:14, and in the MH DBX3, but it is unknown in JPA and JBA. 5 Ix PA to laugh, K29:16, 118. The form is otherwise known only from Ta. 119. 105 C7 FCV \SISL, 1353. 106 CDJBA, 1087, MNG. 14. 107 C Jastro, 1242. 108 CDJBA, 940, DJPA, 451. CF also SYPSMY 330. 109 CMD, 465. 1,0 CDJBA 252. 1.1 CDJPA 555. 1.2 CDJBA 1153 FF. 1.3 CDJBA 1235. 1.4 C, e.g., non, 191:25, 2x, low x, 196:7. 1.5 the SG occurs in 7y in the restored text XIPX, 189:6, which should most likely be. Read KN9X. 116 CDJPA, 237. 117 the text reads, WMB Vino XPTTNPQ. 118 the text reads, TNMN. 119 C Jastro, 432, SV number 2 Yin. 24. Michael Sokolov. 6 asterisk NID alive, 192:7, 194:19. This use of ND in a conditional clause occurs elsewhere only in top, e.g. to X12:9, left 1610. 120. 7 womb, 190:14. This meaning is found elsewhere in top, e.g. to Gen 25:24, JPA, 121 and SWAT. 122. Apex and VXFN6D Service of the God of Heaven, 196:15, CFXQTT and DK 3034. The exact expression is found in TOT, e.g. to DT 32:21, and in SWAT. 123. 9 MRS body, 195:8, 18. This noun appears in all of the Aramaic dialects. In the / formation, except for ta where the / formation is found, e.g. to left 26:30, number 1432. 10 LOVX crucifixion pole, 193:12, 195:1. This word which occurs in MWA 124 and ta, e.g. Gen 40:19, does not occur in JBA which employs K5 *PT. 125. 11 KRP ton law, 194:24. This specific meaning here of common Aramaic D occurs only in top, e.g. FTLDJ. To X1525. 12 KOLXDM water trough, 194:27. The word occurs once in Tazan. RDM to Gen 3038. It is also attested in SWAT. 120.
All right.
Conclusions.
How fucking long is this fucking book? Anyway. So, Rabbi, I thought that desecration of God's name is the worst thing you can do. Dog, I'm not saying it's good, but if you killed every Jew on earth, I think that's a little bit worse. Okay? I think that that's perhaps somebody's traditional of it. But I'm a realist. I'm a scientist, baby. You want to get on board with this breakaway civilization? Well, then you can say all that shit all you want. Just don't kill the entire civilization. All right. Are you going to sing your fucking songs? I have 3 songs I have to sing, I think. Maybe. What is this bullshit? Try it first. Yo, dog, what the fuck is this shit? Yo, you know that Hawaiian song? Malika Miki Laku is Hawaii's way to say. Can you please make those lyrics Jewish? Dude, something went wrong. Regenerate. Dog. Dude, what is this bullshit? This what in the fuck? Ask that one thing, rabbi. No, wrong one. You know that non-Jewish holiday song that is about Hawaii? That's like "Mileke Laku" is Hawaii's way to say. Can you please make these into a song for Jews? Okay, that's lame as fuck. Yo, dog, you know that Hawaiian song that's like Meleki Laku is Hawaii's way to say. Can you please make that song into a Jewish song? Okay, so it goes Melelini Aloha Shalom to you. Aloha, my friend, how are you? In the land of sand and sea we share our love, it's meant to be. That's not the fucking song. Dog, it's from that movie with Chevy Chase. Do that version, but make it a Jewish song. Okay, so Mazel Tov, it's a joyful day. We light the menorah and we sing and say, L'chaim to our friends so dear. Let's celebrate the festival of lights this year. Mazel Tov, it's a Jewish way. A time for family, a time to and a time to pray. Challah bread, latkes, fried so right. We'll dance and sing, it's a festival night. Matzo ball, soup, and kugel on the stove. A brisket so tender you'll love it, you know. Gather round the table, our hearts full of cheer, with the shofar sounding. The New Year is here 3 months ago. Mazel Tov, it's a Jewish way. A time for family, a time to pray. Challah, no, it'd be like. I can never fucking say this. Yeah, not challah. So we will say. Sufigio Sufagio vodka's frying too. The Gelta City, we're celebrating with you. How about Melissa Griffinaya? Is the thing to say during Hanukkah we eat and play. Jelly donuts frying golden and sweet. Gather round the table for this tasty treat. Melissa Griffinaya, Mazel tov to everyone, let's all be near. Spin the dreidel, eat some more soup. Ganyan is calling, who could ask for more? Oil is frying latkes on the side. We're all together, bringing full of pride. A little bit of jelly, a little bit of fun. Hanukkah's here now, celebrations begun. Let's go finaya, oh what a cheer. Mazel tov to everyone, let's all be near. Spin the dreidel, eat some more suvigayan. Suvganiya's calling, who could ask for more? All right, what's that other song? All right, can you please make that song about grandma getting run over by a John Deere into a Jewish song? But like a nice Jewish song. Maybe she doesn't die. All right, so here we go. Grandma's in the kitchen making kugel so fine, lighting candles for Shabbat. It's that time. No, dude, she's still got to be fucking run over. All right, yeah. Can you make that song "Grandma Got Run Over by a John Deere"? Just make it into a Jewish song, but she can still get run over by a John Deere. Grandma got run over by a John Deere on her way to make kugel. We all cheered. No, she was walking in the kitchen, latkes in hand, but the tractor came plowing through the land. Grandma got run over by a John Deere. She was just bringing brisket, oh dear, oh dear. But we'll gather around the table, we'll say a prayer. Even with Grandma down, there's still love in the air. Now, Grandma's in the hospital, don't you fret. She's telling stories, no need to be upset. She'll be up for Shabbat with a smile so wide. We'll sing L'chaim and take it in stride. Grandma got run over by a John Deere. She was bringing brisket, oh dear, oh dear. But we'll gather around the table, we'll say a prayer. Even with Grandma down, there's still love in the air. The tractor hit her slowly, no harm was done. Grandma's got the strength of 1,000 sons. We'll make her some soup, kugel on the side. She's tough as challah bread, you just can't hide. Grandma got run over by a John Deere. She was just bringing brisket, oh dear, oh dear. But we'll gather round the table, we'll say a prayer. Even with Grandma down, there's still love in the air. So next time you see Grandma with a plate in her hand, keep an eye out for that John Deere, oh man. But she'll be okay, don't worry a bit, 'cause families forever will never quit. All right. And then what was it? Is that it? Yeah, dog. Now, okay, we fucking sang it. I gotta daven. That's what I had to do. This shit sucks. God, I feel like I did not do this correctly. Version of the hooked on a little bit. Break it down and I'm sure we change the next one. It's going on. It's about to fall. Fuck. Version of the hooked on a little bit. Come on, get your fucking game together, kid. Version of the hooked on a little bit. Version of the hooked. Version of the hooked on a little bit. What the fuck, dude? Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam. 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 Baruch Adonai Makom Asher Kedishanu Mitzvot V'Tzivanu Al Mitzvot Tefillin. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam.
Says that AI is capable of the same.
From the comparative linguistic material cited from the relevant Aramaic dialect, next we may propose the following conclusions. 1. With regard to morphology, Thai presents on the whole a mixture of forms, known mainly from JVA and Ta. Forms particular only to MWA, e.g. sub-ACC. Pronouns to 3M.pf. Verbal forms are extremely rare and cannot prove that Thai has a Western base. 2. There do not seem to be any particular morphological forms specifically associated with Genetic Aramaic. 3. The evidence of the vocabulary overwhelmingly points to an Eastern PROV. In ants, many expressions are typical of JBA, while several others found only in 7 but are known elsewhere from Maya dialects, indicating that the author could only have known them if he had lived in a Maya milieu. 4. A large number of other vocabulary items are known only from Ta, which was employed by
what's that one fucking Seinfeld?
during the Talmudic and Geonic periods, as opposed to Palestinian Jewry, which utilized JPA for Targumim. 120 conditional clauses are introduced in JBA by D and in JPA by 121 CD JPA, 322, 122 CSL, 800, 123 CSC, 1164, 124 CDJPA, 465, 125 CDJBAY 418, 126 CSL, 144 LMNG 7. Date and provenance of the Aramaic Talagat Yeshua. 25. 5. All of the preceding evidence strongly points to the provenance of the Aramaic Tai as being Jewish Babylonia, and its time of composition towards the middle of the first millennium CE. The following abbreviations are employed in this article.
What is that one where
Christian
Kramer plays that guy at the mall with Mickey?
GJPA Gustav Dalman, Grammatic Hagiitis Palestinis Aramadish. Second head.
No, not Mickey Mantle.
J.C. Hinrichs.
No, Mickey, the
EJBA Michael Sokolov, a dictionary of Jewish Babylonian
vertically
Aramaic
challenged person.
Byzantine period. Ramat Gad. Ar-Ilan University Press.
The
Baltimore.
Pledge Drive?
Johns Hopkins University Press. 2002. DJPA Michael Sokolov, a dictionary of Jewish Palestinian Aramaic of the
No, dog. There's one where Kramer plays a guy
Second
at
head.
the mall,
Ramat
and
Gad.
Mickey
Ar-Ilan University
plays
Press.
his helper.
Baltimore. Johns Hopkins University Press. 2002. EPS. GBA Jacob Nahum Epstein, The Grammar of Babylonian Aramaic, Jerusalem. Lem, Magnus Press, 1960. G Text of Time.
Dog, this sucks.
336.
No, dog. What's the episode where Kramer wears a red suit at the mall?
Studies in memory of Dr. Solomon. Schechter, Gins Schechter, 3 volumes, New York, The Jewish Field. Logical Seminary of America, 1928. Horbury William Horbury, The Trial of Jesus in Jewish Tradition, in the
Dude, it's
Trial of
not
Jesus,
that one.
Cambridge Studies in honor of C.
ChatGPT sucks at Seinfeld trivia.
Famil, Naperville, Allenson.
That's not the
1970,
episode.
116 to
That's the
20.
Festivus episode.
Jasper
What's the
Marcus
one
Jasper,
where they dress up
Dictionary of the Targumim, the Talmud,
Kramer wears a beard
Yerushalayim
and a hat
and the Midrashic literature.
and sits in a
2
chair?
volumes, London, Trowbridge, New York, G.P. Putnam, 1886 to 1903.
Season 2, episode 10.
JBA Jewish Babylonian Aramaic.
I don't think it's that early.
JPA Jewish Palestinian Aramaic. J. Samuel Krause, Fragments Aram Karat Ensta Tolda Yesko, Reg 62. 1911 28 to 37 equals MSS.
Season 2,
B. Lepar
episode
L.J. Samuel Krause, Das Leben Jesu nach Giitis Quellen.
episode 11, 10 and 11.
1902. LJLA Late Jewish Literary Aramaic. LSP Friedrich Schultes, Lexicon Syrapela Essenem, Berlin, G. Reimer. 1903. Mamanda. Now Max Leopold Margulis, a manual of the Aramaic language of the Babylonian Talmud, Munich, C.H. Beck, 1910. M.D. Ethel Stephen Adrover and Rudolph McCook, Amanda Dictionary. Oxford, Clarendon,
Dog,
1963.
that's not
Middle
it.
Eastern Aramaic. M.H. Mishnaic Hebrew. MWA Middle Western
I
Maybe.
Aramaic.
assumed that we
Oka
were
Official
really
Aramaic.
by a chemistry algorithm,
26.
because you have to.
Michael Sokolov.
I would see that as a
Yeah, what
Yes,
Seinfeld does Kramer wear the suit in the mall? Question mark.
Smolik. Aramaic.
Yeah, but the human brain
Dialect.
is not just neurons.
SY.
It's the
SYAT.
immune system. It's the whole package.
TJ.
I mean, I have a
Oh, man.
algorithm that runs
Robert Payne Smith. Thesaurus Syriacus. 2 volumes. Oxford.
It's
Clarendon.
pretty fascinating. It comes from
1868 to 1901.
the whole.
Review day 2.
What season does Mickey,
Michael
Kramer's
Sokolov.
friend,
A Syriac
Star
Mexican with
and
on the lake.
he and Kramer dress up,
Some code.
Bronze.
and Kramer's in a red suit and Mickey's in a green suit, and Kramer has a big white beard?
Willem Epps.
What episode is that of Seinfeld?
The question is
S.
how
Of the Toldot Yeshua Mens.
difficult is it
Aramaic
to
Study
reverse
7.
the whole shebang?
No.
2009 to 73.
It's not that
Syria.
one.
Michael
Doug, it's
Sokolov
not
and
that
Joseph
one.
Yaakov.
Go back to the
Jewish
drawing board.
Palestinian
It's not
Aramaic.
that episode.
Poetry from Late Antiquity.
Like, it's
Jerusalem.
much easier to
The
build a
Israel
human
Academy of
from
Science.
here,
CES
to
and
build a
Humanities.
human
1999 in Hebrew.
than to
Targumic
reverse engineer
Aramaic.
the entirety of the process.
Targum Jonathan to the
Six.
prophets.
Well,
Targum Onkelos. Taladat Yeshua. Agabart and Amulos Taladat Yeshua. Peter Schaefer. It has been one of the major methodological challenges of research on Taladat. Yeshua to distinguish between, on the one hand, certain traditions selected by Christians, pagans, or Jews for whatever reason and in whichever configuration, and, on the other, a well-defined work bearing the title Taladat Yeshua, or whatever title such a work might have been given.
Dog.
Much of the older
Not
research
it.
on Taladat Yeshua has been guided by the desire not only to discover such a work,
So little is known.
but also to find it attested as early as possible.
So little is known.
Any tradition about Jesus' birth, life, and death that is shared between the Taladat Yeshua and some ancient source, and that cannot be explained from either the New Testament or rabbinic sources, is taken as evidence of the
That
composition
isn't
of
it.
work Taladat Yeshua and the earlier. This ancient source turns out to be the earlier the work Taladat Yeshua is dated. The
which is about how
most graphic example of this approach is the famous tradition mentioned by an author as early as the Christian apologist and polemicist Tertullian, second half of the 2nd century CE. In his De Spectaculis, Tertullian gives an impressive list of what the Jews had said about or had done with Jesus, which culminates in the dramatic scene. This is he whom his disciples secretly stole away that it might be said he had risen. UT. Sir Existicator, unless it was the gardener, Mortulinus, who removed him, lest his lettuces be damaged by the crowd of visitors nec lacticae sui frequentia commendium. Ad laterantur, /1. All the elements in Tertullian's list can be easily explained by the New
I
Testament
think that's where the answer lies.
meant, including the gardener who makes his appearance only in John,
the key
when
to things
Mary
like
Magdalene discovers the empty tomb and cannot find Jesus.
tricky
she
aspects of
mistakes
cognition by
The
lying
risen
back
Jesus for the gardener and assumes that the gardener had taken Jesus' body away. 2. But what is missing in John are the lettuces about which Tertullian's gardener is so concerned, and since not only the gardener but also the lettuces make their appearance in some of the Taladat Yeshua versions, many scholars believe that Tertullian in fact refers to some early version of the Taladat Yeshua. Samuel Krauss, whose Das Leben Jesu nach Geidesken Quellen, published 1902, remains until today the standard work on Taladat Yeshua, boldly states that 1 Tertullian, at 30. 2 John 20:15. 28. Peter Schaefer. Tertullian's words must be regarded as an excellent summary of everything that is reported in Taladat Yeshua. 3/4 he even goes so far as to declare Tertullian the ultimate guide for us to determine which elements belong to the original components of the Taladat Yeshua. More recent scholarship has been more restrained in the hunt for early traditions that may be taken as evidence of an allegedly early version of the work. Taladat Yeshua.
What do you think
still,
about
even a scholar as careful and cautious as Hillel
in
knew,
the lab trying to
man holds that
study
Tertullian's
the
lettuce garden is surely our best, not just our first.
in a petri
View of
dish?
the prototypical form of Talagat Yeshuv 5
Do you
which
think that's
served as
policy? Do you have
springboard
to look at policy?
for the later
I've
versions,
never done anything
in
like that. I
particular
don't
the
know much
bizarre
about
tradition
it.
of Jesus
People who
being
I've talked to
hanged,
who do work on it say
on a
amazing
cabbage
things
tree,
can happen,
and,
a bit
most
of brain
recently,
drain in a
Daniel
vicious
Stockman
skin
Ezra has analyzed the
experience of some kind of
list of
feelings or
the
even memories
new
of its from the
Christian
brain.
festivals versus their
Again, I
old
have a feeling
Jewish
that until we
counterparts in the
understand how to control
Talagat Yeshu and has come to the
freedoms,
conclusion that this
control
particular
development,
tradition
we're not
must
going to understand how to turn them on and
belong to
off
the late 4th or
functional
early
system.
5th century. 6. Although H.E. is well aware of the
So,
difference between dating a tradition and a work and admits that he is dealing
I mean, one promising
with a
direction. I'd
very
love to get your
small part
opinion
of
on this.
Talagat Yeshu that
I don't know if
appears
you're
only in
familiar
the
with
Helena
the
recension
mind and
of the work,
AlphaFold
and although he duly concedes the
Do you think it's
possibility that a
possible
5th century
that that will give us
Christian list was used by a Jewish author who lived later,
try to
or even much later,
basically simulate
and / were not in the same region as the
model
origin of the
behavior
list. 7. Stock cannot resist the
biological systems
temptation
as
to
they
date the
become more
work,
complex
that is,
biological systems.
some coagulated version of it,
I'm
in
sure.
late NT.
The interesting thing to me
Palestine.
about protein
Despite many caveats,
is that
he ultimately
for a
does
long
extrapolate
time,
from
my
one
understanding
to
is not what I work on, so I may have got
repeat
this wrong, but my
tiny
understanding is that
stated
you take
tradition within a
sequence
certain
and
version of the
sequence
Talagat Yeshiva day,
and you try to
and
fold
provenance of the work as a whole.
and there are multiple ways in which it can fold.
In what follows, I would like to
Correct
redirect our
information is
attention
not
to what
very easy
most,
thing because we're
if
doing
not
it from
all,
first principles from a string
scholars
of letters,
regard as the
which
first
specify
clear
the string
attestation not just of certain
But what
dispersed
actually
traditions, but of a
is
work
when a
that must
protein
have been
is
identical
coming
with,
out
or
of
at
the
least have resembled some
is coming out of a charged
version of the Talagat
and it's in a
Yeshu as
very
we know it
specific
from the
environment, which is going to
manuscripts,
force this to go there
Agabard's
now,
and
and then this one to go there,
the
and this one to
successor
go there.
Emulo's
You're
references
forcing
to
a specific
Talagat Yeshu.
conformational set of changes
9.
to it as it comes out of the
3. Samuel
So
Kraus,
by the time it's
Das
fully
Leben
emerged,
Jesu
it's
nach
already
Judas
got its
Genquellen,
shape, and that
Berlin,
shape depended
S.
on
Calvary, 1902,
on the
Repair,
immediate environment that it was emerging
Hildesheim,
into, one
Holmes,
letter,
1977, 3.
And I
For Kraus,
don't think that
247
looking
F.
at it that way.
5. Hillel 1.
If that's correct, then
Newman,
that's very
The Death of Jesus in the Talagat Yeshu Literature,
Very
JTS 50, 1999, 59 to 79, especially 78. 6. Daniel Stockman Ezra,
Oh,
an
what?
ancient list of Christian festivals in Talagat
Nice.
Yeshu, polemics. As indication for interaction, HTR 102, 2009 481 to 96. 7. STDKL Ben Ezra, 492 F. 8. This becomes very clear in his conclusions and implications at the end of the article. Pages 495 F. In fact, he follows here von Pfeil, who simply declares that Talagat Yeshu was apparently written in the 5th or even as early as the 4th century, and that it was certainly written in an area that was under Palestinian influence during the Byzantine period. Von Pfeil below. And 12, P13. From this, von Pfeil draws far-reaching conclusions regarding the Jews of Lyons. Dependence on Palestinian rather than Babylonian traditions. 9. I would like to thank the participants in the Talagat Yeshu graduate seminar during the fall term of 2009 and the subsequent conference for their most helpful comments and critique. Much. Agabard's and Amulo's Talagat Yeshu. 29. Agabard, ca. 769 to 840, was enthroned as Bishop of Lyons in 816 CE, after he had served several years as adjunct bishop of his predecessor, Lydra. He is regarded as one of the major figures of the so-called Carolingian Renaissance, as a proponent of the unity of the Brotherhood Empire, as an eloquent advocate of the rights of the Church against the growing claims of the Empire, and, with them, in on the views of the respective authors, as a fervent anti-Semite or at least an outspoken enemy of the Jews. 10. He played an important role in the political UBS announced at the court of his sovereign Louis 778 to 840, who became his father Charlemagne's successor in 814 CE, and who was called Louis the Pious. In 834, Agabard lost the power struggle with Louis and was deposed from his mitre, but the king allowed him to return to his diocese in 838, and he died soon after 840. 11. Among his many books, treatises, and letters, Agabard wrote, between the years 823 and 827/28, a series of letters and documents dealing with the Jews and their rights in the Carolingian Empire. 12 Agabards works were lost in jail. They were rediscovered in the early 17th century and published in several editions, one of which was reprinted in English Culturologia Latina. More motive. Princeton College Bill Jordan and Michael Mearson kindly read and commented upon it all. Of his papers, Aaron Kachuk provided stylistic assistance and help in shaping my argument. 10 Heinrich Reeves, Geschichtliche von den ALB bis auf die Gegenwart, 11. Volumes, Portrait, Leipzig, Lehman, 1909, reprint Berlin, Irony, 1998, 5:238, Paul Zernier. Agabard. 11 on Agabard in general, see Adrian Bress Sauls, Doctrine et Action for Agabard, 1. Saint Agabard, Evangelium, 769 to 840, Paris, Bring, 1949, Egon Boscho, Third Disco Agabard, Von Leeuwen, Latham UND Works, Salon, Law, 1969, Michel Rebellin, Anglise et Société CHRE, King Agabard of Valdez, Leon, Presses Libertarians de Leon, 2003. 12 on Agabard's relationship with the Jews. See in particular Friedrich Eden, Agabard von Leon UND die Juden page, in Festschrift seiner Königlichen Hoheit dem Prinz Regent in Westfold. Von der Zoom mit 16 Page Dargebracht von der Universität Erlangen, Vision Church, 1901, 221 to 50, Adrian Brett Sauls, Law Questions of Attempts to Louis L.E. Piper. Reviewing his Squire de L. at least in France 28, 1942, 51, 64. J. Allen Cabanis, Agabard of Lyons. Speculum 26, 1951, 50 to 76. Arthur J. Zuckerman, The Political Uses of Theology, The Conflict of Bishop Agabard and the Jews of Lyons. Studies in Medieval Culture 3, 1970, 23 to 51. Robert. On file, the cultural and religious traditions of French Jewry in the 9th century as reflected in the writings of Agabard of Lyons, in studies in Jewish mysticism, philosophy, and ethical literature, Prez, from Isaiah Tishby on the 75th birthday, PBS Jacob and Joseph Hackett. Jerusalem, Magnus Press, 1986 in Hebrew, 327 to 48, English version, cultural and religious. Traditions from 9th century French Jewry, in Jewish intellectual history in the Middle Ages, and Joseph Dan, Westport, John, Friedrich, 1994, 1 to 17, Vina, Volume 3, Friedrich Battenberg, Joss. Europäisches Zeitalter der Juden, 1, Von den and Fongen bis 1650, Darmstadt, Wissenschaftlich. Gesellschaft, 1990, 52 FF, Johannes Heil, Agabard, Amalo, Joskirchen Gut UND Die Juden, Von Leon, Francis, for subjects who are West European syndicates 25, 1998 to 1999, 39 to 76. The most recent comprehensive treatment of our subject, with all the relevant literature, is the unpublished dissertation by Annabeth Lennon Walden, Agabard of Leon, An Exploration of Forest. Lincoln Jewish Christian Relations, Toronto, University of Toronto, 2009. Twitter, Peter Schaefer. Editions have appeared in the Monumental Germania Historica and Van Hackers. Agavardi Ludwinus opera omnia through the titles and sequence of his works read. Related to the Jews are as follows. 14. One consultation reaching supplicatio de baptismo Judaeorum and Civiorum, a con. Consideration and intriguing regarding the baptism of Jewish slaves, a brief note. Written to the three officials Kelly Sachar, Chancellor of the Empire, Adelard, Abbot of Corbin, and his brother Wallach, is also called Consultatio and Adal Pardon. Waylam et Kelly Sachar PL 104:99-106, MGH, Epistole Carolini Levi 3:164-66. Letter number 6 in Van Acker. Agavardi Ludwinus Opera Omnia, 115-117. Baptismo Mancipiorum Omniorum ad Adelardum, Waylam et Helisacharum, / CA 823 CE. 2 Epistola contra Preceptum Impium de Baptismo Judaeorum Mancipiorum. Against the impious command concerning the baptism of Jewish slaves. Written to the Arch-Chaplain Hildwin and Wallach, now the Abbot of Corbin, hence. Also called Epistola at PROC Iris Palati Waylam et Hildwin PL 104:173-78, MGH, Epistole Carolini Levi 3:179-82, letter number 10 in Van Acker, Agavardi. Ludwinensis Opera Omnia, 185-88, 826 CE 15. Read the Judaicus Superstitionibus, on the Jewish superstitions, written by Agavard and 2 of his colleagues, Bernard of Vienne and Peo of Chalon. Surseum, and addressed to Louis PL 104:77-100, MGH, Epistole Carolini. Levi, 3:185-99, letter number 12 in Van Acker, Agavardi Ludwinensis Opera Omnia. 199-221. De Iudaeus Superstitionibus et Auroribus ad Ludovicum, /826 CE. For de Insolentia Judaeorum, on the insolence of the Jews, a personal letter. By Agavard to Louis, sent together with the Judaeus Superstitionibus PL 104:69-76, MGH, Epistole Carolini Levi 3:182-85, letter number 11 in Van Acker. Agavardi Ludwinensis Opera Omnia, 191-95, 826 CE 16. 5 Epistola Exhortatoria de Cavenducum Video et Societate Judaica, Exhorta. Tory Epistle on avoiding eating and associating with Jews, addressed to his fellow Bishop Nibradius of Narbonne, also called Epistola ad Nibradium PL 104:107-14, MGH, Epistole Carolini Levi 3:199-201, letter number 14 in Van. Agavardi Ludwinensis Opera Omnia, 231-34, 827 or 828 CE 17. The Theorerum Van Acker, Agavardi Ludwinensis Opera Omnia, Corpus Christiorum Continuatio. Medievalist 52, somehow, Breckholz, 1981. 14-1 Follow Cabanus Agavard, Wigan, Agavard, 221, and 2, gives the same sequence. For Greece, which is 5:235, and 2, and Heil, Agavard, 42 differ slightly, or full GDR. Man translation of Agavard's writings against the Jews. See the Hylogen Agavard, Christo Theos, Leon, Abhandlung John Liger John Judah. In brief form, the U.S. and linguists in MIT. Images and good evil Agabard to even verse and
Can
on the
King.
manual say Mosh, Lysiv, Rich Hunter, 1852. Showstop struggle, behind Christ anti-mixen. Guy brief to interesting. Agabard and Leo Never Die Given, therefore, Never Done, 1937, is an anti-Semitic pamphlet. 15 Heil, Agabard, 51. 16 Heil, 52. 17 Heil, 57. Agabard S. Randomized Polyglot Issue. 31. The passage that obviously relates to Polyglot Issue belongs to the Judaisms. Superstition Eden, written about 826 CE by Agabard and his fellow bishops. This context clearly shows that Agabard is well aware of certain Jewish writings, although their precise identification remains uncertain. 18 Agabard begins by saying, "In that the Jews maintain that God is corporeal, with distinct bodily members, like human beings, except for the fact that his fingers are immobile and stiff, because he doesn't work with his head." Whether or not this information is derived from what has become known as Theorcoma, as some scholars argue, 19, is difficult to ascertain, but when he immediately continues that God, according to the Jews, sits on a throne carried by 4 creatures and located in a huge cow, Sayer on him, in solio, quod equated or circumferred to a vestes, ut magna. While this fellatio continere, the assumption indeed suggests itself that Agabard refers here to the Italic literature. 20 similarly, that the Jews according to this, believe that the letters of their alphabet are eternal, exister sempiternal, and have been assigned, before the creation of the world, the tasks commanded by. And in the temporal world, this Jewish belief may well originate from Sephirah. X probably in combination with Nozi Yaka RPP and the Fall. Flowing reference is even clearer. And furthermore they maintain that there exist several earths, several netherworlds, and several heavens. One of the latter, which they call Ratchet, that is, firmament, support. According to them, the mills of God, in which the manna is ground into food for the earth. Yeah. Another, heaven, they call Erebos, in which God resides and which is referred to according to the name of Psalm, verse gives way to the one who rides upon Erebos. 23 moreover, he maintains that God possesses 7 trumpets, each of which measures 1,000 cubits. 24. This is a somewhat garbled version of the 7 earths, netherworlds, and heaven's tradition, which is well documented in rabbinic literature. But, whereas, in TPL 104:86 CFF, Van Acker, Agabardi Lugdunensis Opera Omnia, 205F. 19 Higher 3, Dionysus Literature and Theosis Repetitive, MGWJ8, 1859, 67, 68,103-2, 140-53, especially 100 and Venice, Agabard, 62. Another possibility is that the fingers are a distorted echo of the rabbinic tradition that the angels cannot sit because they have no knee joints. She'd be happy to continue. 23, Real, Langan Walter, Agabard of Leo, 170, suggests, following Barnfire, cultural and religious traditions, that Agabard might as well refer to certain midrashic interpretations of the revelation on Sinai, since the boundaries between Midrash and the Hekalit literature were still fluid in Agabard's time. On the contrary, it seems that the Jewish sources Agabard is relying on are quite peculiar, and Langdon Walter's references to support her claim are much too vague to be abused. 21 Cabanis, Agabard, 62. 22 Greeks, Dionysus Literature, 68 F. Cabanis, 62, Arthur Marmerstein, Alpha, Vitar Akiba, Injud, Berlin, Eshkol, 1928, 2:451. 23 PS 67:5 in the Vulgate, PS 68:5 in the Hebrew Bible. Agabart has, in here Fayside EI, Kabbalah et Super Arabot, which, interestingly enough, is an almost literal translation of the Hebrew and does not follow the Vulgate. /7 ER Fayside EIT ascended Super Acasi. 24 PL 104:87B, Van Acker, Agabardi Lugunensis Opera Omnia, 206. 32. Peter Schaefer. Classical rabbinic literature is primarily interested in the heavens and merely lists the names of the earths and the netherworlds. It is only the treatise SEO-friendly Divarishes that gives a full picture of the earths, netherworlds, and heavens. Is flooding their respective inventories. 25 at quite as the inventory is considered. Omer. SEO-friendly Divarishes and the Babylon. Active 12 feet, 26% in inventory of. The hidden set is almost identical in both sources. There, the manifest realm. For the righteous, not the angels, as Agabart has it, but we should remember that the righteous become like angels after their death already in fear Adam. Sources, in the third heaven, Shishim, and not in the second heaven, Riki. This is clearly Agabart's logic, and both the godly and SEO-friendly there should agree that God sits on his throne in the seventh heaven around it.
This is a huge plot hole.
The same verse as Agabart does.
That
PS 68.
it's like if things gonna work out with this Lois chick, what he's not gonna be friends with George in the future. We don't.
Was Agabart's immediate source. Here, the combination of earth, netherworld, and heavens makes it more likely that he refers to some version of SEO-friendly rather than to Babylon. The only element of Agabart's description that is missing in both Satan, Rabbi Divarishes and the classical rabbinic literature are the seven trumpets. But the enormous measurement of the trumpet, 1,000 cubits, may point to the opening up of RP of 27 or again to say the Rabbi Divarishes with its emphasis on the huge distance between the heavens and the measurement of certain parts of the heavenly inventory. 28. Now follows what Agabart has to say about the Jews' disclosures of the life and death of Jesus. I will first quote the text in English translation and then compare its various motifs with the Talmud issues, and also in the teachings of their ancestors they read that Jesus was considered among them as an honorable young man, educated under the tutorship, magisterial, of John the Baptist, as one who had many disciples, one of whom was given by Jesus the name Cephas, that is, Peter, due to the severity, dualism, and dullness, negativo of his mind. And when the people expected him, Jesus, to appear on a holiday, some of the boys of his 25 on this, see in detail Peter Schaefer, in heaven as it is in hell, the cosmology of Satan. Rabbi Divarishes in heavenly realms and earthly realities in late antique religions, EDS. R.A.A. Namasquiston and Annette Yoshiko Reed, Cambridge University Press. 2004, 233 to 74. 26 on the cosmology of the Nebula. See Peter Schaefer, From Cosmology to Theology. Rabbinic appropriation of apocalyptic cosmology in creation and recreation in Jewish thought. Text script in honor of Joseph Dan on the occasion of his 70th birthday. PBS. Rachel Elliott and Peter Schaefer. Division. More Quebec. 2005. 39 to 58. 27 outdated images are accurate. Earthly Recension. Invent Homidus. Adolf Jones.
Welcome.
Next. Jerusalem. Wyman, 1967, 331. Letter B, when God resurrects the dead, he will sound his shofar as large as 1,000 people. 28 Peter Schaefer, ETAL, Synopsis 2 of H. Kilometer Healer, Engine, Morse Deck, 9. 462 FX. One should say, of course, also of the Shia or Polish traditions. Agavars and Amulets Polygon this year. 33. School was run towards him. We were chanting Hosanna to the Son of David. 29 hours. The honor and reverence for their master. In the end, however, accused of much mendacity, he was thrust back, for treason, in jail. According to the verdict of Tiberius, when he had thrown into his daughter, to whom he had promised a male offspring without a male, a stone, real blood. Helianthus, Nissan Giro Masculite Partum Promisculas, Lapidus Preceptum H. Then, he was suspended on a fork, further, like an execrable native, and there he was hit on the head with a stone, with the UT Petra in Caput Percussive. Killed in this way.
Yo, how are you? What's up, pimp?
Some who was entrusted with the custody. At that very moment,
What's good in your neck of the woods?
however, the aqueduct was such by Pilate's
Oh,
order,
no way.
Jesus' corpse was sought. 12 months, but
Oh, you're amazing. I'm live on a bunch of channels, so I don't know which one. Do you know what angle from which you were watching me? Okay. Okay, cool. I have some accounts with 50,000 followers as well. Oh, excellent. I have 3 different Twitch accounts going right now and 11 different YouTube accounts. Let me send you my YouTube. Do you know what YouTube is? Excellent. Well, I'm sending it to you. Feel free to take a look at it. And you'll see all the different accounts that I have. It's quite a few. So what's good in your neck of the woods, Khalil? Khalil means friend, right? Excellent. Well, let me tell you about myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I started this project more than 3 years ago. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, the content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever. You can essentially watch my life going back in time like a time capsule or a timeline for human history. We talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about invisibility cloaks, faster than light travel, alien disclosure. We talk about things like life extension technology, uh, essentially human growth hormone, stem cells. We talk about nootropics and cryonics, cryogenics, things that make you extend your life expectancy from maybe age 80 to age 100, 120 perhaps, even older. Eventually getting into another type of technology. Khalil, has anybody ever told you they don't think you're going to die? Okay, well, you're allowed to believe that, but there are those of us who believe that with a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, we'll be able to scan your brain into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, there's an opportunity perhaps to have digital immortality, which is a very exciting premise. I appreciate that. We talk about some other things that are important to me, like ending world hunger through the use of perhaps vertical farming, agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, perhaps utilizing hydroponics and cloud seeding, and also utilizing ending world thirst through digging of wells, through life straws, and through desalination plants, basically taking water from the world's oceans and pumping it on the land to make it drinkable for people. I think these are very important endeavors, and I'd like to see them expanded throughout the world. I appreciate. Hey, I appreciate that. One of these days, I'm going to go viral, and when I do, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. I'm going to make sure that you, your family, your friends are all taken care of, and you'll be able to take advantage of all this technology that I just said. Plus, even everything. You'll be able to start philanthropic organizations of your own, charities of your own. Your friends will be able to start charities, and just do everything that we can to make the world a better place. I Well, I hope so, and if I do, we will have this conversation on record, and I will be able to say, "Hey, Khalil, 1600, wherever you are in the world." I know that. Well, we're friends on Discord as well, but let's just say you're a random person. I'd be able to say, "Khalil, 1600, wherever you are, contact me. You helped me along the way, and I'm going to help you now." You're so sweet, my man. Well, thank you. I do my best to be a good role model to people and to be a light to the nations. And you should know that you're always welcome here. Your friends are always welcome here. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you. If you ever need a shoulder to cry on or someone to hear your about your day, I'm here for you. And I hope this is the start of a beautiful friendship. Absolutely. We're just watching podcasts. I like podcasts a lot. So we're watching podcasts. You feel free to chill for as long as you want and just kick back, relax. If you've got things to do, I understand. But know that I'm always here to support you. I appreciate you checking out my Twitch stream. And did you see how go to the link that I just sent you on YouTube? In I'm sorry, in Discord. No, no, no. I've got 11 going right now. Just go to okay, I just That's right. Yeah. So that's more than anybody's got going. Most people don't have, I don't know a single person who has more than one going at a given time, let alone like 10. So it's a lot of data, and data is Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. Some that's true. We're going to help everybody out there. We're going to help the developing world. We're going to help the, the youth. We're going to do everything we can to essentially give people a better life. I do too, Khalil. You never know until you try. So I've been doing this now for more than 3 years with no end in sight. I'm going to continue doing it until we go viral. I did this for about the first two. Go ahead. No, no, no. I get few people an hour who do this. Absolutely, all the time. Absolutely. I'm currently live in quite a few different discords at once. So I'm live in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm live in the Socialized Discord. I'm live in the e-girl world Discord. I'm live in the Roblox Discord and the League of Legends Discord and the Fortnite Discord. And so people see me, they click on my link, they come on in, we have good conversations. I've had over 1,500 people do that, or 1,500 people join the server, And one of these days, it's going to get to the right person. They're going to see what I'm doing, and they're going to tell a friend who's very influential. They'll tweet about me, and then it's game over. Then everybody in the world will know who I am, and then I'll be able to monetize this. I'm already sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. That's why it's got Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't necessarily like Sonic the Hedgehog. I mean, he's fine. But it's worth $300 million. And perhaps in the future, I'll be able to have other sponsorships and really make a lot of money doing that. And when I do, I'm going to give it all away. I appreciate that. So with that, is there any questions or anything that you have? 100%. I don't stop. I haven't stopped in more than I'm on camera on 10 different Discords or 10 different YouTubes. The only time that I have to stop a stream is every 12 hours I restart them. So like I might have to stop a stream and then restart it, stop another stream and restart it, but all the other ones are still recording. So that my whole life is broken up in like 12-hour increments. 100%, yes. I feel it's very important for people to recognize that we're not all that different in humanity, and people will be able to study me like a human zoo in the future, where we study my breathing patterns, my sleeping patterns, what my dreams are, what my eating habits are, drinking habits, behavior patterns, how many times I blink, how many times I breathe, my heart rate. All of this is data that will be studied perhaps in the future because we've never had one person online for this long that all their data is so available to the entire world. I appreciate that. 100%. I'm someone who does my best to overcome the challenges and the fears. And once you start doing it, it's very easy. I just live my life the way I'd normally live it, but I just have a camera going. But aside from that, I would be doing the exact same thing. I would be listening to audiobooks, watching podcasts, and just chilling on the internet. I mean, that's what anybody else does. They just don't do it with a camera on. So with that, feel free to watch the podcast that we're watching. It's Lex Friedman, if you know who that is. And if you have any other questions, let me know. And I want you to know, Khalil, that you're always welcome here. And if anything, we want to see you more often. Come in once a day and just check in with me. Let me know how you're doing, what's good in your world, okay? Excellent, man. Well, here we go. Feel free to enjoy. If you have questions, let me know. If anything, just kick back, relax. There you go. Do your own thing, man.
Thought that, like, one of the reasons
Shout out to Khalil.
it's exciting to find life on Mars and Titan, whatever. It's like if its life is elsewhere, then surely, statistically,
Then, Pilate published
that
the
life,
following law
no
for
matter
them.
how
The
unlikely
Jews,
the
it is
burial of
obvious.
cell
The
organism,
law says
sex,
that the very one who was killed by you
violence,
because of envy
what else is
was
it?
resurrected as
I
he
mean,
had promised.
photosynthesis,
The one who was found
figuring
neither
out
in
some machinery
grave nor in
involves
any
the
other
chemistry
place.
and the environment to
And
allow the building of
for this
complex
reason,
organisms.
I order you to
Surely
worship
never
him.
arrives.
UT adore
But,
DZUN.
I don't know how I
Anyone
feel about
who
just
refuses to do
bacteria everywhere.
this should understand that his future lot is in hell. Indeed,
I don't think
your
that's
elders have
I don't know what's
fabricated
more
all of
compressed,
this,
bacteria
and
everywhere or
now they eagerly slash off and read it with stupid stubbornness,
whether it's chilling
stolid
or not,
obstination elected it, in order that with inventions of this kind,
change our view about whether
the full truth of the virtue and passion of Christ could be emptied out, and
So
that
how would you
worship
feel
is
if you discovered life?
not due to him because he is the true God,
It sounds like
but
you'd be
because it
less
was imposed
excited
on him by the law.
because you're
A
like,
pilot.
wow,
What I would be
And
most interested in is
also,
how similar to
Peter,
life on Earth
they
would
say,
actually tell you
was
to
by
find
no
some
means
problem.
rescued from prison by an angel,
The,
as we do believe,
the likelihood
but
of
by
life
the
having
mercy of
gone to
Herod,
and fro
who held his
between
wisdom
Mars
in
and
high
Earth
esteem.
is
30.
quite, I wouldn't say
Reading
high,
this
but it's not
passage,
low.
it becomes immediately clear that it
And so
shares
if we
quite a
found
number
life on Mars and
of elements with
it had
Taladat Yeshua,
very similar genetic
particularly
code,
with its
slightly
Aramaic
different,
version known.
most people would
From the
interpret that
Genisa
immediately
fragments.
as evidence that
Most
it transported
conspicuous are the
other
dramatis
elements of
personae
the
next.
common origin of life on
To
Mars or
Yeshua
on Earth,
/ Jesus,
one way or the other way.
John the
The
Baptist,
other way to see that
Tiberius,
question would be to
and
say,
Pilate,
well,
who are also
beginnings of
prominent
life lie in deterministic
only
chemistry,
in the Aramaic fragments.
starting with the most
Ricardo de
likely
Sani,
abundant
in his
materials,
influential CLAS, Cification of the Taladat Yeshua versions, accordingly lists Agabad together
will, I would say,
with the Aramaic fragments in one group. His Greco-Galago 31 what has been preserved in the Aramaic fragments begins 32 with John the Baptist being imprisoned by Tiberius and questioned by our Yehoshua B. Hayat, together with a certain Marinus and Omitus about the scriptures of sorcery found in the hands of Yeshua, your disciple. So here, too, it becomes immediately clear that John the Baptist is Yeshua's teacher. John the Baptist answers in the Aramaic fragments that he has nothing to do with these scriptures but that Yeshua and his students have fabricated them. The students are mentioned by name in the Aramaic fragments, Mattai, Naki, Bunny, Netzer, and Toda, a tradition that 29 MT 21:15, and it is explicitly said there that children, 2 Pidas, greeted Jesus with these worlds in the temple. 30 PL 104:87 B88A, Van Acker, Agabardi Ludgunensis Opera Omnia, 206 F. 31 Ricardo de Sani, La Tre Izioni Testul del Tolda Chu, Manuscriti, Idizianae, Stampa, Classification, La Racina Mental de Israel 50, 1984-83 to 100, especially 84 FF. 32 milliseconds Cambridge TS. Miscellaneous 298.56. All quotations from the Taladat Yeshua manuscripts are, according to our Princeton Taladat Yeshua database. 34. Peter Schaefer. We also know from the Babli 33 and Quran, presided over by our Yehoshua.
There he is.
Super Hayat. 34. This section is lacking in Agabard, but Agabard does know that. He is clearly aware that Peter refers to
Are you big dog?
in the Aramaic fragments. There then follows John and Yeshua, presided over by the Emperor Darius himself. In the presence of Pilate, Marinus the Great Elder, our Yehoshua B. Hayat, and our Yehuda, the gardener of the city of Tiberias. Tiberius inquires about John's and Yeshua's occupation, and Yeshua answers that they both are the sons of the God of heaven. This is again lacking in Agabard. Instead, he has Yeshua's. Students hail him as the Messiah, an obvious reference to Jesus' entry into Jericho, Salem in the New Testament. 35. The next section in Agabard comes closest to the Aramaic fragments. A part of Yeshua and John's answer regarding their occupation is missing in the Aramaic text, but when Yeshua boasts himself of being capable not only of healing the sick, but even of giving life to people or causing them to die, this is obviously his answer to Tiberius' question about his occupation. And then comes a long SEC about the emperor's daughter and Yeshua, to which Agabard no doubt refers. His rather enigmatic and brief comment that Yeshua, having promised the emperor's daughter a male child without the agency of a man, had thrown into her / inserted in her a stone fetus, lapidus conceptum et chulo. The Aramaic text is much more elaborate here. Yeshua boasts of being able to give Tiberius dog Ter, a child without the agency of a man,
where the earth was
well
a
as be
stasis,
Lagavar, and the emperor
nothing much
takes him
changed.
by his word.
As known as the boring building.
36 Yeshu utters his words of sorcery,
That probably
and
starts
Tiberius
a new
has
character arose somewhere.
Yeshu put in fetters for 9 months until his daughter should give birth to the
So this
promised
idea that the
child.
world is constantly
The
changing,
people of Israel are in great distress, and are
Yahushua
Yahushua be. For Hayah decrees a prolonged fast to avert the expected disaster, and indeed, God performs a miracle and turns the fetus, Yubra, in the daughter's womb into a
where the
stone,
cells
Abna.
are producing oxygen.
This is obviously a deliberate play on words, Yubra versus
Which is
Abna.
why it's 21%.
When the 9
Now,
months had passed without his daughter giving birth,
years,
Tiberius
precise balance.
demands an
Because
explanation from Yeshua, and Yeshua refers to the alleged fact that some Jewish women give birth after 12 months.
And so if we
When the
change
12
the world
months,
with global warming, there will be a
33
tipping
B Sanhedrin
point.
43 AV,
When
on this
what's the
tradition,
next stable state?
see
It may
Peter
be
Schaefer,
uninhabitable to us.
Jesus in the
It will be
Talmud,
habitable to life,
Princeton,
for sure.
Princeton
But there may
University
be something
Press,
like the colonial extinction where
2007,
95% of
75
species go
F asterisk,
Is it 5 to 10
34
million
milliseconds
life
Cambridge
recovers.
TS,
You know,
miscellaneous
And the question
35.87. I followed the translation by William Horbury in his
greater complexity.
published dissertation, a critical examination of the Told
after the
Shoot,
first appearance of
Cambridge,
oxygen
Cambridge,
with the GOE,
University,
there was a tipping point which led to a
1970,
long-term stable state,
77 to
which is
89.
Black Sea today, which is to say
35
oxygenated
MT 21 colon 9 FF,
stagnant, sterile,
MKLL 9 FF,
sulfurous,
LK 1938 FF, CFPS 118 colon 26.
certainly around
36
the
more precisely, Yeshua boasts of being able to give a barren woman a child without the agency of a man. Ms. Cambridge
Yeah, I
TS,
mean, it's interesting.
miscellaneous 35.87, FOL law, line 28,
And
but how exactly he exerted Sis's ability on the emperor's daughter is missing in this manuscript.
emerging from the
Miss
environment.
Adler JTS 2529.2, FOLLB, lines 4 to 9, has preserved this passage.
Just screwed
They,
over so you get your shit
Yeshua and
together.
John the Baptist, said, and
10,000 years. Like a
also
lot of
into a
pressure.
barren woman who never gave birth we
Seems
can
like
put an
birth,
offspring without
Like the boring
the
building might be
intercourse
explained
with
in two
a
ways.
man.
One is super difficult.
And when
to
the
take
Caesar
into kind
heard
of
this,
step,
he laughed at them and said to
the
them,
second way it could be
I
explained
have
is there's no reason to
a virgin.
No, I think
Can you
there
put
is no
sons in
reason,
her
but at
without
the
a
end of
man?
it, there was a
Agavar TS and Amulos Taladat Yeshua,
so there was a planetary
35.
catastrophe on a huge scale.
had passed and the daughter still hadn't given birth. Yeshua suspects that she cannot give birth because she is a virgin and offers to tear open her womb and to deliver the child alive. The emperor agrees. Yeshua tears the daughter's womb open and finds a rebellious stone instead of a child. Yeshua is unable to make the stone alive, and Tiberius decides that both John and Yeshua deserve the death penalty. Whereas John the Baptist is executed immediately, Yeshua escapes and, by means of his magical power, flies in the air of heaven like a bird until our Yehuda the gardener brings him down, using some powerful counter magic. This particular part of the story, the flying contest between Yeshua and Yehu, the gardener, is again missing in Agavar. Immediately after the abortive demonstration of Yeshua's magical power, Agavar proceeds with Yeshua's execution. Yeshua is suspended on a forked furka, that is, a fork-shaped gallows 37, and brought to death by stoning, literally hit on the head with a stone. Here, this Aramaic version deviates from Agavar, because it tells us that Yeshua is crucified on the famous cabbage stalk 38, a motif that is completely incomplete, sensible in the Aramaic version and further elaborated in the Hebrew versions. 39. But, nevertheless, the Aramaic version continues, a few lines further down, that they stoned him, Yeshua, with a stone, SG, and he died on the cross, 40, which is precisely how Agavar puts it. So it seems that the Aramaic recension of the Taladat Yeshua has two versions of Yeshua's death, crucifixion on the cabbage stalk, and stoning with a stone, of which Agavar's recension knows only the latter. or else ignores the former because it doesn't understand it. Instead, it emphasizes the Jewish death penalty of stoning, but gives it a peculiar twist. Yeshua, who could only create a stone in the womb of Tiberius' daughter and not a child, is appropriately killed by a stone. Moreover, since Yeshua's most important disciple is called Peter, that is stone, Agabard's recension most likely wants to subtly, or not so subtly, imply that Jesus opened building his church on the rock of Peter, MT 1618, you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, was utterly misguided. Peter was called stone or rock because of the severity and dullness of his mind, not because he became the foundation of the church. In fact, according to Agabard's version, there is no such foundation because Peter turned out to be a blockhead and Yeshua was killed by a stone. The next important element in Agabard's version is that Yeshua was buried next to a water channel, juxtaquendum aqueductum, and that a Jew was then trusted with the custody of his grave. 41. This again echoes the Aramaic version, according to which Yeshua was buried in a channel of water in the garden of Ar. Yehuda the gardener, Renata the Maya Viginta Ar Yehuda Ganana. 37. On this, see Michael Mearson's article in this volume. 38 milliseconds Cambridge TS. Miscellaneous 35.87, FOL2A, line 7. 39. On the cabbage tree, see in more detail Michael Mearson's article in this volume. 40 milliseconds Cambridge TS. Miscellaneous 35.87, FOL2A, line 11. 41. On this, 2. See in more detail Michael Mearson's article in this volume. 36. Peter Schaefer. But the end of the story becomes very different in Agabard and the Aramaic verb Zion. Whereas, in Agabard, the water channel was suddenly flooded and Yeshua's corpse disappeared, evidently because the water streaming in swept his body away. In the Aramaic version, Yeshua the gardener deliberately kept Yeshua's corpse hidden as proof that Yeshua wasn't resurrected and hadn't ascended to heaven, as he had promised and as his followers wanted everybody to believe. Accordingly, whereas in Agabard Pilate draws the conclusion from the disappearance of Yeshua's corpse that he was indeed resurrected and consequently orders the Jews to worship him, the Aramaic version has Yehuda the gardener dragging Yeshua's corpse through the streets of Tiberias and delivering it to Pilate, who accepts the truth that Yeshua was wicked and orders Yehuda to bury him in the place where they bury the dead. 42. That is, to give him a decent burial. So, whereas in the Aramaic version it is the Jews who ultimately triumph. 43 inches. Agabard's version it is the Christians who have the final say. Since it is highly unlikely that Agabard's Jewish forlaga included such a happy ending from the Christian point of view, we may safely assume that Agabard fabricated it. So what we have in Agabard is an abbreviated, summarized, and slightly twisted version of a certain Toledat Yeshua ascension that comes closest of all. The Toledat Yeshua ascensions we know, to the one preserved in the Aramaic fragments. The dramatis personae in Agabard's recension, John the Baptist as Yeshua's teacher and the stone embryo in the womb of Tiberius' daughter, are the most conspicuous features that connected with the Aramaic Toledat Yeshua. Moreover, both the Aramaic recension and Agabard begin their story with Yeshua's education and his disciples and leave out the birth narrative and his suspicious origin. 44. We cannot be sure, however, whether the Aramaic recension did not contain this first part of Jesus' life story or whether in fact it is missing because of the fragmentary character of our Aramaic manuscripts, that is, because it is simply not preserved in the manuscripts that we happen to have. Yaakov Deutsch has published a Hebrew version of Toledat Yeshua that runs parallel to the Aramaic fragments and that indeed contains the beginning of Jesus' life story, which goes briefly summarized as follows.
Where it's much less
45.
obvious than if you think about the
During the
entire
reign of
cultural
King
history.
Herod, Joseph
Then you
and
realise
Miriam
that
were
the first
married
two
in
billion years
Nazareth.
of bacteria only.
In Galilee,
The origin of life,
Miriam
2
was
billion
barren
years of
and
just
could not
bacteria.
conceive a child from Joseph.
Photosynthesis arising here.
1.
Then you have a
Sabbath
global
Eve,
catastrophe.
when the righteous and
global,
pious Joseph had left his house for the sinner. 42
42
milliseconds Cambridge PS.
35.87
35.87 FOL2A, lines 27 to 28. 43 The triumphant tone is unmistakable in the Aramaic version, and the one who performed the great judgment on Yeshua the wicked, he will swiftly perform judgment and retribution upon the haters of his people and everyone who forsakes the worship of the God of heaven and goes and worships Yeshua the wicked. Miss Cambridge TS. Me SC 35.87 FOL2A, lines 30 to 32. 44 Langenwalder, Agabard of Leon, 169, claiming that all the Talagat Yeshua versions contain the story of Yeshua's illegitimate birth, is not aware of the Aramaic recension. 45 milliseconds St. Petersburg RNLEBR 1.274, in Yaakov Deutsch, new evidence of early versions. Of Toldat Yeshua's Arbis 69, 2177 to 197, in Hebrew. Agabard's and Amulah's Talagat Yeshua's 37. God's service, some wicked man, who remains anonymous, slips into Miriam's bed and has intercourse with her. She doesn't recognize him and thinks he is her husband. After Miriam has given birth to Yeshua, the couple goes to Egypt where Miriam gives birth, in fornication, as the text explicitly says, to more sons and daughters. Yeshua grows up in Egypt as a gifted child, learning both Torah and the magical art of Egypt. The couple returns with their children to Nazareth, and when the Jewish court there declares him a bastard, Yeshua becomes a heretic and claims that he is the Son of God. He performs miracles, among other things. He draws images of birds and makes them fly. He splits a river so that he and his disciples can walk through it on dry land. He feeds a multitude with one loaf of bread. He turns water into wine, etc. And, shifting to some kind of mixture of Aramaic and Hebrew, the story now locates itself in Tiberias, with Tiberius and Pilate on the Roman side and Yehuda the gardener, Yehoshua B. Hayah, and Marinus, the great elder of the Jews, on the Jewish side. They question Yeshua about his family background, and he reveals that his father is Pandora, a carpenter by profession. His mother is Miriam, who takes care of the beauty of women, that the father of his mother is Paphos, also a carpenter, and that he himself works as a fisherman. Then they question him about the scriptures of sorcery that he uses, and Yeshua at first claims that they were written by Balaam, and that he found them in Egypt, but when they threaten to kill him if he doesn't tell the truth, he finally answers that his master and teacher John, the Baptist, gave them to him. And then follows the episode of John the Baptist as we know, from the Aramaic fragments. 46. From this brief overview it becomes immediately clear that the first part belongs to the later Hebrew Standard versions of Talagat Yeshua, with some props. Image of the rule to reach recension, Herod. The style and content of this part is very different from the Aramaic recension as preserved in the Aramaic fragments. And it is highly unlikely that Deutsch's Hebrew recension reflects the full content of the Aramaic recension, that is, the missing part in the Aramaic fragments, as Deutsch has suggested. 47 At most one could consider that the Aramaic recension might have started when Tiberius, Pilate, Yehuda the gardener, Yehoshua B. Hayah, and Marinus entered the story, which is marked also by the sudden shift here. Aramaic and the fact that Yeshua's father now is Pandora and not Joseph. This would mean that Yeshua's family background, Miriam, Pandora, Pathos, and the large. To the original Aramaic recension, but that the elaborate story of Miriam's city, as we know it from the later Hebrew versions, did not. 48 is family that. 46 beginning Miss Cambridge P.S. Miscellaneous 298.56 and followed by Miss Cambridge P.S. Miscellaneous 35.87.
I feel like
47 Deutsch. New evidence 180 FF.
biological perspective
48 remarkably.
are like
It is even missing in Raymondus Martinus 13th century Latin version that is otherwise closely related to Desanes, Grupo Elena, Primo Tipo, and there in particular to the Strasbourg manuscript, published and translated by Krauss. 38. Peter Schaeffer. Ground could easily be concocted from motifs known from the New Testament. The carpenter, the fisherman, from Celsus 49 and / or from the Babli 50, Egyptian. Magic, Miriam the hairdresser, Pandora the lover, 51 Paphos B Yehuda 52, but it is conspicuous that the Aramaic recension has just the name Pandora and doesn't seem to know anything about Miriam's seduction and adultery. Agabard clearly wasn't aware of any of these details relating to Jesus' uncertain origin. How, then, did Agabard know of the Toledat Yeshua? It seems unlikely that he could read these stories in the original Hebrew, rather, he must have heard them from contemporary Jews, probably in Lyon. 53 as I have mentioned already, he is aware of quite a number of such Jewish writings, presumably among them Shiur Koma, the Hakalit literature, Sefer Yetzirah, Odi Yatar, Akiva, and Seder Rabbi Divrashid. Of Toledat Yeshua he explicitly says that the elders of the Jews have fabricated, confinxerud, these stories and that the Jews with stupid stubbornness lectitant them. The verb lectitar means to gather / collect, eagerly or to read often with eagerness. Hence, Agabard knows that the Jews of his time take particular interest in certain motifs of Jesus' life story that they have invented and that they eagerly collect and / were read. It may well be that there is little point in distinguishing between collecting and reading and that, consequently, the Jews of Agabard's time in fact continued collecting material that eventually made it into various versions of Toledat Yeshua. In other words, the process of Toledat Yeshua taking shape was still going on, and there was clearly not one final version of Toledat Yeshua available at Agabard's time. The version that he knew and from which he takes his details was nothing but a snap shot of one recension prevalent in the Lions of his time. He cannot determine, of course, how old this recension was, that is, when precisely it was concocted. When he says that their elders have fabricated all this, he hardly refers to the Jewish elders of his own time. But it is all not necessary to assume that this happened in the dim and distant past. Quite the contrary, in fact, as the Jewish writ, things that Agabard refers to all took shape in the centuries around Agabard's time. Most scholars agree now that the Hakalit literature, the literature, not all of its traditions, is a post-Talmudic phenomenon, and this is certainly also true for Shiur Koma as an edited work 54, as well as for Seder Rabbi Divrashid, 55 Sefer, 49 Origin, Contra Celsum 128, 132. 50 B Shabbat 104 B and B Sanhedrin 67a. 51 in Celsus he is a Roman soldier. In our Hebrew recension he is an Armite, a Gentile. Roman. 52 in our Hebrew recension he is his mother's father. In the Babli he is considered as Miriam's husband. 53 on the question of whether Jewish converts were involved. See Langen Walder, Agabard. Of Leon, 172 F. 54 Peter Schaeffer ETAL, Übersetzender Hakalit Literatur, 4 volumes, Tübingen, More SIE. Beck, 1991, or XXXVIFF. 55. The most comprehensive treatment of Seder rabbirothschild is still the monograph 5. Agavard's and Amulos Toledo Ayeshub. 39. Yetzirah, despite certain attempts to date it much earlier, 56 is firmly embedded. Now in an Islamic context, probably in the 9th century, 57 and Od rabbi. Akiva, or the alphabet of our Akiva, is in fact first mentioned by Agavard, if it is indeed this work that he refers to, and then again in the 10th century by the Karahite Salmon v. Uraham 58 and Jacob Kirkazani. 59 altogether, it becomes ever more apparent that the coagulation of this kind of literature took place during, at the earliest, the 2 centuries before, and, at the latest, during the 1 century after Agavard. But the fact that Agavard knew of these writings and quotes from them seems to indicate that the Jews of his time were particularly active in disseminating them, not least such a controversial and polemical work as Toledo Yeshua. Or, to put it differently, they not only made no secret of their possession and use of these books but seem to have aggressively publicized them. This at least is the message Agavard wants to convey. And this fits in very well with what he has to say about the Jews in general. His letters and treatises over and over again make clear that the Jews, in his view, have secured for themselves a much too prominent and safe place in the Carolingian society that they even boast of their rights and privileged treatment by the king, Louis the Pious. I will briefly summarize the most important aspects. Agavard's first 2 missives are concerned with the problem that occupies him most, the question of Jewish slaves in Jewish households that express their desire to convert to Christianity. Such conversions, he complains in his first letter of 823, the baptismal mensifiorum ludiorum, are made ever more difficult. Because the king supports the Jewish point of view in this matter, although the Jews are offered the price they had originally paid for the slave who wants to convert, they refuse to accept it because they believe that they are favored by the palace, Duhan's civic capora magistrates pal at 2. He thinks are made worse by the fact, Agavard adds, that the Magi Sterlidiorum, appointed by the king to ensure and enforce the imperial laws protecting the Jews, constantly sides with the Jews. This master of the Jews, his name was Ephraim, was among Agavard's. Nicholas said, La mystique cosmologique Jew, Paris, editons de l'école de hautes 1981. 56 Yehuda Shorad Ha Yetzirah Shel Sefer Yetzirah, Jerusalem, Stockton, 2000. 57 C. Stephen M. Wasserstrom, Sefer Yetzirah and Early Islam, a reappraisal, Jewish Thought and Philosophy 3, 1993 1-30, E21, idem, further thoughts on the origins of Sefer Yetzirah Allah 2, 2002 201-220, Klaus Hermann, Sefer Yetzirah. Look, there's so fun. Frankfurt AM, Verlag der Weltreligionen, 2008, 184 FF. 58 C. Israel Davidson, ed. The Book of the Wars of the Lord containing the polemics of the Karite Salmon ben Urahim against Saadia Jayan, New York, the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 1934-113, and C.F. Breeds, Diamiscus Literatur, 69. 59 C. A brief reference in Adolf Neubauer's review of Abraham Harkava's remarks of the Karite Abu Yusuf Yaqub al-Kirkazani, JQR 7, 1895 356. 60 Van Acker, Agavardi Lugdunensis Opera Omnia, 116. 40. Peter Schaefer, the culprits for the death. 61 in his Second letter regarding the baptism of Jewish slaves, the Baptismo Judaeorum, Mancipiorum, of 826. He gives the concrete example of a Jewish woman who, having converted Gracia Christi from Judaism to Christianity, to suffer
Welcome. How are you?
severe persecutions from the Jews.
Yo, dog, what's good in your neck of the woods?
As a legal end, refer to an imperial precept that a Jewish slave must not be baptized without the
And that was a lot of work.
focus for her master ut mancipium ludeum absci voluntate domini. Si nemo baptizet. 62. This would indeed have been a major infringement of what Agabart perceives as the legitimate rights of the church sanctioned by an avalanche of canonical decrees. He feels caught between the king's legislation favoring the Jews and the mandate of the church, all the more so as the Moss of the infidel Jews constantly threatens him with severe punishment if he doesn't obey the imperial precepts. 63. The treatise de Judaeis Superstitionibus and the personal letter to Louis A.C.
I was banned from that Discord because they accused me of VC farming, whatever that is.
Missives about the Jews.
As far as we know,
The subject returns now from the point of
Hold up, Khalil.
Christian slaves in Jewish households. Christians should not sell Chris.
sell your
Slaves to Jews because Christian women may then be put in the intolerable situation of being forced to work on Sundays and to eat meat during Christian fast days. 64. He explicitly refers to a canonical decree according to which Christians are prohibited from serving Jews, and Christians have the right to redeem Christian slaves from Jews for the amount of 12 solidi, gold coins. 65. Moreover, he accuses the Jews of stealing Christian children and selling them as 66. The Jews, this is his complaint presented ever more forcefully, are not impressed by his and his fellow bishops' arguments. On the contrary, they appealed generous imperial favor and the king's envoys sent to Lyons to enforce the precepts, with Everett, the Magi Spur Iudiorum 9 at their helm, boasting themselves in their odious insolence and threatening that they will take revenge on the Christians. 67. Everett's biased mission in particular, he expresses, pleases the Jews and saddens the Christians because it bolsters the Jews in their resolve to preach disrespectfully to the Christians what they are supposed to believe and hold true ut od reverender predicare Christianis with odious
How you living, Khalil?
blaspheming in front of them our Lord God and Savior
What's
Jesus
good?
Christ blasphemons forum is dominum ac Salvatorum nostrum isum Christum dot. 68. The letter that the Jews revile Malachi. 61. Van Acker, given 116. 62. Van Acker, given 100.
Yo, big guy.
63. Van Acker, given
What's new?
188. 60. Van Acker, given 192 F. 65. Van Acker, given 203. 66. Van Acker, given 195. 67. Van Acker, given 192. 68. Van Acker, given 192. Agavards and Amulos Talagat Yeshu. 41. Can Jesus daily and openly, Agabard pretends to know not only from church
I don't know.
fathers such as Jerome but from his own direct contact with Jews.
That's the kind of
69.
memory.
Over and over again, Agabard calls upon his Christian flock to avoid any dealings with the Jews, the synagogue of Satan 70 and embodiment of the Antichrist. 71. More precisely, they should not share their meals with the Jews 72 or live closely together with them. His last letter to Bishop Nibridius of Narbonne is fully devoted to this subject, nor should they buy meat or wine from them. Christians buying Jewish meat or wine must have been an everyday affair. Agabard explains at great length that the Jews sell meat to the Christians that they regard as non-kosher, calling these animals with the insulting name Chris. Tien cattle, et insultario vocabulo Christianificorum Bellinger. 73 similarly, they sell wine that they regard as impure to the Christians, even wine that has been spilled on the floor and contaminated with dirt, they collect from the floor, put it in vessels, and then sell to Christians. 74. The Jews do, and boast about, all of these abominable things, precisely because they can be sure of the support of the king and his court. Unabashedly, they pride themselves on being the descendants of the patriarchs, 75, and their Christian protectors indeed believe that the Jews need to be honored because of the patriarchs and because they are better than the Christians, patriarcharum, and Christianis dicra audent melihort. 16 even. The most distinguished among the Christians long for their sermons and blessings, and wish they had a legislator of such kind as the Jews have, quod excellentis, semi personi cupi and eorum orationis et benedictions, et fatum tertalum esse. Legis authorem haberi vel / whereas the more simple-minded Christians claim that the Jews preach better than their own priests. 77 moreover, the Jews not only proudly show the imperial decrees benefiting them, they even display the cloaks that the female relatives of the king and the women at court had given their women as presents. 78 No wonder then, that because of this predilection for the Jews in the highest circles, the Jews are allowed, contrary to all the canonical. 69 Van Acker, given 193. 70 Van Acker, given 219. In the letter to Nibridius, the Jews are called sons of the devil asterisk. Diaboliphilia, / Van Acker, given 232. 71 Van Acker, given 214. 218. 72 Van Acker, given 202. 203. 73 Van Acker, given 193. 74 Van Acker, given 193. 75 Van Acker, given 194. See also the letter to Nibridius, where the sons of the devil proudly claim that they are the descendants of the patriarchs and the prophets. Van Acker, given 232. 76 Van Acker, given 215. 77 Van Acker, given 194. In his letter to Nibridius, Agabard goes a step further and argues that the common folk and the peasants confess that the Jews alone are the people of God. Ut solemn deis populum, / Van Acker, given 232. 78 Van Acker, given 232. 42. Peter Schaefer, laws to build new synagogues, and that the market day has been changed from Saturday to Sunday to help them observe their Sabbath. 79. Much ink has been spilled over the question of whether or to what degree Agabard can be taken at his word in his attacks on the Jews. Does he refer to real events that appropriately reflect the situation of the Jews in the Carolingian Empire, the golden age of the Jews as it has been called, or has he invented much or at least some of his case studies in order to sharpen his argument? Scholars are divided on this question, with the older research taking more or less for granted what Agabard reports 80 and more recent research being skeptical about the realistic nature of his descriptions. 81 Without going into detail. Here, it has become clear now that it is not the Jews who are the primary target of Agabard's missives. Agabard did not write his letters and treatises because of the Jews, setting out once again to define the theological status of the Jews in the Carolingian society. To be sure, he did in fact define the status of the Jews, but he did so within the framework of a much broader conflict, the conflict between ecclesia and imperium, that is, the rights of the church as he saw them, and the rights of the state as the king tried to implement them, a conflict that jeopardized the unity of church and empire. This conflict became apparent most prominently in the quarrel about lay possession of church property 82 and about Louis' succession between his son from his second wife Judith, later to be called Charles the Bald, and his 3 sons from his first marriage, in which Agabard sided with Louis' older sons. 83 The Jews were just a means to an end in this power struggle and not its cause. One should also take into consideration that the king's protection of the Jews and his charters of protection issued for individual Jews, never Jewish communities, 84 were certainly not motivated by theological considerations but by economical necessities. 85. We should be very careful, however, not to throw out the baby with the bathwater, much as the peculiar political and economical conditions of his time dictated Agabard's concerns and the style of his writings. We must not conclude from this that what he has to say about the Jews serves only this purpose and hence cannot be taken seriously. This has become a trend particularly in recent 79 Van Acker, 232. 80 Greeks, Bishop Virginity, 5:234 fifth, Basho, Disco Agabard von Leum, 102 FF, Venice, Agabard, 58 fifth. 81 Zuckerman, Political Uses of Theology, 23 FF. Theological arguments are inextricably linked with political and economic considerations. Gutenberg, Das Europäische
I have over 10,000 Kick accounts that I use
draws an image of
to
Mayan
spam
Jews
people
that
on
is
Kick.
highly unlikely to correspond to the reality. Kyle, Agabard, 40 FF. 82 emphasized by High. 83 Cabanis, Agabard, 63 FF. 84 Gutenberg, Das Europäische Zeitalter, 52 fifth. 85 Battenberg, 56. Agabard's Andamulos Kaladat Yeshua, 43. German scholarship, 86 True. Agabard's letters and treatises are full of theology, not stereotypes taken from the church fathers and the legislation of the councils and synods, but they are much more than this. They are brimming with concrete details and examples from the everyday encounter between Christians and Jews. No doubt that Agabard uses this information for his greater purposes and that he may even exaggerate certain details in order to make his point, but this does not mean that the picture he draws in no way reflects the reality. 87 The Jewish pride in their patriarchs and prophets, for example, and certain Christians' response to it is too much of a constantly recurring motif in his writings to be attributed to his imagination. And we must ask why he would have invented in his letter and treatise to the King Herodes, the master of the Jews, allegedly biased behavior, as this could easily be verified by the authorities. 88 And, as for the presents that noble women at the court gave to their Jewish friends, it would have been quite counterproductive to invent such concrete details in his missives to the king. 89. An important element in judging the picture that Agabard draws of the STA of the Jews in Louis the Pious Carolingian society is the case of the royal chaplain Bodo who, in 839, converted to Judaism. He fled to Saragossa, had himself circumcised and married a Jewish woman. 90 This dramatic event, which seems to have had no repercussion vis-a-vis Louis' attitude toward the Jews, nevertheless throws light on the attractiveness the Jews must have exerted on the Christian Carolingian society. It happened not long before Agabard's death, and we have no reaction from this side, but it clearly confirms what he tells us about the status of the Jews and their influence on the Christians at Louis' court. and
You're right about life.
presumably also on the more simple-minded Christian flock of which he tells
Does the question of
us that they were attracted by Jewish sermons.
Does the question of
In light of Bodo's conversion, Agabard's observations about Christians being attracted by Judaism seem all the more credible. Or, to put it differently, Bodo's conversion reflects a certain zeitgeist of the Carolingian society that finds its expression also in Agabard's writings. 91. 86 Battenberg, Gibbon, 55 F. Heil, Agabard, Hassim, 87 Battenberg, Gibbon, 56. See also Heil, Gibbon, 64. 88 The fact that Everett possessed considerable church property in the county of Lyons certainly explains much of Agabard's rage against him. Heil, Agabard, 60 FF. But from this insight does not necessarily follow that Everett's favorable treatment of the Jews, supported by the king, belongs to the realm of fantasy. 89 Heil, Gibbon, 52, distinguishes arbitrarily between facts, such as building new synagogues, and shifting the market date from Saturday to Sunday, and unverifiable episodes and rumors, such as presence of sport women to Jewish women. Why are the latter less verifiable for Agabard's contemporaries, and the king in particular, than the former? 90 Heil, Gibbon, 66, and 118, with the relevant literature. 91 This is also Langen Walter's conclusion, who writes, Case Heil what created problems. From Agabard's perspective, was that Jews and Christians had become too unified, that Jews were entwined into the fabric of the empire. This discomfiture and close relations combined with the swift and negative reaction from Lewis and his Missy helps explain the number and increase. 44. Peter Schaeffer, Amulo, Agabard's successor, ascended to the bishopcy of Lyons in 841. A few years later, in 846, he published his Contraludios, a theological treatise against the Jews in the real sense of the word rather than a missive provoked by actual political circumstances, as was the case with Agabard's writings. 92 He does refer, however, to the affair of Bodo's conversion in 839, which must have caused a major stir in church circles. He calls him a Palatine deacon of noble birth, who, enticed by the diabolic persuasions of the Jews, forsook the palace, his native land, and his parents. Now he lives in Spain among the Jews, denying Jesus Christ as the Son of God, desecrating his baptism and accepting circumcision. Zion, even changing his name from Bodo to Eliezer, and sporting a beard and being married, blaspheming Christ and his church together with the Jews. 93. According to Amulo, Bodo's conversion was clearly a dramatic event. With him the Jews caught a big fish. After all, he was Louis' personal confessor. Amulo does not mention any other conversion from Christianity to Judaism, but the larger context in which his conversion is revealing. Amulo,
Hey, welcome. How are you?
is primarily concerned with conversions from Judaism to Christianity that seem to have been less successful.
How's your day going? Excellent. I'm doing well. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been streaming for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Some of the things that we discuss on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel. We talk about de-extinction and things like life extension technology, human growth hormone, stem cells, really advanced things. I know that Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, palladium, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever. So perhaps I may be a very successful person someday, very influential. And if I am, I'm going to help you and your friends and your family. How's that sound? Excellent. Yo, we're all related. Yep, it's my last name. Well, there's a first for everything, big dog. Yeah, it's a big family. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone. Well, I like to say they're related to me. I can trace my bloodline going back to the Bible, and not many people can do that. Very rare. Yeah. So, how are things in your neck of the woods? How's your day going? Excellent. Well, I'm glad to hear that. We're just chilling, watching the Lex Friedman podcast. I'm listening to an audiobook, just enjoying life. So feel free to enjoy life alongside me. If you're ever bored, I'm here. I'm here to support you with whatever you need. I'm here to be a friend. So if you ever need anything, you let me know, okay? Excellent. Beautiful. Well, enjoy, my friend.
Most, I suspect
And the
that
church might have wished,
many new
since the Jews,
additions suffer from
wickedly and cunningly,
absurd
don't
and
give up on Jewish converts to
at least for a lack of
Christianity.
meaningful change in
There is
content.
nothing wrong
As
with
it
you
happens,
believing in
nearly
Christ.
15 years have
He has
passed
the Jews tell
since the
their
first edition of Power, Sex,
apostates,
Suicide
because Christ does not
And I
really
am
detract from
resisting
God's
the
superior
temptation to
position.
any lame ambition.
There is no one who
Some
is
say
like
that
God or
even
his equal.
Darwin lessened the
94
power of
Some
his
Jews,
arguments and the
Amulo
origin of
continues,
species through his
even
multiple
go so far
revisions,
as to admit
in
that
which
there
he dealt
exists a
with
major and a minor
criticism
God,
and sometimes
Deum,
shifted his views in the
esse
wrong
majorum,
direction.
et
I
Deum
prefer
minorum.
my original
To
to
them,
speak for
this
itself,
dual Godhead
even
doesn't
if
pose
it
a
turns out to be wrong.
problem, as long as it
When
remains
he asked
clear
the
that
question
Jesus
about
is
writing
subordinate to the Father and a
to students in the
human
academic
being.
setting, but also writing
95
some of the most
Unfortunately,
brilliant writings
Amulo
on
doesn't
science
give
and
more
humanity
details
out
about
of the
these
right.
Jews,
What's the
who
process
distinguish between a major and a
writing
minor,
out?
or
How do
lesser,
you
God,
advise
but it is tempting to
other
see here an echo of
humans?
Jewish speculations about
If you
Metatron,
were to talk to
a
young
human
Darwin
being.
or the
Enoch,
young
who was
you,
transformed into the lesser
and
God,
just young
Yahweh
anybody to
Hakatan.
give advice about
This leads
how to write well
us
on
again
one of
into
these
the
big
realm of the
topics,
Italic
what would you
literature,
say?
more precisely the third book
I mean, I spoke up
of Enoch that may well have taken shape around Amulo's time.
what's the story?
96.
What
In
do
the
I
harsh
want to know?
rhetoric
What
of
do I want to
Agabard's
convey?
anti-Jewish writings,
Why does it matter to
Agabard
me?
of Leon,
And very
132.
often,
See also Ibid,
the biggest, most interesting questions,
161f, 216f,
childlike
92
questions.
Amulo, Liber contra
To what
Judaeus,
nation everybody wants
PL
to ask them.
116
Dads are fine doing because they want to do it.
141-184, CF Basho,
One of the nice
Ert
things about
Biscop Agabard von,
science is the longer you
Leon,
read, the more you realize that everybody
311
has
FF,
these questions,
Pile,
and it's not so simple to
Agabard,
ask them after all.
65 FF,
So
93 Amulo,
So trying
Liber
to
contra Judaeus
ask
42,
the questions
PL
that
116:171
I would have
BC,
been asking myself at the age of
94
15,
Amulo,
16, when I was
PL
really hungry to know about the world.
116:171 quid Mali SSI credis in Christum, Hoc tantum TFQ,
Wanted to go to the edge
similum
of
sibi et equalem Deus non habet,
but it helps to get
95
there.
Amulo, Ibid, PL
Too much time.
116:171 AB,
I want someone to keep
96 C. Schaefer, Übersetzen der Literatur.
Beyond
1.
that, I wondered
Agabard
a lot
S. and Amulo S.
about
Talagat
who
Yeshu.
they were writing for.
45.
And that was in the end.
It doesn't come as a
the only answer
surprise,
I had was
then,
myself.
that Amulo's treatise betrays some definite
Because
knowledge of the
even
Talagat
if you,
Yeshu.
you
91
you
1
just
quote
don't
the
know
first
who you're
reference.
reading, but also where you're
They,
reading.
the Jews,
Are
blaspheme that we believe in him of whom the law of God says that he is suspended from a tree, in lingo suspensum, and accursed by God. Therefore, on the same day that he was suspended, it was decreed that he should be buried, lest he remain on the gallows, in Potavilo, overnight, and their land become polluted by him. And their teacher Joshua cried out and ordered that he be quickly taken down from the tree. And he was cast into a grave in a garden full of cabbage. Gordo Colibus plena, lest there land be contaminated. 98. This is an obvious reference not only to the Talagat Yeshu but again to the recent Zion of the Talagat as preserved in the Aramaic fragments, just as it was the case with Agabard. The law of God that Amulo mentions is a direct quotation of Deuteronomy 21:22f. When someone is convicted of a crime punishable by death and is executed, and you hang him on a tree, his corpse must not remain all night upon the tree. You shall bury him that same day, for anyone hung on a tree is accursed by God. You must not defile the land that the Lord, your God, is given you for possession, and this quotation, as well as the problem that it alludes to, plays an important role only in the Aramaic fragments. Moreover, what has been translated above as gallows, patabulum in Latin, is a fork-shaped note, similar to the perca in Agabard, and it is also only in the Aramaic frag. Meant that Joshua, in the Aramaic text his full name is mentioned, Yehoshua. Ben Hayat gives the order to take him down from the tree, equals cross, and to bury him. The only difference between the Aramaic recension and Amulo is that, according to Amulo, Jesus is buried in a garden full of cabbage, whereas, in the Aramaic fragments, he is buried in a channel of water, similar to Agabard's, next to an aqueduct. But the cabbage appears also in the Aramaic fragments, as well as in many of the later Hebrew versions, namely as the stalk of calf, page, River, on which Jesus was crucified. Amulo's garden full of cabbage echoes Tertullian's gardener, who is so concerned about his lettuces, 100. And it seems likely that Amulo, together with Agabard, reflect a version of the Talagat Yeshu that doesn't know yet of the cabbage stalk as Jesus' cross. In other words, although Agabard's and Amulo's Talagat Yeshu come closest to the Aramaic recension, they certainly were not identical with the Aramaic fragments that have been preserved. The second reference to the Talagat Yeshu in Amulo reads as follows. 97 Case Heil, Agabard, 65 within 112. APS conclusion der Schlubby, Amulo have not told God selbstigen, nu wie nicht gezogen worden, den zijn kent missen beschränken sich auf. Ganz way, deze nicht einmal sind raal motive /dozen tradition is not just overly cautious, but simply wrong. Heil relies on
Simply
second
wrong.
and incomplete evidence of the Talagat Yeshu. 98 Amulo, Liber contra Judaeus 25, PL 116:158, 99 milliseconds Cambridge TS, miscellaneous 35.87, FOL2A, line 7, 100
Kimberly Shores, I gotta follow.
P27,
That's for
46, Peter Schaefer,
I'm sure you've
and they
gathered
say,
some wisdom.
according to their ancestors, that when he was taken down from the tree and buried in a grave, in order that all should know him to be dead and not revived, he was removed again from the grave and dragged back through the entire city and thus thrown away. 101, iterum de sepulchro extractum,
strict
Et
career
retorted per totem
opportunities.
civitatem tractum, sic pro.
There isn't.
Jectum.
It's
Therefore,
not.
till today
there
his
is, but
sepulchre
there isn't.
stands empty and is fouled with stones and
There's a lot
full
of competition. There's a
of
lot of
filth,
death.
which they are in the habit of throwing in.
So who survives?
However, not
the people who
completely
survive are
satisfied.
the people who
With blasphemies of this kind,
enough.
they have fallen
to
into
still
such
do
a
it.
deep abyss of
And they're very
misfortune
often the
that
people who
they are convinced of and zealously
don't worry
observe
too much about
the
the future.
custom that no
They're not
prayer of them
able to
could
live in the present.
be accepted by
you
God
do a
unless they
PhD,
curse in it our Lord
it's
Jesus
hard to get
Christ,
into the PhD,
confessing
then
that he
hard
is
to get a postdoc job.
impious and the son of an impious, eumse impium et filium impi, namely, someone of uncertain origin, nescio quaes ethnici / whom they call Pandarot, quem nominum pen,
And as always, the next
Dera
step
with whom they say the mother of
Yeah.
our Lord committed
10 year
adultery,
and
a quod
full
cunt.
professor,
Matrem domini adulteratum, and in this way he, in whom we believe, was bomb. 102. Here we learn that Jesus' corpse, after it was buried, was taken out of the grave and dragged through the city in order to demonstrate that Jesus was indeed dead and hadn't risen from the dead. This is clearly an abbreviated version of the full story as we have it again in the Aramaic Toledat Yeshua. There, Jesus is buried in a channel of water in the garden of Ar Yehuda the gardener, and when his followers cannot find him in his grave, remember that according to Agabart, the aqueduct was flooded. They believe that he was indeed resurrected and had ascended to heaven. But Ar Yehuda, knowing the location of his grave in the channel of water, brought him out of his grave, cast a rope around his legs and dragged him through all the streets of Tiberias, proclaiming, "This is Yeshua." Bar Pandora the wicked. 103. This makes more sense than Amulo somewhat. Unmotivated removal of Jesus' corpse from the grave, just to demonstrate that he was dead. But most conspicuously, the dragging through the city.
There's that sandbagging son of a bitch. How you living, baby? There you go. Yeah, he sent us a documentary or something. You have to be careful with that, dude. That's like 2 out of the last 3 days you've done that, right? I gotcha. All right. So, what can we do to prevent that? Meaning. Okay. So, is like I have like a little table right next to my right here, and I have these tables so that if I flap around at night, I don't fall on anything. I don't fall on my phone or anything. Do you have a little table that you can put next to you? Oh, that's fucking perfect, man. It's like a hospital tray. I gotcha. All right. So then what's stopping you from putting it on there and using it like that all the time? I gotcha. All right. Well, then I just know at night that I have to remind you, make sure that your laptop is on the table. Well, here's why. Because, I mean, 2 out of 3 days, you've come close to 86 in that thing. and I don't want you to break it. The second that you break it, then you're not going to be able to be in here as much, and then I'm going to be sad, and we'll have, I mean, person in here. Uh, Zoot asked about you, and it's funny. I don't know if you heard Riser and I talking, but like Zoot and I have been playing games super late. Like we play at like 4 in the morning, and then he asked, "Where's Caspian Sea?" I'm like, literally, we just got done playing the same thing that you and I are playing, mini golf and Uno. But then I said, then we were watching Joe Rogan do an interview on aliens, and I'm sure that Caspian Sea probably just fell asleep, and Riser bounced, and but yeah, we got to make sure to preserve that computer. I had one. This is probably like 5 or 6 years ago. I had it on my lap. And I'm like, man, I'm gonna fall asleep. I think I just like subconsciously put it to the left of my body, and I put my glasses down on it, and then I closed the lid and shattered the screen. Right. And it didn't break my glasses, but it destroyed the screen. And so I know I'm very familiar with, if you're asleep or like falling asleep, your laptop can get really fucked up really easily. So can your phone. So I do my best to, I mean, I've just learned the hard way, especially like, even if you don't fuck it up, you can fuck up like the power cord to it, which, can be really all that kind of stuff. So, but, well, all right. Did you just move it? Oh, very nice. So it's on that table? Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. Very cool. I've been getting a lot of interesting people in here today, more than normal. And I don't know if that's because people are home or people are lonely, but a lot of people wish me happy holidays or whatever they want to say, and that's absolutely fine. And I've had some people who were just they're very curious about me, and that's cool, especially in the KSI Discord there, because I'm pretty new in there, and so I get the same questions. Why is your camera on? I explain to them that I'm streaming. They say to me, "Yeah, but why is your camera on?" And I'm like, "Well, isn't that what you're supposed to do in a video call?" And they're like, "Yeah, but you're not talking." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, my microphone's far away, so if you want to chat, we can absolutely chat." But it's interesting to me, like, people are totally fine with people never showing their screen or never showing their camera and just being on. Exactly. But they think it's absolutely ludicrous to do the opposite of that, and I don't really get that one. And I would have my microphone on if people want it, but what ends up happening to me is people want to then talk, and then they're like, my microphone's going all the time, and then they're like, well, now you're basically like hogging the audio, and then I either get like a server mute or they just flat out ban me. So there's that. In the Wall Street Bets Discord, I have been winning people over every single day, even like guys who are really mean to me. Like one guy yesterday, he's like, "You're Jewish, automatic ban or automatic block." And then today, he was super nice and like really nice to me. I was like generally, no matter what the day is, I just say, "I hope everybody has a nice day today," and people will be like, "Go fuck yourself, kill yourself," all this other shit, and this guy was like, today he was really nice, and I'm like, hey, have you seen my blog? That's like what I've kind of been pushing on people in there. And they're like, no, I haven't seen it. I'm like, well, it's the biggest blog that you've ever seen, like at least blog entry. It's literally like a book. And they're like, okay, let's take a look at it. And they'll take a look at it and they're like, wow, that's really interesting. Or like, wow, that is a giant blog. And, these are guys who are in the stock market. They're generally high net worth individuals. They're generally, I would say, into science and technology and things. And so it's been getting some attention in there. And then what? Okay, so I've got that one. Aiden Ross's Discord has been pretty lit today. I don't know why. Maybe because he's coming back. He hasn't streamed in a while. Oh, I had something to ask you. Would you please, when you get a chance, press the create support ticket and ask Rabbi anything things, and just do a test for me? I've been meaning to ask you to do that for like a few days now. I just want to make sure. Okay, perfect. That's what I need to know. I wondered why I wasn't getting any. Welcome, welcome. Oh, this is Kylie. Kylie's somebody who we met earlier today, and they're cool. They're chilling. Yeah, I think they met. They were watching my stream and came on in. Okay, so let's see here. View channel, create invite. What did it say? Okay, this is interesting. Manage threads, manage messages, create public threads, allow members to create threads that everyone in the channel can view. Send. Okay, did you say it was send messages in threads? Okay, cool. So I think I fixed that one. Can you try it again? Yo, what's going on? How are you, pimp? Thank you, my friend. Happy holidays to you. What's good in your neck of the woods? Excellent. Watching Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu go to the moon? Absolutely. How's that little lass who's caught your eye recently? Are you going to spend the day with her? Okay. All right. So is she someone who you may want to introduce to your family someday? That's amazing, man. Wow. Wow, we got wedding bells already. I might have to preside over the occasion. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that would be something. A Sproto Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu wedding. That'd be phenomenal. Absolutely. I agree. So, did you get everything that you had anticipated? Excellent. Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. My Discord keeps growing. I have over 1,500 people in here. We're getting new people in every day. I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in I Show Speed's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in KSI's Discord. So I'm getting connected with bigger influencers. I don't know if I told you this. So the owner of Kick, do you know what Kick is? Okay, so the owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven, and I did an interview a couple months now at this point, but with a couple of their creators, and he and I are now friends on Discord. So whatever I said, at least was positive, and made that connection. And every day new people come in, and in addition, I don't know if you know who like Zoot is. You know who Zoot is, right? Yeah, dude, Zoot comes in here every day, and we play we play games for like 2 hours. So we've been playing mini golf, and we've been playing uh Uno. So those have been that's been really fun. And yeah, so I keep him entertained, and he does the same to me. And yeah, just keeping the strength of the community alive. We get a lot of people in here just randomly come in to say hello on a daily basis, which is great. And I promote the coin even though nobody asks me to. I promote the coin to just about every single person who comes in the Discord because they want to know what is all this beautiful merch. And I explained to them what Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 E is. You have no idea how many people just see me in random discords, and they're like, "You must really like Sonic the Hedgehog," and I'm like, "Huh? Oh, no, no, no." And then I have to explain to them what's going on. So with those kinds of things, I'd say that things are very positive here. Also, hey, do you know what Wall Street Bets is? Excellent. So those guys are total assholes to me. But there's one Wall Street Bets Discord with like 60,000 people, and I'm slowly making waves in there and making strides, advancing my cause. I created a robot that basically keeps me in there all the time and just streams Bloomberg 24/7. So it like adds to their Discord server, and then people ask me questions and do other things like that. And those are pretty influential people and high net worth individuals. And it's just a matter of time until one of those guys sees what I do, and it's like, hey, let's give it a try. Let's promote this person, and then we blow up, and then all of a sudden, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu hits $1 billion market cap, and you and I are on a boat in Cancun with cigars. How's that sound? Excellent. Well, James, I want you to know how much I appreciate you coming in. I think that you're a phenomenal individual. You're an excellent friend. And if you ever need anything, you know I'm here for you. Thank you. Thank you, James. Take care, my friend. Peace. Bye-bye. James Kamensky, everybody. The man, the myth, the legend. One of my favorite people in the world. He's a wonderful person. I don't know if you know who James is, but he's a really wonderful person. Yeah, you guys look a lot alike. Yeah, if I recall, yeah, like big beard, that whole deal. I There's another, yeah, there are a couple guys who kind of have that look. Yeah, he's a really nice individual. He's a class act. I really mean that. He fought for me when, like, people didn't always want me in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and oh yeah, definitely. I had to fight for like 6 months to be able to stream in there consistently. At first, they were like, the way that I met them, I was in a Twitter space and I started talking about futurology. And when I start talking about that stuff, either people tune me out or they think, hey, this is somebody who's talking about stuff that isn't normally being discussed. And they heard that I streamed my life and data's number one resource on earth. And they jumped in and they were like, hey, um would you please join our Discord? And I was like, sure. So I joined the Discord, and I noticed that like I couldn't just open up a VC myself. So whenever they had an event, I would jump in the VC and be the last person to leave, and I would be in there for like a few days, and then I'd get kicked out by somebody. And eventually they were like, they basically were like, well, there are some people who want you in here streaming all the time, but there are other people that it catches them off guard. They don't know what to make of you. And if we're getting like we're getting random people in here, and they are high net worth individuals and they want to do investing. You don't know if just some random person sleeping in the Discord is the best thing that they should see. But then the counter argument to that is, dude, we are Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The first thing we need is a rabbi sleeping in our Discord. That's exactly what it just adds. It adds to our lore. Exactly. So it adds to our exactly. And um exactly. Exactly. So then we got to I mean, I remember the date. It was December 18th, 2023. And there are some girls in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and one of them was just horny and asked me to um we were just kind of texting or whatever, and she wanted me to go under the covers. So I'm like, okay, I'll go under the covers, girl. And 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 then I really think that some guys got jealous of that because we don't have many girls in there. And then all of a sudden, it, not really, they were mad at me because they know that, like, I'm living in there. But they were like, um, we've got this we've got this motto, like, don't come, retain, 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 retain. That's our big thing. And so if we've got you and you're not retaining and you're like a public figure here, we don't know if that's that great. So I'm like, look, guys, fine, whatever. So I can tell you the date. It was December 18th. So I remember saying, though, it's not like I was just like, hey, I'm gonna do this. And I said, it's like up to your imagination when I'm doing under the covers, but also it was a female member of the community who wanted me to do this. So it's like I was prodded to do it. Anyway, um once that happened, then it was like, okay, well then I'll maintain the retained motto as long as I need. And then they sent me some shirts and they sent me that's just say like "come is illegal" and all these things like to reinforce that. And then it actually was really interesting that I was in an interview this fall, and they were asking me, or I was talking about Harry Potter Obama Sonic 1080. Oh, no. I got straight up asked, what do you do when you have to masturbate? And I said, well, I'm a part of a community where our motto is retain. And so I do my absolute best. And then when Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu found out I did that, they're like, oh, we got we got him on our side. And so they were even like, we can't believe you remember. And I was like, yeah, I can't remember. I can't believe I remembered to say it either. But yeah, so they originally did not want me to stream in there. And then little by little, I won them over. And then I don't want to say now I can do absolutely anything I want in there. I still ensure that I don't spam or I don't take advantage of them or their situations there. But they have just been the absolute best community to me. To just help me in anything that I need. I've never bought cryptocurrency. They've only ever given it to me. And I would we've had these nights where we do well, I haven't done them in a while, and I'm really good at it, or people tell me I'm really good at it, is being a host of trivia. There's this website that I use that's triviagenerator.com. And I really, the reason why I don't do it is because my Twitter, it's hard for me to keep a consistent Twitter account because Twitter's on me like flies on shit because whenever I create anything that has Rabbi Rothschild in it, I end up getting that account banned. So but I'm really good at well, people tell me I'm really good at it. It's not that um really good at it. I just realized you need to be fast. Don't like people it's very fast paced. So it's not like one question a minute. It'll be like 3 or 4 questions a minute. Boom. If you know the answer, great, chime in. If not, we're moving on to the next one. And it was on just that's a really great website, randomtriviagenerator.com. So with that, I hosted earlier this year. It was like this summer. I did a trivia night with them, which is cool. I mean, it's fun to do, and it gets a lot of people. And it like if you are ever in these Twitter spaces, they are sometimes really boring, especially the cryptocurrency ones, because it's like, hey, we've got this cryptocurrency coming out January 3rd, and then but we don't have anything else to talk about until then except did you know that we have a cryptocurrency launch on January 3rd? but there's nothing else to talk about. And so we're like, all right, well, bring people up and do whatever. And instead of doing that, they can just, and other cryptocurrencies have done this with me as well. Hey, we have Rabbi here. Rabbi, do you mind hosting trivia? And I can just go in and be like, all right, boom. And then just be like, what's the largest continent? Boom. And people will know or not. And some of the questions are really, really difficult. So frankly, I try to avoid those and just kind of keep it pretty mellow, kind of easier trivia, because nobody wants to think really hard about this stuff or have me be really how would I say it, like really strict on it. But I haven't done it in a while, and that's just because Twitter has been kind of, I've ever since they just went through this massive ban of all my accounts, I've just kind of been like, I'll focus on Discord. And I really think, Discord's just easier for me to be able to connect with people. The Twitter verse is an excellent universe, but it does get kind of difficult. Look, if I can't go by Rabbi Rothschild, which is what I am, it's my name, then I'm kind of hurting myself, because then I have to go in there and I'm like, oh, I'm anonymous user 12345. Hey, do you remember who Rabbi Rothschild is? Well, that's who I am. And then they're like, well, okay, well, why don't you have that as your profile? Why even the profile pic that I have here, Twitter has some kind of thing in their algorithm that if you show that picture, you get your account banned like that. It's almost like they have like a big thing of like hate symbols or like spam symbols or whatever. And so I've created other ones. But the thing is, I've always just wanted my original account back. And until that happens, I've just kind of been, because I worked hard at it. I had like 3,000 followers. I had another one with 10,000 followers, but they weren't all real. The 3,000 followers, I knew all those people were, they knew who I was, and we would connect on a daily basis. So I've kind of transitioned my my efforts to Discord, and it's, frankly, Discord's easier for me to be able to connect with people. Like, the other issue that arises, have you ever hosted a Twitter space? If you did, if you said, yeah, exactly. And you probably had a maximum of like 2 people in there, 3 people maybe, because you have to be a huge account, especially with how their algorithm works. Oh, I know what else kind of moved me away from Twitter. Well, I originally had a Twitter Blue account. I had the check mark and everything, and they started changing things, and then it just was like at the point where I can't just keep paying. Like, they originally it was $1, then it went to $8. Now it's like $156 a year or something like that. And I just could tell they're just going to keep raising this, and I'm not getting anything out of it. I feel like I would tweet so much, because I would just tweet what I thought was really cool stuff from ChatGPT. So I'd be like, ChatGPT, tell me 100 different computers faster than a quantum computer. And it would be like 100 different things. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Exactly. No, it absolutely. No, no, no. This was before the Grok. No, I understand. Um, that's that's fine. It was before the Grok thing. That could be. Um, that absolutely could be. I'm not saying that it couldn't be. I think though that it has to do with, well, it has to do with me just spamming people. And I wasn't spamming people. I was just mass following. They've told me specifically why they banned me. And they said you're not allowed to follow people using an automated means. And they also said something like um, following too many people in too short an amount of time is a bannable offense. And once they get you for that, and then you create other accounts, well, then they get you for what's called a, like ban, what is it? Not ban evasion. ban evasion. So once they get you for ban evasion, then you can't create any more accounts, and it's like I'm kind of just like, whatever, losers. I will do what I want to do on Discord and hopefully make more friends there. And I mean, Discord's been the best thing for me, period. It allows a consistent place for me to be able to stream, to make friends, to be able to tell people my message. And like I had this guy, Ellie, who came in, or whatever their name is, the person who just came in, or Kylie. And the way that, like, they're like, hey, do you have a fan page? I used to have fan pages, but they got banned. But like, wow, I'm getting a call right now from on Discord. I don't know who this is. Who is this? I don't know. I get so many fucking calls. Oh my, it's unreal. And the funny thing is, all of my accounts light up when somebody calls me. So it's like it's like 15 different devices. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I don't know who these people are who think like, hey, I'm just going to randomly call people using Discord and see if they pick up. I do sometimes pick up, but nevertheless, no one in their right mind is just going to take calls from strangers, video calls, if they don't know what's going on. There's this other thing I can't stand. If you get a new invitation for a message from someone from a server, and if you just say ignore, it says ignore everyone in the server, and then it puts a message on all my different devices, like ignore everyone. And if I say no on one device, I have to say no on all the other devices. It's just, I mean, all of the things that you or anybody else goes through on Discord, where are you a human, or turn on notifications, all those messages, I just get them 15 times as much. And I just realized that not many people utilize the strategy that I'm utilizing, but I don't know why people don't. I don't know why. Frankly, this is kind of confusing to me. I don't know why Coca-Cola doesn't just create a Coca-Cola account and just put it in Socialize or the Aiden Ross Discord, the biggest Discords, and just have it sit there. I don't know why they don't do that. Every time you see Coca-Cola, it's like smoke. It's like an ad. It's a call to action. I don't know why advertisers don't do that, and it's free. It could be because they think other people gain the system, or they'll get their accounts banned, but I'm not sure. Another thing I don't understand, why, like, I just use Coca-Cola because they're the biggest, one of the most, if not the most well-known brand. Why they don't want to advertise on pornography. There's something like reptilian about the brain, and I would think they would want to connect with people's, like, their how would I say it? Like, their reptilian brains. They're like subconsciously. I don't know why they wouldn't. Like, I don't know. Nobody, like, no one, at least on pornography, no big brands will advertise on pornography sites, and I don't understand that. I would think that's where they would want to advertise the most, because that's when you can connect your brand with someone in their, like, most subconscious mindset. I don't understand it. I don't understand why a lot of these things, but was that Kylie again? What up, Kylie? Yeah, yeah. Excellent question. It's the cryptocurrency that sponsors me. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu. This is worth $300 million, this cryptocurrency. So the good people at Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu donated all of my merchandise, and I wear it very proudly. And my shirt says, it's faded, but it says, "Let's accidentally get rich." and my pants are the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu logo. You can go to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu website. It's hpos10i.com, and you can find out more about the cryptocurrency. Are you into cryptocurrencies, Kylie? Kylie, do you know what cryptocurrency is? That's okay. Well, basically, one of these projects, these cryptocurrency projects, found out about me. They liked what I do, and they sent me a bunch of merchandise to wear, which I do wear, and I wear proudly and tell people about their project. So it's basically they helped to endorse me. And the cryptocurrency, when I started with it, was worth pennies, and now it has a market value of $300 million. It's worth a lot of money. So I think that's good. Does that answer your question? There's no they have a page if you want to buy it. They have an entire merchandise store. So you can get that. I've got like a hoodie here. This hoodie is worth like $800. It's one of a kind, or I'm sorry, limited edition. It's very cool. It's excellent quality. It's really beautiful. So they sent me all kinds of cool stuff, and they sent me the sleep mask. This sleep mask is one of a kind, and I wear it proudly. Thank you. So yeah. All right, my friend, we're gonna continue to watch this podcast. Feel free to listen to it. If you have any other questions, let me know. Go ahead. This podcast is about human consciousness. So let's check it out.
Really care.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Excellent. Is your sister an adult? Is she 18? She's 20. Perfect. Tell her to come in here whenever she has time, and I'd love to meet her. Um, yeah, tell her all the things that I told you, that we're bringing world peace, that we have a positive message. We want to end world hunger, end world thirst, so that we can eventually start space tourism and terraforming other planets and start interstellar travel. I appreciate that. Shout out to your sister. Tell her Rabbi said what's up. Absolutely. So tell her um she should check out my blog. Did you see my blog, Kylie? Okay, so I sent it to you. Did she see my Super Rothschild on TikTok? Excellent. I'm also on Instagram. I'm Rabbi Rothschild on Instagram. She can see that. And tell her to send me a follow. Yeah, absolutely. I'll send it to you right now. Just one moment. Does she like karaoke? Does your sister like karaoke? Excellent. Well, I do karaoke as well. So, oh yeah, sometimes many times a night. Yeah, definitely. I've already done it this week. I did it this morning as well. Just one moment. I'm going to send you my link, and then she can have it. And does she have a Discord, or does she have a Discord user? Oh, perfect. Excellent. I'm all over Reddit. So just one moment. I'm all over Reddit. Yeah, I agree. So just one moment, and I will share this with you. What's your sister's name? Shout out to Jenna. Okay, so tell Jenna I sent you my Instagram. I have a bunch of different Instagram accounts. And if she likes karaoke, I have a bunch of different karaoke songs that I sing. And yep. And let me get you my TikTok. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. So if you just type in Rabbi Rothschild, you'll find I'm like all over the place. But that's a good thing. And tell her to shoot, and you as well. Shoot me a friend request, and I will follow you back. And I'm gonna send you my TikTok right now. So you've got my you see I sent you my Instagram and my TikTok. Excellent. And did you show her all my different streams at once? Yeah. Okay, excellent. Well, the easiest place to probably see me is in Discord if she ever wants to come in here, but also on YouTube. So I sent you my YouTube links. So feel free. And then you got to take a look at my blog. It's huge. So I'll send you that as well. And the reason why I say take a look at my blog is because it has all kinds of information on future technology, like the stuff we were talking about earlier about space sails and space elevators and transatlantic tunnels and faster than light travel and ways to extend your life. All that kind of stuff is available on my blog. So take a look at my blog. Kylie, take a look at my blog right now if you can and read through it. It'll take you a long time to even read through a quarter of it. But take a look at what you think, and I'd love to hear your thoughts, okay? Okay, excellent. So I will follow you on Instagram, and you DM'd me at oh yeah, you hold on one second. Apologies. You DM'd me on Rabbi Rothschild. Okay, just one moment. Are you SB busy? Excellent. I followed you back. So we are connected. Excellent. Absolutely. Tell her to tell all her friends that we'll make them all rich people. All they have to do is tell their friends and let me know. And what I want you to do, look in Discord right now. I just sent you my blog. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Do you see that? All right. I want you to go to that, and I want you to read through it. It's huge. Make sure to click my face. So when you go to rabbirothschild.blogspot.com, click on my face, and then you'll see. Look how big it is. No, you're not looking at the right thing. That's YouTube. No, you haven't. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, no, you're looking at YouTube, not YouTube, my blog. Do you see go to the messages that we have? The message that I just sent you is www.rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Do you see that? Yes, sir. Okay. Well, you go get a charger and then come back when you have more power and we'll talk all about it. In the meantime, I sent you my blog. Take a look at it. All right. There we go, baby.
What you really care about what you're doing now. Then it doesn't matter if you have a job in 2 years' time or not.
The name of the city or leaves it out because he knew only too well that Jesus was buried in Jerusalem. That Jesus' grave is empty, of course harks back to the empty grave of the New Testament, but we know now that it is not empty. Because Jesus was resurrected, but the Jews took him out of his grave and disposed of him. 104 and that the Jews throw stones into his empty grave refers to the Jewish custom of putting stones on top of graves. Finally, Amulo tells us that Jesus was the son of someone of uncertain origin, with the name Pandora, with whom his mother committed adultery. The later Talagat Yeshua recensions elaborate in great detail on this information and offer a full-fledged birth story of Jesus as a bastard and as the son of a menstruating woman. Amulo doesn't seem to know the full story, but he knows a bit more. 101 were abandoned. 102 Amulo, Liber contra Judeos 40, BL 116:168 BL 6090. 103 milliseconds Cambridge TS. Miscellaneous 35.87, FOL 28, lines 23 to 25. 104 in the Aramaic text Pilate orders Jesus' corpse to be reburied in a graveyard, FOL 2, lines 27 to 28. Agabard S and Amulo S Talagat Yeshua. 47. In the Aramaic version, which mentions only the name of Jesus' father, Yeshua, Bar Pandora, and certainly knows more than Agabard, who doesn't refer at all to Jesus' family background. 105 Although we cannot know whether Amulo had access to Celsus through origin, or, admittedly less likely, to the Babylonian. Talmud's brief reference to Pandora as Miriam's lover. One thing seems clear. Amulo's Talagat Yeshua was focused on Jesus' death and not on his birth and life. Unlike Agabard, the Talmud seems to be the only Jewish work that Amulo is aware of, apart, of course, from the Old Testament that he quotes over and over again. There is, however, one notable exception. In chapter 22 of his treatise, he argues at great length against the Jewish idea of a Messiah, Ben Ephraim, that is, a Messiah from the tribe of Ephraim. 106 at first glance. This looks like the well-known Midrashic tradition of the Messiah Ben Ephraim, who is supposed to die in the eschatological battle and pave the way for the true Savior, the Messiah Ben David. But what is conspicuous here is the fact that Amulo doesn't say anything about the Messiah Ben Ephraim's death and the fulfillment of his mission through the Messiah Ben David. Quite the contrary. He portrays the Messiah Ben Ephraim as a rival of the true Messiah Ben David, who, of course, is Jesus Christ, as if the Jews had invented the Messiah Ben Ephraim in order to compete with the Christian Messiah Ben David. This is a story very different from the tradition of the Messiah Ben Ephraim as we know it from the rabbinic sources, except for one tradition preserved in Episcopal 34. 36 and 37 of Pesach Rabbi 01 there, a Messiah Ephraim, not Ben Ephraim, appears as the only Redeemer, and this Messiah Ephraim bears a number of quite remarkable characteristics that are otherwise known from the Christian tradition, or, more precisely, the Jewish tradition, the suffering servant, that has been usurped by the Christians and accordingly suppressed. I choose a Messiah who takes upon himself the sins of the people of Israel, and who, because of this, endures almost unbearable suffering until ultimately God vindicates him. 108. An important role in this Messiah Ephraim tradition is played by Jude 31:9, where I, God, have become father to Israel, and Ephraim is my firstborn, and it is precisely this verse that Amulo quotes in the Messianic interpretation which he attempts. 109 of Pisgah about the Messiah Ephraim are very different from the bulk of Pesach Rabbi, and scholars tend to think they're now between the 7th and the 9th century, probably rather than 105 see above, P36 38. 106 Amulo, Liber Contra Judaeus 20, L116:155 C 15060. 107 Homer, and Pesach Rabbi, a synoptic edition of Pesach Rabbi based upon all extant manuscripts and the Editio Francese, 3 volumes, Lanham, ML, University Press of America, 2009, 2:816-21, 830-36, 837 to the power of the peace. 108 on this, see Peter Schaefer, Die Geburt des Judentums AU, Geist des Christentums. Tübingen, More 2010, 133 to 78, expanded English version in preparation. 109 Amulo, Liber Contra Judaeus 22 PL 116:155D. 48. Peter Schaefer, former than the latter. 110 this means, if indeed Amulo refers to the Messiah, Ephraim tradition in Pesach Rabbi, that we are confronted with yet another example, a very peculiar group of works that took shape in the post-rabbinic period and that Agabard and Amulo know and attack because they challenge more Christian values. In sum, there can be hardly any doubt, first, that both Agabard and Amulo refer to a certain Ristaladat issue, and second, that this Taladat, the sure ascension must have been very similar to the version preserved in the Aramaic fragments from the Cairo Genizah. This means Aramaic fragments was known and used in the first half of the 9th century CE. It is impossible to determine how long before this data took shape, but the fact that it belongs to a body of literature that seems to have crystallized between the 7th and the 9th century CE casts into doubt the possibility that it appeared as a coagulated and well-defined work long before the 7th century. In any case, the Jews in the Carolingian Empire under Louis the Pious made public and even aggressive use of it, public and aggressive enough that the authorities of the church became aware of it and felt provoked by it. Since we don't have earlier evidence of other written versions of the Toledat Yeshua, it may well be that the Aramaic fragment Sagvardamilo recension is not only the earliest recension that has been preserved, but, indeed, the first recension that was ever put into writing. 1,0 Schaefer, Gebert, by 74 FF. The Strasbourg text of the Toledat. William Corberry. The Strasbourg text is among the best known of all presentations of the Toledat Yeshua. Samuel Kraus placed it first in the series of texts printed in his Das Liebert Jesu nach Geidisken Quellen, 1902, and it was the only text which he illustrated, with running series of variant readings and also of references to other relevant literature outside the Toledat Yeshua. Correspondingly, it was the main text translated into English by E.J. Schonfield in his book on the Toledat, according to the Hebrews, 1937, and the text chosen for translation into Italian by Riccardo Disani in his substantial study to Vangelo dal Ghetto, 1985, to illustrate the first, and probably oldest type of what he called the Helen group of texts. 1-2. Kraus himself had written that this text stands out for its Aromatisms on the one hand, and its agreement with the Oxford Yiddish text edited by Eric Bischoff on the other, the one or two scattered Aramaic phrases and sentences, viewed together with other features, had inclined him to see it as in essence particularly old. 3. It presents a shorter version of the type of Toledat Yeshua first made fully known in the scholarly world through an edition, translation, and study by J.C. Wagensale. Or the narrative of the Strasbourg text may be summarized as follows. Mary is betrothed to John, but Yeshua's father is Joseph, son of Pandora, the wise. Find this out, and Yeshua flees to Jerusalem, learns the Shem HaMepharash, gathers disciples and works wonders before Queen Helen, claiming to be Messiah and Son of God. The wise accuse him as a sorcerer, at first in vain, but they eventually prevail when Yeshua is brought down from his aerial flight by their agent Judas Iscariot, bound to a pillar and crowned with thorns in Tiberias. He is rescued by his followers and taken to Antioch, but finally arrested again in the temple when he comes to Jerusalem. He is hanged on a cabbage stalk, his body. 1 Samuel Kraus, Das Leben Jesu nach Geidisken Quellen, Berlin, S. Calvary, 1902, Repair. Till this time, Holmes, 1977, 20-21, 38-64. To U.J. Schonfield, according to the Hebrews, London, Duckworth, 1937, 35-61, Rick. Ardo Disani, to Angelo Dal Ghetto, Rome, Newton Compton, 1985, 33, 51-66. 3 Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 20-21, 247, referring to Eric Bischoff, on Judas Deutsches. Leben Jesu, Leipzig, W. Friedrich, 1895. For Liber Toldos Jescu and Computatio Libri Toldos Jescu, each separately paginated, in Johannes Christophorus Wagensale, Tila Ignace Satani, Altdorf, Joe. Henricus Connerstedt, 1681. 50. William Corberry disappears but is retrieved and displayed, and his followers, in continual dispute with other Jews for 30 years, are eventually separated by the wise through their agent Elijah, the great Haxam who pretends to be Christian and is known by the turbulent followers of Yeshua's Paul. Later on, Nestorius brings many of them back to a more Jewish outlook and way of life, and their conflict with Jews continues. It is ended when they press another disciple of the wise, Simeon, Sepa, to join them. He agrees on condition that they no longer molest Jews. But like Elijah, he remains secretly Jewish, and unbeknown to the Christians, he carries on his activities as a great Yidden. The story in this form occupies only 12 pages of about 30 lines in the Strasbourg manuscript, FF 170A 175B, described by Samuel Landauer. 5 Even so, its narrative shape suggests considerable antecedent redaction, thus, not to speak of details, the passages on Nestorius and Simeon, Peter, look like additions. In any case, since Krause's book, this text has probably become the most familiar Hebrew Toledat Yeshua for many, as the treatments by Schoenfield and Desainy may suggest. Yet perhaps the Strasbourg text still deserves further notice, partly because one or two doubts have overshadowed it, but more especially because Krause's judgment of its importance can be confirmed in various ways, and it raises the question of the origins of the Toledat Yeshua tradition particularly. Clearly, 1. The later Modem series of editions of Toledat Yeshua texts by scholars was heard, alt by Adolf Jelinek's publication of extracts on Simeon Sepa, under the heading Petrus Legend. 6. It began fully, however, when Eric Bischoff edited the Yiddish text just mentioned in 1895. Krause in his 1902 book suggests that Bischoff's Yiddish was translated from a Hebrew Toledat Yeshuait into the Strasbourg text. 7. Bischoff himself now, in 1902, contributed to Krause's book a classification of types of Toledat texts which later students have repeatedly reconsidered, but herein he recalled that when he had inquired about the scripts, our text in 1894, the chief librarian, Professor Barak, had expressly denied to him that any manuscript of this kind existed in the library. 8. This, of course. 5. It forms the 10th main item in Strasbourg, Bibliothèque Nationale et Universitaire Ms. 3974, Hebrew 48, as described by Samuel Landauer, Catalogue der Hebräischen, Arabisch-Chen, Persis-Chen, UND Tierkisken and Schrift under Kaiser Leichen Universitäts UND Landesbibliothek Strasbourg, Strasbourg, KJ Trianer, 1881, 68-70. 6. Bet Homidras. Samlung Kleiner Mitterskum UND Gemischter A. Bandlung John A. Uester. Altern Giidisken Literatur. Adolf Jelinek. 6 volumes. Vienna. Reider Winter. 1853-77. 3rd. Jerusalem. Warman. 1967. 5. XXVIXXVII. 60-62. 6. 913. 9-14. 153-6. 7. Krause. Das Leben Jesu. 20-21. 8. Bischoff and Krause. Das Leben Jesu. 30. The Strasbourg text of the Toledat. 51. Was surprising in view of its description in the 1881 Strasbourg catalogue, cited above, and Krause's own side of it. Any doubts on this head were settled, however, in 1928, when Robert Eastler received confirmation from the then librarian that it was and had been available in the library. 9. Some doubt of another kind still remained, however, for although Krause saw the Ms. himself, he based his edition on a copy, and the copyist had every so often been baffled by what went before him. A later transcription made by the present writer from the manuscript in 1982 has helped with gaps and seeming slips in the printed edition. Before moving to signs of the importance of this text in the attestation of the
trying to get at
Taladat
what is
issue,
the
I note what
source
might almost seem at first to suggest its unimportance,
is.
namely the modem
You are no
European
longer
origins
there.
of the copy
Like,
presented in the Strasbourg
that's not the
manuscript.
only
Yet it
part
is
of that
indeed
issue.
significant for our
There's
knowledge of
probably
the
many
currency
things that
and
aren't.
since I'm Laban of the Taladat
Source of
issue that
meaning
this
for me,
particular
but
copy can
maybe
be
I find
located in a
beautiful.
setting
Then
more
I'd like to
precisely than is often the
Yes.
case, thanks especially to scribal notes of family births and deaths, and S. Landauer's full description in his catalog. This text was probably copied in the 18th century. A scribal note at the end, F175b, gives the copyist's name as Moses.
The meaning Christ is
The Taladat issue is one item in a miscellaneous compilation, much of which, later in the volume, was copied. Towards the end of the century by Joseph, the second son of Moses, as his notes. On F276b and later show. His father Moses was a Hazan and died, as Joseph mentions in a later note, F314a, in 1793, Joseph's elder brother Samuel, also Hazan, died in 1802. The father Moses seems likely to have been the copyist of the Taladat Yeshua. Father and sons were members of a family which for a long time provided Hazanim and Hakamim for the Karaite community along the Jews of Halas on the river Dniester in southeastern Galicia, in the area of the former Ruthenia, and now in western Ukraine, 70 miles southeast of Lemberg/Lviv. 10. Many of the items brought together in this compilation are of specifically Karaite authorship or interest. They include Caleb Ependapilo and other Karaite authorities on the laws of Shehida, and extracts from moral and pious works, with some translations from Hebrew into Tartar, the language retained by Karaites of these parts. According to their own tradition, their forefathers had migrated from Byzantium to the Crimea, and had then been resettled in Troki near Vilnius and places further south, including Halas, by the Grand Inquisitor of Lithuania after his 1392 victory over the Tartars. 11. 9. Robert Isler, Lisa's Spacey Letters OU Vasilius's, 2 volumes, Heidelberg, C. Winter, 1929-30. 1:516, and 1. 10. The family records inserted by the main copyist, Joseph B. Moses, are summarized by Landauer, Catalog, 70, on the succession of Hazanim from this family among the Halas. Karaites C. Nathan M. Gelberg, Halas, in Judd, Berlin, Eschkel, 1928-1934, 7, 870-71. 11 and 1838 Responsum of Abraham Leonoas of Halas, cited by Moshe Balaban, Karaite, in Judd, Berlin, Eschkel, 1932, 9, 923-54, 936-37. See further Mikhail Kizilov, The Karaites of Galicia, Leiden, Brill, 2008. 52. William Warbury. The Taladat issue is the only polemical or midrashic item in the manuscript. It fits in a general way with the interest in communal instruction and the main tenets of Jewish education and ways of life, which is evident in much of the compilation. Joseph ben Samuel, an ancestor of the 18th century Moses, and his son Samuel and Joseph, had migrated to Halas from Lithuania at about the beginning of the 18th century. At this period, the Lithuanian Karaites had produced literary controversy against both rabbinites and Christians. J.E. Didier Solomon B. Aaron of Troki about 1700 wrote with these aims, and was preceded 100 years earlier by the more famous Isaac of Troki, author of the Hishak Amulet. The general conditions which had evoked these apologetic works still prevailed later and further south, and concerned with Christian pressure. might have been sharpened in mid-18th century Galicia by the Frankists movement. Jacob Frank and many of his followers accepted baptism in the A.M. Term of the rabbinic Frankist disputations held under ecclesiastical auspices. In Lemberg in 1757 and 1759. There is no indication whether the Toledat issue was copied from a text belonging to a rabbinite or a Karaite. It is tempting to ask if the text was mediated, ultimately through Karaite contacts with Jerusalem and the East, the Karaite. David Hazen had migrated from Jerusalem to Galicia in 1640. The attestation of similar texts in Europe at an earlier date makes caution advisable, but the contacts with Oriental texts noted below at least bring the question to the fore. In any case, it is of interest that the manuscript provides a relatively late but clear instance of the reading of the Toledat issued by Karaites. One other POS. Civil case of a Karaite copying a Toledat issued text was pointed out by G.B. Rossi, and old Karaite authors including Kirkazani and Judah Hadisi show knowledge of its contents, but as far as I know attestations of Toledat issue. Manuscripts in use by Karaites are rare. 12. The text is also notable as an instance of the copying of the Toledat issued by a communal official and instructor. Comparably, at about the same time in Italy the Toledat issue appeared to have been appended by Joshua Segre, rabbi in Scandiano, near Reggio Emilia, to his polemical work Isham Talui, 13 later on, in Baghdad in 1846, during missionary activity there by the London Society for Promoting Christianity among the Jews. A copy of the Toledat issue was made by the Haxam Isaac B. Mordecai. 12. Giovanni B. de Rossi, Manuscripts Codices Hebraeae Bibliothecae B. de Rossi, 3 volumes, Parma. 1803, number 96, pages 60b, 62b, on the basis of correspondence with Eleanor Pergo, who describes a copy of the works in this is formerly in the possession of a Karaite. 13 milliseconds Oxford, Bodleian Library OPPF. 4 degrees 145, comprising a Jamtali Part 2 and the Toledat issue, with a letter of Segre of 1787, described by Adolf Neubauer in A. Neubauer, and Arthur Catali, Catalogue of the Hebrew Manuscripts in the Bodleian Library, 2 volumes. Oxford, 1886, 1906, 1, 845a, number 2407, Malachi by Ari, S. R.A. May, Catalogue of the Hebrew Manuscripts in the Bodleian Library, Supplement of Agenda and Corrigenda to Boyle, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1994, p. 469a. The Strasbourg text of the Toledat. 53. Bisesa. 14. Those trends and external pressures which help to promote such copying by communal officers or teachers at the same time of course had an opposite effect. They encouraged the criticism or discrediting of the Toledat by Jewish authors who were communal representatives deeply engaged with the non-Jewish world, like Leone Medina in the 17th century or Moses Mendelssohn at the end of the 18th. 15. 2. The Strasbourg text was thus copied for use in an 18th century Karaite milieu. Yet, to turn now to its importance for the history of the Toledat Isha narrative, it is notable first of all that the text reproduced bears signs of greater age. The same is of many other modem copies of the Toledat Yeshua. Krauss brought this point implicitly for text. By noting in his text apparatus readings suggested by the Latin translation of parts of the Toledat text given by Raymondus Martinus in his Pujo Vitae, compiled in 1278. No further out of you.
Yes, I can hear. That's good, man.
What's that?
And 14th centuries.
Yes?
Viralrabbi.
That's from Discord. That's not from me. Uh-huh. What's going on? So what's going on? Dog, I don't know what the fuck is up.
Yeshua. The beginning of the creation of Yeshua, modeled on the Midrashic Tehillah.
Right.
Uriah Shel Olam, RI6, etc. This is a palpable hit at the clause of the Nicene Creed, Credo 8. Christus, genitum non factum, begotten not, made, and with its literary as well as polemical character looks like one of those reworkings of the introduction of the Taladat Yeshua to which the text was repeated. Edly liable. In this case, however, the reworking is of respectable age, for the same opening of the text is attested in Latin translation in the Anthology of Texts, compiled by the Dominican Theobald of Saxony under the heading Extractiones. The Talmud in the mid-13th century, in connection with the long drawn-out public examination of the Talmud in the University of Paris initiated in 1239. In a section illustrating blasphemies against Christ and the Virgin, it is stated that the Jews have a book which begins in idiom creationis Jesu Nazarini, 16 no. 14 David Essesu, Ohel David descriptive catalog of the Hebrew and Samaritan man. Conscripts in the Sassoon Library, London, 2 volumes, London, Oxford University Press, 1932, no. 793, pages 426,920. Albert A. Isaacs, Biography of the Reverend Henry Aaron Stern, D.D., London, J. Nisbet & Co., 1886, 24-74, on the Baghdad mission of which Stem was a member, 1844-52. 15 Leone Medina, Magan B. Harab, Ibanej Hanatzrut, and Shlomo Simonson, Jerusalem. Lem, Makit Senir Damim, 1960, 3.9, P43, Hakol Sheker V. Kazab, Moses Mendelssohn, letter. To J.C. Lavier in Moses Mendelssohn, Gazamel Triton, Berlin, Akademie Verlag, 1930. 362, die Missgeburt der US den Zeitender Legenden, die Ende ihrer Erzählung.
The song is over.
16 on the extract Ione C. Heids Schreckenberg. Die Christ likened versus Judeaus text.
Doesn't mean the song
UND or literarisches UND historisches being fell. 13-20.
is there
JH.
some aspect
Frankfurt AM.
some
He
part of
Lang.
the mind
1994.
the human
54.
and remains after
William Horbury.
something like
Title is quoted, and it may be that the text in question simply began and ended
something like
without a title, as is the case in the Strasbourg text. The Hebrew text of the Paris Disputation of 1240 indeed correspondingly includes, as Isidore Loeb noted, 2 allusions to the Toledat Yeshua, both noting features of the Helen group found. In copies including the Strasbourg text, Mary's betrothed husband was called, and Jesus lived in the days of Queen Helen. 17. Secondly, the Strasbourg Hebrew text corresponds verbally with Hebrew quotations of the Toledat Yeshua by Abner of Burgos, who had received the baptismal name Alfonso, in his Hebrew anti-Jewish poem before 1349.
Yo, dog, can you hear me?
That Christ's miracles are well known to Jews. He quotes 2 books, one Toledat Yeshua in Hebrew and another in Aramaic. Corresponding Aramaic texts are known once again through Genisa fragments, and the story which they present can be seen often to be echoed in the Jewish statements reported by the 9th century Lyonnese bishops Agabart and Amulo. Here Yeshua uses magic and is tried by judges including Pilate, whereas in the Hebrew group represented by the Strasbourg text Yeshua uses the ineffable name and appears before Queen Helen. Abner's quotations from the Hebrew book can be seen, through comparison, with the Strasbourg text to be 5 separate extracts, brought together in the order of the narrative to form a summary of what is important for Abner's argument. Abner indicates that the title was Ma'aseh Shel Yeshua HaNatzri. Abner's polemic was reproduced in the answer to it issued by Shem Tov IV and Sheprat S. In addition to his own apologetic work The Touchstone, Eben Bohem, in 1400. And this passage from it was published from a missive IV and Sheprat by Krause, but he did not point out the agreement of the quotations with the Strasbourg text. 18. These verbal correspondences in the incipit and a series of extracts confirm that the Strasbourg text is identical in important particulars with lost texts, which were current in France and Spain in the 13th and 14th centuries. This observation can now be set beside Krause's indication of agreements between the Strasbourg text and other texts which were still extant. One was the Oxford Yiddish text, but in fact this does diverge sometimes in both language and content from the Strasbourg text, as G. Schlichting pointed out. 19 another. 101-3. The Toledat Yeshua reference is cited from Ms. Paris LAT 16558 and 14c by Chin Melech. Merchading, The Church versus Talmudic and Midrashic Literature. 500-1248. Jerusalem. Mosat Baalek. 1970 in Hebrew. 305. 328-30. 17 Isidore Loeb. La controverse religious entre les chrétiens et les juifs au Moyen Age. Review de l'histoire de religion 17. 1888 311 37. 329. And 318. 1888 134-56. 18 Krause, Das Leben Jesu, 146-7, from a Breslau Ms. One have verified the quotation in 2 other manuscripts of the Touchstone, Cambridge University Library, at 1175 and Bodleian Library, Michigan 137, for the date and presentations of IV and Sheprat's quotation and rebuttal of see William Horbury, Shem Tov IV and Sheprat 7, and Jews and Christians in Contact and Controversy, William Horbury,
conceivable
Edinburgh,
that if we
T&T
got
Clark,
some horrible fantastic
1998.
lake and we leaked our brains
261 to
and we had the right
75,
density,
264, equals
bandwidth,
severity
speed,
44,
that
1983,
consciousness could take shape. I don't have any
221 to
argument in
37,
principle against that. I'm just saying
19
those
Unterschlichting,
contingent
ein
facts do
Judas
not yet
CHES
exist,
Leben Jesu,
and therefore
die
it is
Virschalin
implausible that
Solidat Just
consciousness
Son,
exists at the level.
Tam UMUW, WUNT 24, Tuvision, Morse Beck, 1982, 42.
What is
The Strasbourg text of the Talmud,
B, there are two
55.
aspects
Yo, big dog, how are you?
Hebrew fragment, a single leaf,
What's good? What's
the
good?
beginning of the story. In
Word
Bach,
Mockingbird. All right. So, Kylie, did you figure it out? All right. Excellent. Well, we're just chilling, learning about human consciousness, baby.
and then there's a function question, which is equally
in
important.
1897, is the title
I have
of
roommates.
Shahanatsri, begins with the Quran.
Yep.
People like, yeah, so
And
different
throughout
from
corresponds
the rest of
fairly
the
closely with the
But it may be
Strasbourg
that the
text.
function question is also
This
very
agreement
important.
with the text found in
Because
Central Asia is open to many explanations.
Very
Thus, among the printed
sophisticated,
books which Henry saw in Bukhara were some originate,
without
and ultimately with refugees from Spain, including of the Exarch
Yo, big dog.
of 1,409 and some pages from 520.
No, I go outside at least once a day, or I try to. I mean, but aside from that, yeah, I mean, I'm the entertainment. So if I'm not here, then people don't know what to do. I'm the one who has to be on camera. So that's the important part.
With Lithuania and Jerusalem, both possible sources of Polyglot issue texts, and given the remarkable mobility of books in general, speculation. Disagree.
I do cook, and I don't do DoorDash, but I do get groceries delivered from like Costco and Walmart and my local market. So, I mean, I've gone out and I've streamed it, but it's a lot of work to stream while you're shopping, and then everybody's wondering what you're doing, and then I have to have like multiple. What'd you say? I do IRL streaming, but I haven't. The last time I streamed live at Walmart was earlier this year, and that's on my Instagram. I got Walmart. I got Walmart Plus, so I get everything delivered now. But yeah, I went to Walmart like I have video of me at Walmart like probably I have like 5 or 6 videos of me there at least. So if you want to see me at Walmart, you can see that. I have videos from Ralph's, which is like a local grocery chain. And yo, what's my favorite dish? I love fruit. I know. I love fruit. Um, but if you're talking like a dish, like if I have to order something, um, I really love pizza. I love pizza. I like um what else do I like? I like spaghetti. I like yeah, I like sandwiches a lot. So I like pastrami, I like corned beef, I like um I like schnitzel and It's like breaded beef, basically, and I like that with duck sauce. That's one of my favorites. I like meatballs. I like kugel. I like uh I I like gefilte fish. I don't know if I would say it's my favorite food, but I like it. I like tuna fish. I like. Go ahead. Go ahead. Absolutely. I love chocolate. I love I, I love milkshakes. I love chocolate. I love pies. I've never met a pie I didn't like. You know what I really like? I like meat pies as well. So I like shepherd's pie and like chicken pot pies. I get those from my local market pretty regularly, and I used to get them all the time. I would eat them like a few days a week. Um, what else do I like? I like I like Asian food. I like a lot of Chinese food. Uh, yeah, I do. I like sushi a lot. Um, yep, that's all good stuff. I like um, I like I like I like French fries. I really like French fries. I mean, I could eat like a whole plate of French fries pretty easily. Um, I like horseradish sauce, not with French fries, but um, you know what my favorite food is now that I say is steak. I love steak. So steak with like a horseradish sauce is like amazing to me. Um, I like I like chicken. I like brisket. I love brisket. Um, I like ribs. I like beef ribs. Um, what else do I like? Um, but really, like, if if I had to say I have a favorite food, it's probably steak. Beautiful, absolutely. Yeah, I love red velvet cake. I love cheesecake. That's excellent. Beautiful. That's amazing. Is she a good cook? Excellent. And a good baker? You know what I really like is maraschino cherries. Do you know what maraschino cherries are? They're like a candied cherry. I really like fruit, like I said. So I love pineapple. I love watermelon. I love yes, absolutely. Yeah, I love all that stuff. Um, I like just about any kind of fruit. I like trying exotic fruits, fruits that I haven't had before or that are rare. Um, that's kind of fun for me. But I also like to try to. Yeah, I was just gonna say dragon fruits are one of my favorites. It's wonderful. I I like them both. Right. Yeah, I of your major fruits that are available in a store, I think I like them all. Like honeydew melon, muskmelon, um, watermelon. I love blueberries, blackberries, strawberries. I love, well, that's Rabbi's Food Minute with, there we are. There aren't many kinds of fruits that I don't like. In fact, I don't. I'm sure there are some that I like more than others, but so long as it's ripe, I like basically all fruits. And then I love smoothies. I'm a huge smoothie fan. Um, yeah, that's all really good stuff. I I like I like noodles a lot. So I'll eat like Alfredo noodles or like fettuccine Alfredo or spaghetti. Anything with anything with noodles, I can eat noodles every day. Yeah, same here. I eat noodles. I eat noodles a lot. I like ramen a lot. It's cheap and it's easy to prepare. What else do I like? I like lasagna, like cheese lasagna, or vegetarian lasagna. I like uh vegetarian pizza. I'm somebody who likes pineapple on my pizza. I know a lot of people despise that, but I really enjoy it. I think it's great. Um, I enjoy salads. So I love tuna salad, chicken salad. Um, I love beef bacon. Beef bacon is a really great food. I love beef bacon, so not pig bacon, beef bacon. So there's something called beef bacon that's available, and there's also turkey bacon, but I prefer beef. No, I don't. But I eat the turkey bacon, and I will eat. I love beef bacon. Beef bacon is wonderful. There you go. Beef bacon by far. Beef bacon by far. I really like beef bacon a lot. I like eggs. I like eggs a lot. Just like I could eat just like a 12 pack of eggs in one sitting. I have a huge appetite. So I eat a lot. Um I like I like plain eggs. I like sunny side up eggs. I like scrambled eggs. I like eggs prepared just in basically any way. Um I like um I like hollandaise sauce on my eggs with like an English muffin. That's really good with beef bacon and make my own like eggs Benedict kind of deal. Um, I like what else do I like? I like borscht. So um it's like what's the word? Um what is it? It's like it can be a soup, but it's what makes it up? Red. It's I've been up all night, so just bear with me. My mind is a little slow at this point. Um beets. It's beets. So I really like beets. I could eat beets all the time. You know what I really love as well? Cottage cheese. Yeah, I do too. I love cottage cheese. I could eat like any fruit or vegetable with cottage cheese. I love I love a lot of vegetables. Um and I like ranch. So I'll eat like I don't know. There he goes. He might be back. He might not. Who knows? There he is. I like a fruit tray and a vegetable tray. I'm excellent with those. I really like steak though. Like if I'm at a restaurant, I'm going to a nice restaurant that's a meat restaurant, I will order steak. If it is a dairy restaurant, I will eat. I like I like vegetable lasagna. Or I like cheese lasagna, vegetable lasagna. I like cheese pizza. I like vegetable pizza. I like they make a lot of like vegan equivalent, or I shouldn't say vegan equivalent, but like like Impossible Burger and Beyond Foods. There's also one the brand is escaping me at the moment, but they'll make like vegan sausage patties that I've had that I can't really tell the difference. So that's pretty good. Um, I like pancakes. I like waffles. I like Belgian waffles. I mean, as you can tell, I like a lot of things. I like stir fries. Um, I like I like just about every kind of ice cream, and I love shakes. I love malts. I like egg creams. I like um, there he is. He may be back. He may not be back. Who knows, folks? I'm going to ask him what he likes. The second I start this podcast back up, he's going to come back in. Perhaps. We'll see.
What problem
Maybe, maybe not.
to solve? How do they make the
Runs with what seem to be abbreviations from the conception of Yeshua to the separation of the Christians by Elijah, and retains a little of the Aramaic, which in the Strasbourg text gives verisimilitude to one or two remarks by speakers who claim learning. 23. The Strasbourg text therefore has links in its opening with the lost text cited in the 13th century by Theobald, and with the probably 19th century fragment bought by Adler in Bachara. In the body of its narrative it is close to the lost texts quoted in the 13th and 14th centuries by the Christian controversialists Raymondus Martinus and Abner of Burgos read respectively, but also to texts which circulated in the Middle East, especially the Yemen, at least from the 17th century onwards. Thus it is an instance in which, despite the individuality of almost every single Talagat Yeshu manuscript, the possibility of discerning a group of texts which are verbally as well as thematically close seems real, and in which some encouragement for the idea of a synoptic presentation can be found. Again, it is one of many instances in which a relatively modem copy has clear links with texts which were already current. 20 Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 21, 140-41, Bischoff and Kraus, Gibbon, 30-31. 21 Alvin Nathan Adler, Jews in Many Lands, Philadelphia, Jewish Publication Society of America, 1905, 221. 22 Sassoon, Ovaldavi, 920-21, number 902. 23 Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 21, 118-21, Bischoff and Kraus, Gibbon, 31. 56. William Horbury, in the Middle Ages. Now, finally, two further aspects of the text raise questions about its contacts with ancient and early medieval times. 3. One much discussed aspect has been the presentation in this text of the names of the new Christian festivals which Elijah Paul causes to be substituted for Jewish ones. These appear quite widely in Toledat Yeshiva manuscripts, thus the Baghdad 1846 copy just mentioned has a somewhat fuller form, but, as Krauss put it, they are seen at their best in the Strasbourg text, where they are given in the Syriac, used by Eastern Christians. The names of the Jewish festivals are also given in Aramaic. 24 Krauss's discussions of this passage as a sign of early date have been developed by later writers, most fully in a recent investigation by Daniel Stock Ben Ezra, which shows that the list of festivals probably reflects Palestine or Syria in the 4th or early 5th century. 25 here it need only be noted in addition that the last item in the list, Calendar, substituted for Hanukkah, was also a loanword and liturgical term in Syriac, and that the emphasis in the context of the list on the separation of Christians from Jews and the good treatment of Jews by Christians is not peculiar to the Toledat, but, with some broadly comparable references to festivals, is likewise a feature of apocryphal Christian accounts of early apostolic councils. 26 in general, the Toledat presentation of ecclesiastical events after the crucifixion is close to Christian narrative of these, including pious fraud by the apostles Peter and Paul, as well as commandment to eschew Jewish customs, as it was developed by the 4th and 5th centuries. 27. A second striking feature of the Strasbourg text, this time not paralleled in the manuscripts mentioned above, is its presentation of a form of the Talmudic narrative of the trial and execution of 5 disciples of Yeshua, v. Sanhedrin 43. In the Toledat Yeshua text, this passage appears when Yeshua is captured for the second time in the 5th. Wise.
Yo, what's going on? Why do you keep bouncing? Not you, not you, not you, not you, not you, Ken. My man, Kylie. Why do you keep bouncing? Okay, I gotcha. Well, you heard about like all my favorite foods. I love arugula. I love white cookies. I love. There you go. I love. There you go. I love. If you notice, I haven't said I really like alcohol, and I don't. Alcohol tastes like garbage. It tastes like poison to me. I will drink it, but it's just not my thing. Um. Oh, I love feeling fucked up. I love feeling fucked up, like not so I'm out of control. But I love the body buzz, and I love when I feel it in my face. However, I don't like the taste of it. So